Kayal, you there?
I'm here.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, I made our dogs bark.
How's it going?
Good. Are you ready for this?
I think so. Let's go.
I know. Like, let's just get today and tomorrow done.
Exactly.
It's one of those where I keep thinking there's stuff I'm missing, but I don't know what else to do at this point.
I know. I think we're good.
I mean, it seems like, I think, I'm so used to in person where you have things that, dinners and meals and who's staying in what rooms. And so
Yeah.
this just seems like I'm forgetting so much stuff.
I can't believe you would do it with all of that. Like, I can't even imagine.
And I only helped. I was never in charge. That shows you where I'm at. This not my forte.
Oh, I would not know it for a second.
All this tech stuff, I'm glad you're doing that. I haven't a clue.
You are so funny. Okay, well, speaking of, let's see.
People coming in yet?
Yep, there are.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute. Chat me or text me if you need anything.
Yep, we'll do. Sounds good. Good luck.
Thanks, you too.
Good morning, Kimberly.
Morning, Mike.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I am well.
You sound excited.
That was my excited voice.
Oh, wow. You're doing great.
Is anybody on this morning?
We're here.
Woo-hoo.
Hey, we're here.
Hey, Kayla, is there a reason why we only have the panelists here?
If you click, do you see attendees? There's 2 sections. So right now there's 5 panelists on, well, I'm on there twice, and then we have 11 attendees right now.
So if I click on the attendees one, I'll go over to that one.
Yep. And so, yeah, this is set up a little different. It's set up like a webinar instead of a regular meeting.
I can't see any of them.
Let me see.
Can you see
I
their
see
names, Mike?
But none of their info is here on the right.
You have to go to full view attendees list, Mike, and then that'll tell you who's on there.
Right, but I'm not able to see any of them. They're
Right. No, I can't neither. I can't see nobody. I have the spring conference welcome thing on my screen.
Yep, and that's how it will be until we can open it up for Cracker Barrel and stuff.
So then only the ones speaking will come up on the screen then, correct?
Yep.
Yep.
So what are those people seeing right now?
They're seeing the same thing you're seeing, that welcome, we will begin shortly.
So they're not able to talk amongst themselves right now?
They're not, I can unmute them. Should I unmute everyone? Let me unmute everyone. Well, they'll decide if they want to mute themselves, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, now it shows them going further down, Mike.
Yep.
Okay, if you're attending right now, talk amongst yourself if you'd like, but you have to unmute yourself, just so you know.
This is Lynn at Black Pine Beach. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
Are we supposed to see anybody?
hi.
No.
Not,
Okay, just a big picture that says welcome.
yep.
Okay.
We're all in our
Morning,
pajamas.
morning, everybody. This is Jennifer, Lake Country Resort Sales. Looking forward to
Hi.
today. Hi,
Again.
Kayla.
Hi.
So are you going to eventually allow us to see each other, or does that never happen in this?
I don't know. Should we do it?
I don't know. I'm not saying we should or should. I just wondered.
Oh, gosh, this setup is a little bit different with this many people.
Okay, so it's just a listening thing. And we'll always see this welcome thing throughout the whole day.
Oh, no. The speakers will be on camera. Yeah, the speaker, and we have a panelist.
So there's no opportunity for questions or comments?
Oh yeah, there absolutely is. So I just put the schedule back on. So we have a Cracker Barrel at 12 o'clock and then also a Q&A at 3:15. And then of course, throughout after speakers and such.
Then everybody's faces will be up there or not?
I don't think I can make everyone's faces go on. I think with the amount of attendees, it's not like a regular Zoom meeting.
Okay. So it's audio for the most part and for the speaker, and then once in a while audio for a question.
Yep. Mhm,
So
yep.
then how do we let you know we have a question?
Yeah, we'll go through all of it, Lynn. We'll go through all of it after in the welcome, like basics of Zoom and how to raise your hand.
Oh, the same as Zoom. We know how to do that. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Thanks.
You're gonna do that, right, Kayla? I'm gonna do
Yeah.
the welcome, but then you're gonna go over the basic rules and how it functions.
Yep, I'll do that.
Sweet.
And Kayla, do you see the question there about small group training sessions in the chat?
Let's see. That's a good question. I didn't know we needed to do that. How can I do that? I don't think we can, to be honest.
I didn't know we were doing small group stuff either, so.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a learning curve.
Yeah.
It's a big curve.
I'll Google it real quick. I don't think it's possible to do breakout with the webinar. But I will look.
Hi everyone, this is Keela McCracken with
Hi,
the-
Keely.
Hey, yeah, it's a if we're able to do small groups, that's great. If not, I can try to edit it. And using like our chat feature, we can get people's voices out that way too.
Okay, sounds good. I am looking right now. I think it's too late, gosh, to set it up for a webinar. I'm looking right now. No, it's not available, but we can, but people can still speak up and raise their hands and do that. So if you could adjust, I'm so sorry, that would be great.
Absolutely. That's an easy adjustment. So we
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah. We give it one more minute. I think people are still coming on.
Hey, Kayla, this is Jim. Just a FYI, on my screen, I see Clint and Kim. So I don't know if you want them both on or not.
Thanks, Jim. Kim, just a heads up, you are logged in under the CMR's Zoom profile. So you have all the permissions, which is totally fine, but just so you're aware, like you could pop on video if you turn your video on or mute or things.
Joanna, are you waving at us or do you have a question?
Okay, are we ready to start? I will turn it over to you.
Are you ready to roll?
I think so. Let me get your,
I got my video turned on, so maybe you can see my pretty face today.
perfect.
I don't know about that, but
Let's see, spotlight.
oh, there I am.
Okay,
We're ready?
I think we're ready.
All right. Well, welcome everybody. We're doing our spring conference here on this rainy, snowy day. We have it snowing up here in Bemidji right now, so that's a good deal. Then I don't feel so bad about not being outside. Anyway, we did a spring workshop Zoom and turned out pretty good. And with the COVID issues, we're going to tackle this conference. So we got some really good things happening. We got somebody talking on communications. We got somebody from the DNR, a couple Cracker Barrels, explore Minnesota tourism. We have a live auction. We're gonna auction off a few items, highest bidder, and that's gonna help fund our Day on the Hill. We got a Lakes Proud initiative, hiring, logistics, and we got a resorter panel question and answer session. So that's all on today. Between speakers, we're going to be running videos of our associate members that want you to see their products and what they have to offer. So the nice thing about the Zoom is you can get up, move around, have breakfast, have lunch. I would assume between all speakers, if we have time, it could be just a Cracker Barrel type form. If you turn your mic on, you'll be able to talk. And then on Sunday, tomorrow, we have paddle boards. And Dave Bergman is retiring in case nobody has heard that. So we're going to have a little dedication to Dave, and we have the Resort of the Year going on tomorrow. And then we have our annual meeting tomorrow, which should have been held last fall. Because of COVID, though, we're going to tackle it tomorrow. So we sent out lots of information on that annual meeting tomorrow. So take a look at it and join on in the meeting for the discussion and see what we've been up to. So other than that, thanks for joining us. Nothing better to do on a rainy, snowy day. It sounds like it's going to be on and off all day. So with that being said, I will turn it over to Kayla, and she'll go over some of the do's and don'ts on this Zoom and how things work. So it's all yours, Kayla. Thanks, everybody.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Thank you so much for joining us. I'm gonna remove Clint's spotlight and turn mine on. Let's see here. I am glad for one that it is raining, so it is exactly, we feel good about doing this. Can you all see me? If you can't, that's fine. Actually, let's just keep going. So today we are going to be doing this Zoom webinar. So it's a little bit different than a regular Zoom meeting. Same, features with a couple extra things. So most of you attending are listed as attendees, so your video won't be automatically on, and your mute typically will be off. There is going to be lots and lots of time for interaction, so we will go ahead and unmute you or ask you to turn your video on if you do have a question. So there are opportunities for that. So one thing that will really make this stand out, I think, and so we can all get a lot out of it, is if we actively participate. We all, I think, would rather be in the same room together doing this. So we want to make it feel like that, I guess, as much as possible. With that, please actively participate. Like Clint said, there's going to be lots of opportunity for questions and answers, both from our speakers and also during our Cracker Barrels that we have scheduled. We also have opportunity, if you'll see in your, I'm going to see if I can, so if you pull up your Zoom, you're looking at what options you have. There's a spot where you can, oh, there I am. I didn't mean to put that background on. Sorry, y'all. There is a spot to raise your hand. So if you have a question, feel free to raise your hand, and one of the panelists, Timberly Christensen, Joanna Wallenberg, Mike Schwieters, and Jim is on there as well. We'll definitely be paying attention to those raising hands, and also, anything else, any of your chat questions, things like that. So with that, we are going to have opportunity for you to speak. Please take care of your own audio. We will be muting everyone during the large speaking sessions, but it's just easier on our end to unmute at times when it is open up, but you still can mute yourself. So you are still in control. I can click ask you to unmute, but you still control all of that. So I think that's it. Oh, one other thing, this is strange. We're going to see how it works, but because we don't have our vendor show like we normally would this past fall, we definitely wanted to give an opportunity to our associate members to have the opportunity to still showcase some of their services. So we will be dispersing just throughout videos that they have submitted, a couple specials that people have submitted as well. So it kind of will look like commercials, kind of just in between speakers and running through breaks. And then we'll share those probably tomorrow at the end of the conference as well. So you have an opportunity to follow up with any of the associate members if you are interested at all in their services. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Joanna. Joanna, are you with us? Let's see.
I sure am.
Okay, hi Joanna.
Good morning.
Is your video, I'm still getting
Okay, it tells me I can't start my video.
Okay, I'm gonna get your video.
The whole family is eating breakfast, so.
Perfect. Do you want video?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, let's see. Okay, I think you can do whatever you want. I think you're set to do it yourself. I want to say.
Start a video now. Let's see. Maybe I can start a video. Maybe that's not important.
Yeah, it's not definitely important.
Okay, well, I won't worry about the video. I'll just talk.
Okay.
I get the honor of introducing our first speaker, everybody. We're about to hear from Keela McCracken. I am lucky enough to know Keela through a different job. She works at Peacemaker Resources, which is a nonprofit in Bemidji. She works there as a social and emotional learning specialist and a compassionate communications and NVC specialist. NVC, I'm sure she'll tell us, stands for nonviolent communications. Keela also owns and operates Bear Cloth. It's a sustainable brand that creates products that inspire gumption, beauty, and centering in people's homes and their closets. Check it out on Facebook. It's really cute and cool stuff that she makes. No matter what Keela is doing, she's passionate about creating spaces and experiences where people feel welcome, authentic, and special. When Keela's not working, you can find her fly fishing, reading sci-fi, and enjoying time with her friends. So everybody, welcome with me, Keela McCracken.
There we go. Oh, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Joanna. Good morning. As Joanna said, I'm Keela McCracken, working with Peacemaker Resources, and I also am another small business owner here in the Northwoods of northern Minnesota. I just want to thank you guys for having me this morning. I have been excited for this for months now. I am someone that in my college years worked as summers here at a local resort here in northern Minnesota. And so having the whole service industry and the relational side and the nature side and having all of that combined into one to me was always a lot of fun. So I'm excited to hang out with all of you today. Before we even dive in for talking about communication, what that means, what does that feel like, what does that look like and sound like, I just want to invite you to take a moment to breathe. So we all have very hectic schedules. We have a lot going on. We probably have a lot that already we have done today, this morning. And I just invite you to take a moment, find a comfortable way to sit in your chair and just take a few deep breaths. If you have a cup of hot coffee, hot tea next to you, go ahead and take a few sips of that and just relax. You're here, you're doing what you need to do right now. And I just invite you to be present in the moment and just take one slow, deep breath. All right, my friends. So today we get to talk about some of the things that I geek out about, which is both communication and how we can build relationships with other people, both that we just run into basically on the street or whether we've known them for years and years and years, or they are the most important people in our lives. How can we build relationships that just feel more authentic, that we can be more honest with each other and more real in a more responsible, healthy way. And so today we're going to dive into different ways to do kind of like healthy communication. Oh, this is exciting. Ooh, thank you. Also, I can see the chat, so feel free to dive in on the chat if you have questions and whatnot. It looks like we're getting some updates from Kayla, so thank you, Kayla. All right, and with that, I actually kind of want to know who is here. So for chat today, we are not able to do small groups, and that's okay. So for today, so that we can get voices out and hear different perspectives and so that we can relate with each other as well, I invite you guys to put in the chat your name, what resort you're affiliated with. And then I would love to hear what is your favorite part about being a resort owner or being tied to this industry. All right, so in the chat, you're invited to put your name, what resort you are tied to, and what is your favorite part about doing this work and being in this industry. And we'll give everyone a little minute to fill that out. Welcome, Casey. Welcome, Erin. Arcadia Lodge. Welcome, Ryan from Crow Wing. Ooh, favorite part is winter when the resort is closed, having that time to just breathe and relax. Ooh, welcome Joanna and Josh. Brookside Resort. Yeah, the people, connecting with the people. Beth from, oh, my thing just went away, from Knotty Pines. I know where that is. First year resort owner. Very excited. Well, congrats. That's exciting. Yeah, being able to switch the jobs from season to season and just having that flexibility and use those different skills in different parts of the year. Island View Resort from Jessica. Ooh, also more new owners. Congratulations. Kayla, Two Inlets Resort. I love getting to know people from all over and all walks of life, giving them an experience to reconnect. Oh my goodness, yes, please. That's fantastic. Lynn and Anna, Black Pine Beach Resort. Favorite part, talking with guests. Love it. Yes, there's a lot of socializing that happens at resorts. Angie and Mark, we are purchasing Jessie View Resort north of Deer River. Congratulations, that's really exciting. Melanie, exploring the idea, possibilities of being a resort owner. Cool, welcome. Clinton Patty from Balsam Beach Resort. Mike from Bourne Lodge. The awesome guests, yes, please. The guests absolutely make it, it sounds like, for a lot of us here. Yeah. Enjoy the families, their stories, connections, meeting all of the guests. Enjoy the families, making memories, which gives them glue to build a strong family. Oh my goodness, yes. We're going to be talking a little bit about that today too. Seeing smiles. Yeah, just seeing people happy, being able to relax, take their deep breaths and exhale, and you know that they're not thinking about a million things. They're just thinking about being there. Building memories. Oh, beautiful. There's more than I can read out, but I just want to thank you all for sharing, and feel free to keep reading those. It sounds like there's a lot of things that you all can relate to each other about for these things as well. Fantastic. All right, my friends. So today we're going to dive into what I like to think of as compassionate communication. And all of this literally boils down to when we are communicating with someone else, whether it's on the phone, via email, a social media post, whether they just checked into the hotel, whether we just picked up the phone, whether something just happened and they ran into our office. Whenever we are communicating, today is all about brainstorming ways that we can build connection through our communication instead of doing things that might create disconnect when we're communicating with others. And this is, again, on all platforms. So today we're just going to be brainstorming ways of how can we build those connections. So I'm going to share my screen so we can dive in. Oh, is someone able to make me or give me the ability to share screen?
Yes, I will work on that right now.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so here are just a few things that might connect with you all for why building communication that builds connection is helpful. Number one is stronger relationships. And it sounds like just from what you guys are sharing, relationships are pretty important to you for connecting with folks that are coming up. It sounds like a lot of you guys are either really close friends owning businesses together or families owning businesses together. So the stronger and more authentic that we can build those relationships in our communication with each other, the smoother it is for us because we have these stronger relationships where it's kind of by default, we assume that the other person, that they have best intentions. When we have stronger relationships, we kind of easier assume the best of the other person. And that makes things just a lot simpler for us to communicate. Also, customer relations. Customers become and stay returning customers and clients through connection when we build those relationships, when we really connect with them and when we show that we care and they feel that we care, they become those returning customers. Also, customers, taking care of customers' needs increases quality of stay. So when customers are coming, they have a different experience when they feel like the owner of the place or the staff that they're interacting with genuinely want to take care of them in the most authentic way that they can. Staff, coworkers, family, solving problems in a way that reduces tension and increases our empathy and authenticity with each other. And then there's absolutely a business benefit to paying attention to how we communicate with others and building that connection when we communicate through our marketing, our branding. It becomes stronger. We have a stronger brand when we have connection, or when we have communication that builds connection. There's this thing called ingrained branding, and ingrained branding is if someone associates a feeling with you and your business. So for example, if you and your business in how you interact with customers in person, your online posts, your invitations through your emails, if you are very specific about creating a feeling of relaxation, creating a feeling of connection with others, creating a feeling of kind of paying attention to what's important to life, like family connections and connection to nature, that means that more and more people, when they start experiencing those feelings, they start associating those feelings with you, which means they start thinking of you and your brand when they have those feelings. When they feel relaxed, when they're on social media and they see a picture of a gorgeous lake, they're going to be thinking of you and your business of, oh yeah, that's right. I felt so connected to nature and my family and so relaxed when I went on vacation to that one resort. And I just saw a picture that reminded me of that and I want to go back, right? So that ingrained branding of tying into those emotions builds our brands as well in our businesses. Also, customers and staff, they start word of mouth marketing for us when we are able to build connection with each other. Customers will absolutely advocate for you and they will want all of their friends, all of their cousins, all of their family to be going to your resort as well, if they have a strong connection with you. So today we are going to be diving in first to, honestly, it's going to sound a little weird, but we're going to dive in first to some brain science. So we're going to pay attention, first of all, which feels so funny to start off with some brain science today, but I love this video and it helps us think about how we as individuals, how we interact with other people. All right, so I'm going to play this video. All I want you to do is watch it and just kind of see what lands, see what you recognize, see what sits with you. I'm going to push play. If someone could put in the chat, if you are able to both see it and hear it, that would be very helpful for me. So here we go.
Location, location, location. Brought to you by the Conscious Leadership Group. Find them on the web at www.conscious.is. Animation by Graham Franks. www.grahamfranks.com. One question that conscious leaders ask themselves over and over is, where am I? To support leaders in locating themselves as they ask the question, where am I? We offer this tool, a line, a simple black line. At any moment, all leaders and all people are either above the line or below the line. Our location describes how we're being with what is occurring in our life right now. If we're above the line, we are open, curious, and committed to learning. If we are below the line, we are closed, defensive, and committed to being right. Stop right now and simply ask yourself, where am I? In this now moment, am I above the line or below the line? Typically, when people are below the line, they believe certain things about the world. For example, they believe there is not enough. It could be that there's not enough money, or time, or space, or energy, or love. People below the line also believe that their story about the situation is right. People below the line also believe that there is a threat out there. Something or someone is threatening their desire for approval, control, or security. And people below the line see the situation as serious. The deeper below the line they are, the more serious things look. People below the line tend to behave certain ways as well. They tend to cling to an opinion, find fault and blame, gossip, explain, rationalize and justify, get overwhelmed, and avoid conflict or pursue conflict for the sake of winning. When people are above the line, they believe that learning and growing are more important than being right. They believe that all people and circumstances are their allies, here for their growth. They believe that from a distance, almost everything is funny. People above the line live in curiosity, listen deeply, speak unarguably, question all their beliefs, and live a life of play. Now, knowing what you know about being above or below the line, where are you? One thing to know as you consider this question: we're hardwired to go below the line. Literally, our brain is programmed to perceive threat, and when it does, a chemical cocktail courses through our veins, and we go below the line. This reaction was designed to help us survive in the presence of a real threat to our physical survival. An issue for modern day leaders is that often our brains can't tell the difference between a threat to our physical survival and a threat to our ego or identity. We react and get defensive when we experience a threat to our ego. So in many ways, being below the line is natural and normal. But when we are below the line, we're not in a state, literally brain state, of high creativity, collaboration, innovation, and relational connection. We're simply trying to survive. Leaders today can't thrive if they're in survival mode. So the first activity of conscious leadership is location, location, location. In this now moment, where am I?
All right, my friends, let's turn to our chat. I would love to hear from you. What stuck out for you from that video? What was something that you heard that maybe you could relate to, or that maybe reminded you of something, or maybe really stuck out? Go ahead and put in the chat something that really stuck out for you from watching that video. You live 50 miles above the line. That's my default state, but it has decades to get there. Yeah, it's not a natural thing automatically to be there. It takes a lot of practice. Sounds like you've had a lot of practice. That's fantastic. What else stuck out for folks?
And Keela too, people definitely can have the ability to talk too if you wanted them to use the raise the hand option, or we can bring them on if you want that as well.
I'm game. That works.
Okay.
Absolutely. If you'd be willing to help me look for hands, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to speak up, feel free to raise your hand. Everyone in the attendees has talking permission, so it's just a matter of muting or unmuting yourself.
All right, looks like we have a few more sharing. Someone mentioning that others affect where you are at, right? So how you're interacting with others affects how you are feeling. If you're feeling above the line, below the line. Yes, we're highly relational folks, aren't we? Yeah, feeling below the line, prodded by guests railing against new policy reducing their week from 7 nights to 6 nights. It sounds like you were very deliberate in your communication with your folks, with emailing people. Our email responses were received well, and I feel a deeper relationship achieved. Oh, that's wonderful. Was able to move into writing a funny story about silly kid incidents. Felt great. Yeah. And I think that so speaks to the honesty of, yeah, we might be under the line. It doesn't mean we have to stay there, but there are times where there's just the honesty of the situation where we are below the line and we kind of have to regrip and reevaluate to see where we go from there. How do we get to the point where we can be above the line to then see the solutions? Yeah. When someone is below the line, it's hard for them to get above the line. It is hard. It is. And that's something that either an individual, it really takes them on their own to be able to want to do that. We can help others do it. We can encourage them and be supportive of it. But yeah, it takes a lot of self-dedication to be willing to do that. Feel free to raise your hands. Oh, thank you, Kayla. I'm thinking about being kind to myself regardless of whether I'm above the line or below the line. That's right. We have to have self-empathy for ourselves. It's okay if we're below the line. That's normal and that's natural. You're not the only one below the line. If you're below the line right now, that's normal, that's natural, that's okay. So just recognizing all that we need to know. Am I above the line? Am I below the line? Do I feel like I want to shift it or adjust it? Okay. Yeah, we don't have to have a judgment of what's right or wrong. It's okay. Expressing empathy for others rather than sympathy allows a deeper relationship with guests. This allows for honest communication, which makes me to not only come alongside of guests, but allow me to stay above the line in my head. Ooh, that also sounds like some really healthy boundaries as well. And I like you bringing up empathy and sympathy, right? So empathy is when we notice that someone's in a tough situation and we're willing to go with them and say like, yeah, you are in a tough situation. I'm going to go sit with you in this tough situation and see how can I help? Sympathy is like, yeah, that's a bummer. Sorry that happened. All right. Yeah, empathy is really being willing to dive in and be with them. All right. Ooh. Kim, great question. So Kim has a question for us. Are there triggers, trampolines, or sayings like mantras to help us kick out of being below the line? There are. There absolutely are. And we're going to dive into some of those and we're going to brainstorm as well. Ooh, it looks like we have another one. So many guests check in way below the line. When I do my job well, I think most find the line or leave above the line. Yes, 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 yes. So this is what we're going to be talking about today is not only how do we check in if we're above the line and below the line, because we know that if we're above the line or below the line, it affects not only every single one of our customers that we're interacting that day, all of our staff members, all of our family members, our friends, and our neighbors. When we are below or above the line, it changes the way that we communicate. And let me explain a little bit about how it changes the way that we communicate. And then we'll dive into how we can shift to going above the line and how we can, dive into those mantras and those sayings and what we can do to do that. Okay, let's do it. Let me pull my screen back up. So we're going to continue on this brain science and kind of why do we act differently when we are feeling differently? All right, so I'm going to share with you this picture. And what this is, we have a picture of a brain here. What you'll notice, there's kind of two parts that are vaguely highlighted, right? So the first part is kind of this blue squiggly part, and this is like our foreheads basically, all right? And then we have, you can see these tiny almonds, kind of pink shapes, and these are on the sides. If you go like in through your ears by an inch, that's what we tell all of our kindergartners, you will find what's called the amygdala. So our forehead is called, this part of our brain, the forehead, the front part, this is our prefrontal cortex, and then we have our amygdala. Now the prefrontal cortex is basically the above the line. Our prefrontal cortex is the most evolved part of our brain. This is the smartest part of our brain. This is the part of the brain where if you think of a really witty, funny, fantastic, smart joke, it's coming from this part of the brain. If you're sitting around the campfire and telling a really funny story and everyone is laughing and you're enjoying it and you're connecting with others, you're using this part of the brain. If you are laying underneath the truck trying to fix the engine and you figure out a new workaround or you figure out what went wrong, you're using this part of the brain. Basically, your greatest ideas are coming from this brain. And also when we are in our prefrontal cortex, that's when we are able to best connect with others and use our empathy with others as well. We are willing to recognize, okay, this is me, this is who I am. Now, who else is around me? How are they feeling? What are their needs? How can I interact with them in a way that builds connection? The other part of our brain here, the little pink dots. So those are our amygdalas. The amygdala is quite literally, we call it the lizard brain, because evolutionarily speaking, throughout all the animals that odds are you see outside of your window, they all also have an amygdala, or at least a part of the brain that does the exact same as the amygdala. The amygdala is fight, flight, or freeze. Anytime that we in our body feel like something's uncomfortable, whether it's because we come outside and all of a sudden there's 5 big black bears that are right there standing around all of the trash cans, or whether it's so the black bears, that's like a real threat. So we walk outside, but there's multiple black bears. Instantly our body goes tense and instantly we do fight, flight, or freeze and make really fast decisions. Our amygdala though doesn't know, I'm sorry about that, I'm getting updates from my family. Our amygdala doesn't know the difference between a real threat and a perceived threat. So anytime that you are interacting with someone and they say something and instantly you feel your blood rushing, it's your amygdala feeling this perceived threat, feeling that your body is uncomfortable. And any kind of hint that your body might be uncomfortable, your amygdala kind of goes on caution brain and starts looking around like, do I need to take over and make decisions for this body? When our amygdala takes over and makes decisions for us, we make really fast decisions. We make decisions that do not build connection. And sometimes we do things that we kind of feel bad afterwards for, whether it's right afterwards or a week afterwards. That's when we say the thing that we go, oh, I wish I wouldn't have said that. I wish I wouldn't have done that. I wish I wouldn't have responded that way. We do still technically, we do need our amygdalas because there are still instances where we do need our fight, flight, or freeze, and we need it to kick in, and that amygdala protects us. At the same time, when it comes to relationships, we want our amygdala to kind of calm down. So this is what's so interesting about this, about the above the line, below the line, and our brain, is that depending on how we are feeling, we will actually use a different part of our brain. So when we're feeling like uncomfortable feelings like angry, frustrated, annoyed, sad, jealous, or worried, embarrassed, we are using our amygdala. Any type of uncomfortable feeling that we are having, we're using our amygdala to make decisions. Anytime that we're feeling comfortable feelings, like feeling relaxed, focused, excited, happy, inspired, those are comfortable feelings, we are in our prefrontal cortex. So the question now is, well, what can we do when we notice that we are in our amygdala and that we want to get back up to our prefrontal cortex, the thinking part of our brain above the line? So another thing about this is that and we already talked about this in the chat real quick, is that when people come in, they walk into the resort, they're coming in to check in, and you can tell that they're below the line, and it could be because of their work circumstance, their home circumstance, or the driveway, or the drive all the way up or over, that something happened that they brought them below the line. Now, when you guys are talking about when they come in below the line and you're able to interact with them, get that smile, get them to relax, get them to kind of take a big breath, that's you helping them get above the line. What's interesting though is as humans, we are so social that if we are in a group of people or if we're just interacting with one person, we need to have at least one person in an interaction be above the line or in their prefrontal cortex to be able to create a space where others can also get to that above the line space. So if there's an argument going on between two staff members and both staff members are below the line, they're not going to get this end result. They're not going to build a connection through it. They may try to figure out, through kind of force, like a solution, but they're not going to feel like this positive thing afterwards and that like it's going to be easy going and they can easily go and talk to each other and hang out afterwards. No, they're going to need to kind of resolve that and figure that out. But what's fantastic about this and kind of the power of us as individuals is the more that we are able to kind of figure out where we are at and try to engage of, okay, I notice that right now I'm below the line. I want to be above the line. What can I do right now so I can be above the line so I can help with my staff members? I can help with my family and my kiddos. And I can welcome people in the way that I want to welcome them. That builds connection. All right. So with that, here are a few ideas. And actually, I'm going to pull up the chat again because I want to hear from you all what works for you. There are countless things that can help us to go above the line and be in our prefrontal cortex. Here are just a few. And if there's any of these that are anything that's popping up for you, that you know that after you do it, that it feels like you're ready to connect, I want you to feel free to throw that in the chat too, because there are countless different things. All right, so for example, something like we did at the very beginning where we just kind of stopped, we took a few breaths, we slowly drank our coffee or our tea. Taking deep breaths helps us get back to our prefrontal cortex. One of my favorites is called 4-7-8 breathing. You breathe in for 4 counts, you hold your breath for 4 counts, you breathe out for 8 counts. The more and more you do it, you might breathe in for 8 counts, hold for 10 counts, breathe out for 20 counts. Anytime that you're exhaling longer than you're inhaling, that's helping your body to get back to above the line, get back to your prefrontal cortex. If you've ever had a dance party or a singing party, if you're in the car driving somewhere and you're belting out a song, that's absolutely helping you out. That's regulating you. That's getting your head above the line so that you connect with others. Going for a nap, taking that walk, sitting just to read, absolutely that helps us get above the line. Also, sometimes for some of us, we have tons of energy and we have to get it out. So whether that's going outside, going for a run, doing chores, chopping wood, chopping onions, do whatever you got to do, get that energy out. All right, and then one of the biggest things as well that we can do when we are noticing that we're below the line or in our amygdala is what's called name it to tame it, which is putting a name to the feeling that we are currently experiencing. And as soon as we name it, the body kind of recognizes it and says, okay, yep, I am feeling that. Okay, sounds good. So just being able to name it scientifically, to name what we are currently experiencing, name that, oh, right now I am below the line, that's enough. Or if we want to name specifically what feeling we are experiencing below the line, that's enough for our body to kind of relax and for our brain to step back up into our prefrontal cortex. All right, my friends. Ooh, Beth, I like what you're thinking. Yeah. So, and Beth, she shared that the other day she taught a class and did jumping jacks before to raise my energy, and it worked. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So we can use different activities to help kind of fluctuate our energy and kind of our emotions as well. So if we need more energy, exactly, doing jumping jacks. If we need less energy, being really specific to sit down, just think of one thing, do some few breaths. Absolutely. So with that, with the name it to tame it, I'm going to share my next slide. And actually the next slide ties in exactly with what Beth brought up, is that we do have different emotions. So when we name it to tame it, this is a really approachable grid that I love. And this grid approaches feelings not so much in a way of like you have to specifically have like this full vocab list inside your brain, because not all of us have these full vocab lists of like all of the feelings in the world. I'm someone where I probably on average, I feel like I have about 7 feelings. I know that I have more, but sometimes I struggle with putting that perfect word on a perfect feeling. So this is a way that's helped me. And I think it's a really approachable way for us to figure out in the moment how we are feeling. So on the left, you'll see energy levels. So a low energy versus high energy. So what Beth is speaking to is she noticed, you know what, I'm going to need some more energy right now. How can I get more energy? So when we feel like we have low energy, we can do an activity that gets our heart rate up, gets us energized, gets us ready to go. When we're having feelings that are high energy, we can do things to help calm us down. And then we also have on the bottom the spectrum of pleasantness versus unpleasant. So on the right, we have comfortable feelings, pleasant feelings that we love to have. And honestly, humans are a little addicted to having, and we will do anything we have to try to get to those feelings, which is totally okay. And on the left, we have uncomfortable feelings. The extreme left, the enraged, livid, fuming, anxious, repulsed, disgusted, pessimistic, alienated, despondent, despair. Those are extremely uncomfortable feelings to have in our bodies. And we want to do whatever we can to not feel those things. And sometimes that means trying to dismiss them and put them under the rug. And sometimes that means really trying to figure out, okay, what am I needing? Why am I experiencing this feeling? What can I do to address it? Yeah, I love the mood meter too. This is all of Mark Brackett's work. And I really appreciate that he made it, just because sometimes I use this for me, and I also use this with like little kids too. You can be any age, just to try to figure out, okay, am I feeling high energy, low energy? Okay, I'm feeling high energy right now. And am I feeling a pleasant feeling or unpleasant feeling right now? I'm feeling a pleasant feeling right now. Just those 2 questions helps us figure out where we're at. Ooh, yeah, Ryan shared the Navy SEALs use a similar breathing technique they call square breathing. Is that where you do is it 1, 2, 3, you inhale 1, 2, 3, 4, hold your breath 1, 2, 3, 4, exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, sweet. And I'm sure they have different numbers too. Yeah, that's one of my coworkers, that's one of her favorites to do on Zoom, because everyone has a rectangle to use. Ooh, sweet. Yeah, there's for this mood meter, there's countless of them online, and some of them have, this one has a lot of different feelings. Someone have less feelings, so whatever feels approachable, do it, or whatever has the prettiest colors, whatever suits you. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, so here's my question for all of you. And looking at the clock, we actually have a little bit of time. So we will do a 5-minute break. So what I'm going to invite us to do, we're going to take a 5-minute break. So let's plan to be here back at 9. We'll do 9:48, 9:50-ish. But what I invite you to do for this break, before you come back, I want you to try to figure out and check in with yourself and see, am I above the line? Am I below the line? And I invite you to check in on this mood meter to try to figure out, how am I feeling right now? So if you're feeling low energy because it's still the morning, or maybe you're a morning person and you have all the energy, and right now sitting in front of the computer is not very fun because you have the energy in the morning. I want you to check in how you're feeling right now. Check in if you're above the line, below the line. And if you want to, you don't have to, but if you want to, you can do something to help either recognize your feelings. So if you are feeling like you have a pleasant feeling, a comfortable feeling that you're above the line, I would invite you to do a moment of gratitude of like what you're grateful for this morning. If you're below the line and you're feeling unpleasant, if you want to, I invite you to do something that will kind of help you kind of feel better. So name it to tame it, or go outside, try to catch some snowflakes on your tongue, or give the dog a hug, do whatever can help you. All right, my friends? All right, so we will take about a 5-ish minute break. Come on back. Let's just do 9:50. So coming back at 9:50, and I invite you to take a break, step away from your screen, stretch, do what you need to do. Ooh. Cool, cool, cool. All right, I want to start welcoming people back. We still have about a minute of break time. So I want to slowly welcome folks back. I'm assuming some of you guys are still adjusting or getting back or filling up a coffee cup real quick. So welcome back, my friends. All right. So again, just like how we started earlier, when we just took a few deep breaths, I invite you to again find a comfortable way to sit in your chair. If that means keeping your feet on the floor or adjusting and sitting up a little bit taller. And I just invite you to slowly breathe in and breathe out. Just take a few deep breaths. If you have a dog or a cat near you, give them a little extra hug. That helps us too. All right. So we're going to keep going. So what's really exciting from what I'm seeing in the chat is that, first of all, a lot of kind of natural progression where either you guys are already diving into some of these topics and are already passionate about these or that they're important to you. It sounds like we have a lot of folks that have both wisdom in this area that are practicing it. And so I want to continue the invitation for you guys to keep sharing because there's a lot of wisdom in this group and a lot of ideas. So Jen and Mark, you guys shared as well that at your resort, you guys kind of sit with folks and do a reflective listening. So you allow them to get out the issues that maybe they're struggling with, affirm for them that what they're experiencing is an issue, not leaning towards agreeing or disagreeing or right or wrong, but really creating a space to affirm them and making them or helping them to feel heard. And then kind of that creates this positive win-win result. And I like that you mentioned that sometimes it is actually, they might be kind of bringing up something about the resort, and that's okay. That you guys just want people to be authentic and honest with you. That's beautiful that you're able to create those spaces for people, because not all people are willing to go to those spaces alone. Sometimes they kind of need that invitation. So for you guys to be that willing person, that willing people to say, okay, we're willing to hear you out, go for it. Not everyone's willing to be those people. So that's wonderful that you're able to do that. All right, my friends, we're going to actually dive into exactly that of, we started out thinking about ourselves and recognizing, okay, where am I? Am I above the line, below the line? What are my feelings? And an important thing, especially about that I think that I forgot to mention about the feelings too, that I wanted to bring up before we move on, is the name it to tame it aspect of, if we're feeling below the line or if we just had this interaction with someone that was kind of high energy and not very positive, if we name what we're experiencing before we transition into a different activity, it is less likely that our uncomfortable feelings from over here will continue over into our next activity. So for example, something as simple as you're driving home and from either work or you're walking into the home from the office for the resort, and it's been a really stressful day. There was a problem that you really had to sink into it. It absolutely affected your emotions, how you're feeling today. You're kind of crabby about it. If you, before you step into your house and turn the key and see your family and your kids, before you do that, stop and say, okay, what am I feeling right now? Well, I'm feeling angry. I'm feeling irritated. I felt like I had to carry some weight that I didn't feel like was my responsibility to carry. And now I'm a little annoyed. If you're able to sit down, mentally recognize that before you open that door and greet your family, it is less likely that crabbiness, that frustration will carry over in how you communicate with your family. So when you see your family, it's more likely that you're going to connect and show those authentic feelings that you love them. You're super excited to see them. And it's kind of this relief that now you get to hang out with your family tonight. So name it to tame it also helps us transitionally when we are doing 20 things throughout the day, from that phone call, name it to tame it, when you hang up, before you interact with the person in front of you. After you're done interacting with the person in front of you, you can name it to tame it to go respond to that email. Anything like that is really helpful for us throughout the day so that we can lean more into that connection. Okay, so now we're going to dive into building more honest connections and kind of using it in conversation, which for some is the scary part, but I'm looking forward to it because it sounds like we have a lot of folks here that actually have experience in this area. So I'm excited to see what you guys have to share. Ooh, Yes, he does. Cheryl just shared that Mark Brackett, who created the mood board, he has a mood meter app for smartphones, and it's fantastic. What's really cool about it is daily you can check in if you want to and put in the mood meter. And it also has a part of the app where it will ask you, okay, now after you identify how you're feeling today, what your mood is, do you want to change it? And what way do you want to change it? And then it gives you ideas for changing your mood if you want to do that as well, which is really cool. Great share, Cheryl. Thank you for sharing that. All right, here we go. We're going to dive in some more. I'll share my screen. So we're going to try to brainstorm and kind of do some practicing of how do we build honest connections that build trust and relationships, which sounds like a few of you are already dedicated to and deliberately, consciously practicing as well. And the way that we can do that to build like this honest relationships that build trust is to be able to communicate with someone else in a really authentic, real way that is also a responsible way. So it doesn't mean that we have to be like super nice and super kind and everything's cheery all the times and everything's perfect and nothing bothers us. That's not very authentic of us. Instead, we want to be authentic and let people know, like, yeah, I am really excited to see you and I'm really glad that you made it. At the same time, you know, I'm feeling like I'm a little overwhelmed and there's a few things going on. In order for me to be able to welcome you in the best way that I can, I just need 1 minute to go check something in the back. I'll be right back, right? So it's an authentic, real way of showing up for people and responsibly kind of communicating with them how you're feeling. So what we are going to dive into is a little bit of communication and what happens behind our communication, and also kind of give us an insight of other people too. So within our interactions with people, within our actions, our behaviors, and our communication, and I'm also going to rephrase that in another way, behind every other person's interactions through their actions, through people's behaviors or our kids' behaviors, through other people's communication is an attempt to meet a need that is tied to a feeling. So anything that someone is doing, even to us, like when it absolutely makes no sense, it is somehow tied to either a child, a kid, or another person trying to meet some sort of need. There's some sort of strategy to meet a need. Now, sometimes the strategies that people choose don't really make sense to us because they feel like they're doing the opposite. So if you've ever had a kid kind of like throw a tantrum, no, that isn't the fastest way for them to communicate with someone else how they're feeling, but the kid might not know how to meet that need that they're doing. So the kid might be needing attention, they might be needing a nap, they might be hungry, and they don't know how to communicate that. And so they get to this point where I don't know what to do, so I'm just going to cry and have a tantrum and hope that someone can help me figure out what I need because I don't know how to communicate this. The same thing happens in adults, where if you've ever had, if you personally, a family member, a staff member, someone from a vacationer run into your office kind of at a really high energy, really frustrated, kind of wanting to blame everyone and point at everyone, they're trying to get a need met, but they don't know the best strategy to kind of express their need. All right, so we're going to try to figure out kind of how can we figure out both someone else's needs and our needs and express those in a more responsible, approachable way. So first of all, what is a need? That's always kind of a fun question. And I'm going to put in the chat a link. For this link, it has 2 pages. The first page is another page of feelings. Feel free to dive into those if you want. The second page is what we are going to be using for the rest of our time together for this session. So I invite you to click on that link and scroll down to a list of needs. And what you will see is a full list of all sorts of different needs that someone might have. And some of these needs quite literally point to like our physical needs as humans, right? So we need water, we need shelter, we need warmth. And then it ties in all sorts of different needs that we have as extremely social human beings. So the need to belong, the need to relax, the need to matter, the need to have responsibilities. There's also a lot of needs like We need to connect with others. We need to be able to laugh, a need for humor, a need for exercise, physical activity, and getting energy out, a need for relaxation. So what you'll see is a full list of different needs. People have all sorts of different needs. And what's really handy for us when we are communicating with others, when we are communicating with others, that we think of, okay, if I don't understand what they're trying to say to me, if I don't like the way that they're saying it, if I'm really confused about what on earth is going on, the justification for why they're doing it, it helps us to place it as, they're trying to get a need met. What need are they trying to get met? It's a more empathic kind of way of, okay, empathy is all about caring how someone else is feeling and trying to figure out how they're feeling, and also letting them know I care how you're feeling. So when we are paying attention and thinking, they're trying to get a need met, it's a way for us to switch our brain to a more empathy-based way of connection, and by default also puts us back in our prefrontal cortex, the thinking part of our brain. So I want to hear from you guys. I encourage you to keep that needs list up, because we're going to do some brainstorming. So first off, looking at this list of needs, I would love to hear from you guys what needs you think. So we're just going to do this first question. What needs are customers trying to meet by going on vacation or for staying at your resort? What needs do you think people are trying to meet by going on vacation? Ooh, Lynn has a good question. Is there a generational difference regarding how much attention ought to be paid to yourself? Kind of like self-care, self-awareness, taking care of your own needs. So yes and no to Lynn's question. Yes, in the regard that different generations and also different cultures around the world put different value on the role of the individual. Sometimes in a way that places kind of like, well, that's selfishness. Like if you take care of yourself and take care of your own needs, that's selfishness. Others in regards of the individual comes first. So do anything to take care of yourself. So in terms of generationally, that's definitely something where there's different perceptions of it, where it might be perceived as selfish to take care of yourself. At the end of the day, all humans have needs, and all humans need to have their needs met for them to be able to feel whole, feel completed, and be able to connect as healthily as possible. Yeah, so that's a really good question, Lynn, and a really interesting one. If you have that conversation, that's a great question for literally anyone or any group with multiple generations in it. You will get some really cool, fascinating questions or answers. So I encourage you to keep asking that question. Ooh, so Kathleen is talking about time to get their thoughts together. So reflection, it sounds like the need for reflection. Yeah, the need for some quiet. Time to get their thoughts together. Yeah, absolutely. What are some other needs that people might be trying to meet when they're on vacation? And again, this will be the second page of the link that I posted. Let me know if you need me to repost it too. Oh, rest. A moment to reconnect with themselves and their families. Yeah. That's why we spent the first half of this time together trying to just talk about connection with ourselves. We need to connect with ourselves first before we can connect with others. And that's important. That rest makes that possible. Rest, relaxation, connection with nature. Yes, please. Yes, please. People, we humans are so tied to nature. We are so affected by nature. And I love that you guys are creating spaces for people that can connect to nature in a really healthy, positive way, because we need it. Guess what? Quality time with family. Yeah, absolutely. That really authentic, you kind of just get to surround yourself with each other, which we don't get to do all the time. Quality time. Yes, that's a need that people are trying to meet. Okay. Ooh, but an opportunity to restart. Yeah. Kayla, I think you said it great. Yeah, an opportunity to restart, to refresh, to kind of recharge those batteries. By us, when we have our needs met, we feel like we are restarted. We feel like we're refreshed. We feel like we're ready to go. When needs are met, people feel fulfilled and they feel ready to go. They feel pretty content. They feel happy. Yeah, absolutely. Recharging, restarting. I think that's really similar to just getting needs met. Relax, rejuvenation, recharge. Ooh, thank you. Grieving unexpected needs. Yep. Absolutely. We might be interacting with folks where they're realizing that shifts are needing, things are changing, whether that's personally in their life or with their vacation. They need to kind of let go that things are changing and accept that. Yeah. Oh, a step back into similar times as they view them in their own memories. Getting to reflect, getting to go back to their memories, helping things to feel more approachable, right? Going back to the old times, that's helping things feel more approachable. That's also a way of self-soothing. People feel more comfortable when they go through memories that are especially positive. Absolutely. Escape. Yeah, it's totally okay to have escape and feel a need to step away. And reconnections with ourselves and others. Oh, so cool. All right, my friends. Here we go. We're gonna switch it up a little bit. Okay, question number 2. What needs might come up when things go wrong on vacation? So let's say, I love thinking of scenarios for this one, so think of whatever scenario you want for this one. But for example, there's an overflowing toilet in their cabin. What needs might be coming up for that? Lately, I've been yelled at by so many red squirrels outside. Let's say there's a red squirrel in the cabin that's yelling at everyone because that's apparently what they do. Or they come outside and they're very scared. They're from the cities and they see a black bear and they have no idea what to do. So let's think of some needs that might come up if a scenario goes wrong during vacation. Yeah, thank you, the red squirrels. Why do they yell at everyone? I got out of my car and one just yelled at me for 10 minutes straight. All right, so what are some needs that might come up when things go wrong? What do you guys think? I'm going to bring up one, let me go back to our chat, that Jen and Mark shared about when they do their reflective listening with folks that are staying there and affirm with them kind of what they're experiencing and their struggles and let them know that yes, it is a real issue. They talked about being heard. Being heard is something that, yes, seen, being heard, Joanna, absolutely. So when something comes up and something's going wrong, if someone runs into your office and they're over exaggerated, yelling about the red squirrel or the black bear or the overrunning toilet, they have a need to be heard, to be seen. Absolutely, something's going on, and we have to let them know that not only do we understand them and like we're there and we think it's important too and we value them, we also have to figure out a way, what's a way for us to communicate with them that we got this, we're going to take care of you, right? That's another need that people have. Like if they ran in and said the toilet's overflowing and a red squirrel is yelling at me, and you guys said, oh yeah, that happens, and that was that, they would probably escalate and be even more frustrated. So not only do we need to let them know they're heard, but we also need to let them know, hey, not only are you heard, but we're going to take care of this. We got a game plan. We're going to do it. Yeah. In the toilet situation, there's a physical discomfort for needing to relieve themselves and perhaps an embarrassing for having to ask for help regarding the toilet issues. Yeah, for real. There's all sorts of stigma tied to the bathroom. Totally. So letting them know, it's okay, it's normal, we got this. We got this. It's all good. Comfort, right? If the toilet's running over and there's water everywhere, finding a place that's dry, just having comfort, being soothed. Something for kids. Some kids are really excited when they see a black bear, others are not very excited. So how can we provide that comfort? By far the most common problems is tension among family members, suddenly tossed together for a week. Then they need a person to whom they can vent. It's our job to move that whole downward moving spiral into a cheerful upswing. Big job, main job, great job. Whew, that's taken on a lot. That's a lot to be able to provide for people. That's a lot to be able to do. And that's so honest and real that sometimes families, they are not used to being around each other 24/7 for a week straight. A lot of family dynamics comes up. And that's okay. How do we hold those family dynamics? How can we help those families in their time of need? Yeah. Overwhelm or responsibility, hoping to have a break from taking care of the toilet. And then something happens. Something always happens. Yeah. If it escalates, it is usually more or not about the red squirrel, and they will tell you if you listen. Yeah, sometimes what they're coming to you about, there might be more behind it. Yeah, Kayla is agreeing. Yeah, knowing ahead of time that is that person's dock space, because that is the sense of belonging and being seen. Ooh, yeah. Having those clear expectations and boundaries when we're communicating folks, when we welcome them. What's their space? What might not be their space? Or assumptions about spaces? Yeah. All right, so looking at the time. All right, so we're gonna keep moving along, and we're gonna continue this. Now, it sounds like a lot of you are actually practicing this. And so for some of you, this is going to be reaffirming. For other ones, I invite you to just listen to see what kind of connects and what you find interesting. So when we are interacting with people, exactly what we're talking about, the example that's given, that it might not be about the red squirrel, it might be about something else that's going on. And if we listen, that will come out. I invite you all to practice listening skills. It's a lot easier than it sounds. But I especially invite you to practice listening to build connection instead of disconnect. So what listening can be like for us as the listeners when we're trying to connect is we're trying to just listen to understand. We're trying to put all of our perspectives, all of our judgments aside, all of our weighing of what's right and wrong, what's good or bad, put all of that aside and just try to understand, where is this person coming from? What is their perspective? What are they feeling? What might a need be right now that they're experiencing right now? And try to listen to show empathy for them. So if they're sharing about the red squirrel, but then something comes out about kind of a conflict within their family with their spouse, saying, okay, I'm hearing that there's kind of frustration, or I'm hearing that you just want to be heard. I'm hearing that, connection is really important to you. I'm hearing that family time is really important to you. It sounds like this is kind of an adjustment, having everyone here without the soccer schedule and the work schedule and the school schedule. Having everyone here sounds like it's an adjustment, right? So listening with the empathy to try to better understand what they're feeling, what they're experiencing, and what their needs are. Yeah, Kim is sharing an experience that is never fun. It is never fun when you kind of have to serve the role of, I have to enforce or try to influence your behavior and try to change your behavior, because we don't have any control over anyone, right? We can't control what other people do, but with our communication, we're hoping we can convince them to change their behavior so it works better for the cabin right next to us. Yeah, those interactions are not fun. Also, when we're listening and we're listening to judge, we're listening to blame and point fingers, we're listening to find fault of who did what, where, and who was wrong through their story, or we're trying to listen to compare of who should have done this, who should have done this, who's better at that, who's worse at that. Or if we're listening to prove that someone is right, and that might be us that we're trying to prove is right, when we're listening in that way, we're causing disconnect between folks that we are interacting with. Okay, so now we have our listening to. Now we're going to transition. When we're listening, we want to practice these things, right, to build connection. Now, when we speak to build connection or disconnection, these are just a few examples, and it sounds like these are things that a lot of you are already aware of and identify as a core part of your role in your resorts. Is when we speak, we want to use language that connects us. So try to say, okay, instead of saying, you did this, you did that, you should do this, we can say, are you willing? Or this is what I heard, this is what I understand. Instead of saying you statements, we can make them I statements and make it about ourselves. Because as soon as we say you, the person takes literally what you're saying and saying, oh, they're applying this directly to me, and right now I need to weigh if that's true or false. And as soon as people are trying to weigh if it's true or false, they're not going to be listening to us, and they turn into being defensive and go into their amygdala, go into below the line, and they want to be right. When we speak to build connection, we're kind of speaking from our heart. We're speaking from our truth in a really honest, authentic way. We're using words, and we're recognizing that our words have long-term impacts. So even though the toilet's overflowing and running, We might have our moments where we're saying our words that we're saying. At the end of the day, when we're communicating with the household that's staying there, we want to let them know, you're taken care of. I'm so glad you let me know as soon as you did that this happened. It looks like the problem is solved. As soon as it looks like something's off, or if you hear something funny or something looks funny, you come get me, because I'm going to come over here and I'm going to take care of this for you, right? We want to have our long-term impacts with our words, recognize that what we say has a long-term impact. It's not just in the moment. People remember that, and they remember the feeling they had when you spoke to them. And we want to speak from I see and I hear, kind of like our observations and our senses. Like, hey, I'm noticing that your family's doing a lot better today. I'm noticing the kids are easygoing and they're interacting, the older ones and the younger ones. How are you guys doing today? Or I'm noticing that maybe you guys need some space as a family, like you and your daughters, you can go here. And if your husband wants to take a break and go fishing for the day, you can do that. I'm noticing this. What do you think? And when we speak, we want to do our best to stay away from language that compares ourselves to others, or others between each other. We want to stay away from never or always, because it kind of puts it in this rut of it's this or that. We want to stay away from shoulding or musting on people, or thinking about punishments that we want people to have, or judgments or labels, or diagnosing an issue, or creating demands. And the last thing that I want to share before we kind of going to switch over to kind of throwing some ideas in the chat is, when we ask someone if they're to do something, we can ask them, hey, would you be willing to do this? And people are more likely, when they answer this, not only say yes, but they're more likely to feel more positive about saying yes. Of actually, I'm checking and I am willing to do this and I can make it happen. Another thing is, when we ask someone to do something and say, I need you to do this, and we only give one way for it to be done, one option for it to be done, it's us demanding them to do that, which means that we, as the person that's asking that, are more tied to their response. So if they say, no, I'm not able to do that, it is more likely that we will be frustrated with them and say, excuse me, I told you I needed this to be done. Whereas if we let them, hey, I need this to be done. Does this work for you? Would it be better for me to ask another staff member, what time would you be able to do this by before 2 today? It provides options. So anytime that we are asking someone to do something and we provide options, or let them think of the best time to make it work or way to make it work, they are more likely to help out. So I think of it as, we want to find the flow of how do we create the flow of getting people to do things that are helpful for the whole, while also still giving them the choice in their own autonomy. Ooh, we have another person sharing an experience. Talk about something else. The strategy works almost every time, as long as it's a little bit launched from some little thing they said. It's a great calming conversation tactic, accompanying that something else with a related story from the paper or elsewhere is even better. People mostly forget about any of the negative stuff they originally spoke about. Some people just need to let it out. Yeah, and if you're willing to be that person to sit there and just let them say it, sometimes that's all they need, because they're able to, that's almost like the name it to tame it. They're able to put it out there. Someone's able to listen. You're getting a need met for them. They're feeling heard. They're feeling valued. They're feeling taken care of. So they're feeling good afterwards. Yeah, you're meeting their needs by doing that. Absolutely. All right, my friends. So now I'm actually going to take this down so I can see more of all of you. So I would love to hear now, I just want us to kind of brainstorm in the chat. I would love to hear from you guys. We're going to kind of brainstorm both for people that are coming and staying at the resorts, folks that your coworkers or your staff, and then for yourself or for your family. So actually we already did people staying at the resort. So why don't we dive into our staff? And for our staff, some of you guys, it might be your family. For others, your staff might be like hired employees, and there might be a hierarchical system where some people have more power than others. But I would love to hear from you guys in the chat for what are some needs that you think your staff members have. And it can either be staff like a workplace in general, or very specific. You might be thinking of a certain employee in the work environment. But I would love to hear from you guys, what is a need that you think your staff members have, and go ahead and share that in the chat. I'm going to share also, for people that have shared I find myself thinking about traditional gender differences in communication and listening. I think about that too. I thought about that for today because even today's topic, what we're talking about feelings, talking about needs, talking about being the listener, that there's stereotypes and gender roles of who is doing it and who isn't, or who's more comfortable and who isn't, and who is it okay for us to talk to or not talk to about in these situations. Yeah. And if you're someone who's comfortable to dive into those conversations, it doesn't matter your gender, go for it. Just go for it. And it's true that there's going to be some people that you really connect with and you can have those conversations with, and there's going to be some people that you can't, and that's okay. That's completely okay. Ooh, okay. Validation and praise for our staff. Yeah. Staff want to know, they want to feel like someone's seeing them and they're proud of them and they're seeing what they're doing and they're like, yep, you're doing a good job and we support you and we appreciate that. One of the challenges of staff and family is being visible on the grounds when not actively on the clock. Ooh, yeah, and trying to explain to other staff or guests that, hey, I'm not actually working while talking or walking or heading out for a run or enjoying the lake without shutting other doors. Yeah, you're serving how many different roles, and when people see you, they see you as the role of the owner or the staff member, and it's harder for them to see you as the role of a human who's going, they're on their off time and they're enjoying themselves, and you might need some privacy. And that's okay to let people know too, that, oh, right now I'm off the clock. I'm kind of taking care of my own things, and my own things might be just you taking care of yourself. If you go into the office, we got someone for you. Yeah, absolutely. I do a decompress with our cleaners after the day is done. I treat them with oh, yum, thank you. I treat them with the ice cream treat and let them talk about anything they want. Oh my gosh, Teresa, are you hiring? I would love that. When I worked at the resort, when I was in college in the summer, my friend and I would get ice cream every single day at the end of our shift. We loved it. I really appreciate that you're creating, I really appreciate that you're creating a deliberate space for people to kind of hash it out. And sometimes it might not feel like hashing it out because they might not be literally bringing up issues, but you know what, you guys, our brain is so malleable that if we have one interaction with someone where we feel like it was a little off, we start convincing ourselves that we can't trust that other person and that we don't like them. So having one interaction, even with an ice cream cone, having a positive interaction of we're able to laugh together. They laughed at the same joke that I laughed at. I liked their story. I like their earrings. It reminds us that we actually do like humans and we can trust humans. And it was just one situation where things were off. Sometimes that's enough to let it go, or we have to say, you know what, I care about you enough that I can talk to you and say, you know, when you said this to me today, would you be willing to say it differently next time? Awesome. Creating a welcoming space to do that. I love that. One challenge for me has been balancing staff's need for fun and play and my need to get stuff done. Yes. So Joanne, I'm going to be repeating one of our trainings that both Joanne and I joined earlier this week, of that oftentimes it's not our needs that are in conflict with each other, it's our strategies to get our needs met. So what is a way for us to include that fun and the play while we are getting stuff done? Or is it that we have very specific get stuff done time and very specific play time? And that depends on our interaction, talking with our staff, of seeing what works. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Kim, for sharing that. So if you want to read Kim's full story, it's there. But in summary, it's kind of like recognizing that we're paying folks, and sometimes we're kind of wondering, when are they using the advantage of not being seen right in front of us, and kind of taking their time and feeling that I might be being taken advantage of. That's something that I absolutely witnessed at my old job, and it was really frustrating when I worked in a resort, is noticing that and knowing that we had no control over those other people, and feeling frustrated that they also got paid more time than those of us that worked really fast because we were paid per hour. It's really tough. And it's really good that you're able to pinpoint, like, yeah, I I might feel taken advantage of. I feel kind of angry. I feel like something's not fair here. And oftentimes if we're feeling angry, it's because our body's letting us know that something's off, something's not right, something needs to change. Yep, absolutely. And also I invite you guys to let other people know about your needs as well. So talking with your staff of, I need to know what you guys are up to and I need to build trust. And so one way that we can do that and give them multiple options of, okay, we can build trust by either checking in, by you putting notes here, or by us just having a conversation. Sometimes just having a conversation with staff of, I'm starting to feel like I might be taken advantage of and I just want to let you know. That's enough for them to be like, oh, I need to make sure that this trust is here with my employer. Yeah. All right, my friends. So I'm looking at the time and I want to be respectful. And I know that we started off with extra time and I think I took a little bit more. So I want to wrap up this amazing event. I want to first let you guys know kind of a moment of gratitude and thanks for sharing. I love that we have so many resort owners in the area that are this passionate about creating not only wonderful physical, aesthetical experiences and activities for our families that are coming and vacationing here, but really investing in those relationships to bring people back, investing in your workers and investing in these relationships in a really honest and beautiful way. You guys care a lot for these families that are coming to stay with you. Not everyone cares like the way that you do for these folks. And that is such an asset and such a strength of this area. So thank you. All right, I'm putting into the chat, I have my contact information. I have both my Peacemaker Resources website, our website and my email. And I have my website as well for Bear Cloth and my contact info for Bear Cloth, my small business too. So if you guys want to contact me about communication stuff with staff interactions that you guys are having or want to address, or if you want to dive into marketing, I love marketing things. If you have any questions, feel free to pass along those questions. I would love to hear from you guys in the chat. What is one thing that you're taking away from today that maybe you're going to just use for yourself, or maybe you're excited to share, or maybe you're hoping to share with your staff? Also the needs list, you can share that with your staff and ask them like, hey, what are some needs that you have for today? What are some needs that you have for just working here in general? Those start some great conversations as well. Ooh, someone has a book recommendation, How to Market to People Not Like You, Kelly McDonald. Made me realize my foundation on personal base needs to grow in understanding. Oh no, it changed. Sorry, you guys are listening to me read out loud. It looks like Kim has a great book recommendation as well. Wonderful. Oh, thinking of restructuring staff meetings. Interesting. I want to hear what you're thinking for that. All right, my friends. Well, I want to thank you for having me. And feel free to contact me if you want to continue the conversation or if you want to throw some ideas out there. But I invite you to kind of challenge yourself to check in with yourself. Are you above the line, below the line, comfortable, uncomfortable feelings? And then try to create more spaces where people feel like they can communicate with you and how can we better meet each other's needs. All right, thank you all. I'm gonna pass over. Is it Kayla that I'm passing back to?
Thank you so much. This is so great. I love hearing about all of this and I could just soak it in. And honestly, your like first suggestion, like let's just take a breath, was everything. So thank you so much. Does anyone have last questions for Keela or anything before we run some vendor spotlight videos and take a little break? Any last questions? I think we're good. Well, thank you so much. Seriously. And Keela's in the Bemidji area, so gosh, I want to connect with you sometime. That would be wonderful. Okay, thanks so much. Bye. Okay, everyone. So we are going to go ahead and run some vendor spotlights. So if you have, I mean, now's a good time to, go fill up on that cup of coffee or anything like that. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so we can go through those. And then I sent the conference schedule out to everyone. So we'll pick back up again with Brad Parsons from the DNR. at 11:15. So you have a little bit of time to get some things done and go from there. So I'll go ahead and share my screen now. If anyone has any questions, feel free to contact me either in the chat, or you know what, I'll put my cell phone in the chat as well. And then if it's just easier to text. So I'm gonna go ahead and share some of these. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Scott from Viking Log Furniture. Today we're going to do a little walkthrough of our factory from the inside, showing you all the fabulous things that we do. I'm starting kind of going backwards today. This is our packaging area where we put boxes and all the beautiful products that we offer. Now, my employees are gone for today, so it's kind of empty, but this is going to be a quick little tour. We're heading over to the finishing area. Here you can see where we spray, seal, stain, and lacquer all the different products that we build. There's some tabletops, nightstands, headboards. From there, I'm going to take you to the special orders area where we pour some of our liquid glass and specialty products. This is a liquid glass buffet and a coffee table shaped in the state of Minnesota. Kind of a unique project we're doing for a specific customer. Most of you guys get futons from us. These are some of the futons and where we build them. This is the futon assembly area. These are ready to go but not finished. They're going to end up in the finishing room and get stained to color. From there, we go into our major assembly and woodworking area. And normally this is loud, but all my employees are gone again. But here we got all the different machines and equipment that help make our products beautiful. This is the frequency glue machine. There's some panels, some wood piles, bandsaw, table saw, wide belt sander, and a computerized router. You can see some of the other wood piles we have here. These are the logs that we start with to make the log furniture. From there, we're going to go across the yard. We're going to go outside. It's raining out today, so it's going to take a second, but bear with us. This is our warehouse where we keep all the finished products. As you can see, they're all packaged up and ready to go. We keep a large inventory, try to keep products on hand for people to buy. From there, we're going to head into our showroom. This is open to the public. It's where we display all of our rustic log and barnwood furniture products. It is open to the public, but you're welcome to come see it as well. And here you can see some of the futons, dining sets, pool tables, bunk beds, barnwood beds. Very unique products. We do a multitude of different things. Again, that was kind of a quick tour. I'm Scott from Viking Log Furniture. Please feel free to contact us if you need any kind of rustic furnishings.
Hello, CMR. This is Ted Burrington from APS. Recently, we released an application that can reduce your credit card fees by as much as 80%. And we offer that application on 2 new products. First, the A920 Pro. It's a wireless smart terminal, so you can take payments anywhere. Plus, with the built-in PL app, this terminal can reduce your monthly credit card fees by as much as 80%. Next is Anchor Point, a cloud-based POS solution that meets the needs of the hospitality industry. Some of the features include tools that can manage sales and cabin rentals. With Anchor Point, you have various hardware options. Plus, you can put a tab on your website for online reservations. And with our application, you can also reduce your credit card processing fees by as much as 80%. What does that mean for you? Lower credit card fees equals more profit. For more information, please contact me by phone, text, or email. I'm here to help.
Your resort is a place for people to kick back, relax, and enjoy the great outdoors. And you strive to provide your customers the best experience possible. Believe it or not, your website should provide that same great experience. To ensure your customers can discover you, find the information they need, and have a seamless experience booking their next great vacation, your website needs to be up to date with the latest features and functionality and design. Pinnacle Marketing Group designs effective websites that are mobile-friendly, search engine optimized, provide Google Analytics, and include features such as event calendars, photo video galleries, booking integrations, and more. You will also have a dedicated account manager to assist with monthly updates and monitoring to ensure your site stays up to date and secure. In addition, Pinnacle offers a full suite of marketing and design services to help your resort attract new customers and maintain the relationships you already have. Make sure your customers' experience is truly the best from start to finish. Contact Pinnacle Marketing Group today.
I will be your moon. You will be my sky. And I promise I will follow you until the end of the line. Ooh, ooh. And I will be your flower if you will be the bee. And I promise I will always give you the sweetest parts of me. 'Cause you're the tip to my top, the key to my lock. You're my breakfast in the morning. You're my up to my down and the cream of my crown. And you're everything I want. You got that sweet, sweet, sweet honey sugar. And I want it sweet, sweet, sweet. I love to wake up in the morning, but keep dreaming without wording. The day is gone. And sometimes I take a walk, but I forget about the clock. I can slow down. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on laughing. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Whoa, lie in the sun. Now I've been to many places and won so many races. I was a child, yeah. Now my only one is now, and my only. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on laughing. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun.
for a simple, effective way to streamline operations at your family resort? Introducing ResStream. Our easy-to-use reservation software and online booking engine allows you to track all details of guest reservations and historical purchases while simplifying the booking process online. Save hundreds of hours every year. Features include automated rebooking, weekly rates, Saturday to Saturday arrivals and departures, 24/7 support, and more. Schedule your demo today.
Okay. A few years ago, the Lake Vermilion Resort Association approached me and they said, Shane, we've searched for years and have not yet found a solution that works for all the resorts on Lake Vermilion. So together, we developed Cabin Key Search, a flexible turnkey solution powerful enough for entire lake associations. Guests can search across all the resorts on a lake. Each resort enjoys rich media listings, accurate pricing, real-time availability, and custom controls for online booking. We continued to build a booking and management system for individual resorts. Minnesota resorts are unique, and as such, you need a solution built to meet those needs. Cabin Key Booking provides online booking, powerful rate calculations, guest management, deposits, boat rentals, and channel integrations, just to name a few. With Cabin Key, there's nothing to install. Use your mobile phone, tablet, or desktop. So go to our site, cabinkeyapp.com, and get in touch.
I'm Ross Coyer, Minnesota resort sales agent and 5th generation Northern Minnesota resort owner. When it comes to operating and staying on the cutting edge of Minnesota resorts, you can trust that my experience, along with the expertise at Minnesota Resort Sales, is exactly what you need when buying or selling your Minnesota resort. Let us guide you through all the benefits of the Minnesota resort lifestyle.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. We are running a little bit ahead of schedule. So your education committee is trying to piece together how we can fill a little bit of time so we're not on break for so long. So we decided we're going to do, why not, a Cracker Barrel where we connect with everyone. So I've actually made every person a panelist, which is the only way to make sure that you can have your video on. So if you have questions, you need anything, perfect. Hi, start seeing faces. Yes, start turning your videos on. You are in charge of your own mute buttons and unmute buttons. So if you have any background noise, yeah, I'll leave that up to you. You can change your view. If you click on my screen, it's the top right. You can change to gallery view and then you're able to see everyone. Oh, it's so good to see faces. This was a good idea. I tend to be like, no video, but there were some panelists like, yeah, let's turn video on. So I think that was a great idea. So like I said, everyone right now has the ability to turn their video on. I will leave that up to you. if you do that or not. My husband is standing behind me with a bagel that I desperately want to eat. So I'm going to let you all, Joanna's going to take it from here and Mike's going to take it from here, helping field questions. But this is for all of us just to ask each other how we're doing and what we're doing. We'll also have another Cracker Barrel after the DNR at noon. So definitely save some of those questions too, or maybe we'll repeat as well for some of those new resorters we set aside for them. And then we have a resorter panel Cracker Barrel later at 3:15 as well. So lots of opportunities. So yeah.
Hey, Kayla, this is Clint. I want to throw one shout out real quick. Go Beavers. They took down #1 Wisconsin yesterday in hockey.
That's what James said. He went and watched it with another resort owner. He said it was a good game.
Good.
I review. Hey, Joanna, could I ask you about your staff meetings and what you're thinking about?
Oh, yeah.
Because, last year due to COVID, we actually didn't have that issue because we were trying to separate our staff and they certainly cleaned more efficiently. Thank God, because we had a lot of staff that did not come back last year due to COVID. They were making too much on unemployment. So it was a real struggle last year. So anyway, I know you've got 28 cabins and a whole different ball game at your place, but I'm just curious how you handle that.
Yeah, sure. I'll talk about that for a minute. My head was going in a bunch of different directions listening to Keela. We had some staff, I want to use the word conflict, Josh is over here, last year. And we didn't have the issue that they didn't come back, but I guess we noticed, I don't know, maybe from using Keela's words, we noticed like our needs and their needs were different. So for us, the frustration was we were so diligent in COVID because we thought if somebody got quarantined, we were just really up a creek without a paddle. If our whole staff went down or if any of us owners went down. So we were trying to be so cautious. And so we put in some pretty strict rules. They live on site here, some of them. So we feel like we have a lot of control over the free housing we give them. So we made some really strict rules. They didn't like them. And that felt really tough. It felt like, that was really tough. And I think our needs were diverging, right? Our need for safety, their need for fun, they're in college. And so we had some issues there. And I think maybe listening to Keela, Josh and I were like, I think we'll maybe be more open and upfront about our needs and their needs and just let them know, so like bringing that into the conversation, that's what we were thinking of. And then probably more frequent than we do. We do a Saturday meeting, but of course, Saturdays, we all know are like the busiest, busy day. So we just cram it all in. It's only task focused. We don't really connect. We just blah, 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 try to get through the list. And I know that's not the most effective way to create community. So
we struggled too, because we tried to get 3 or 4 crews going, and Ryan, for several years, he felt it was incredibly important to have those initial meetings at the beginning of the day to kind of assign whatever. And what we found was people were kind of coming and going. They're coming in late, and then they were interrupting the meeting, and they didn't hear the information, and it was just a real struggle. So, having gone away from that last year, I think was definitely more efficient. It certainly wasn't a good way to get overarching information to. I was thinking when you guys were talking, I'm thinking of maybe just creating just a simple, 1-page thing and just putting it on our bulletin board. When staff come in, they put we put messages there. That's where they mark their hours down. Maybe I'll just put some of the common things that we really would like them, please don't use your cell phone. Hopefully you're eating protein before you come to work so you have energy. Take your 25-minute break. Make sure you take that. But, if I emphasize we're only wanting 20 minutes to a half an hour for a break, that will give them permission, but also give them a time frame, which I think we were lacking before. So that lingering of, lunch hour just kind of, oh my God, it crept and crept and crept. And it really felt taken advantage of those years. So I bet nobody else is having those issues probably because everybody else has got like 2 or 3 people, right? But thank you for sharing.
One other thing, Kim, we did last year that was actually a COVID thing, but I think I'll keep it, is we have 5 crews that run on Saturdays. I started them, and it was to avoid the interaction for COVID. but it actually was way more positive. Now, so we focus on team building within these small teams instead of all together, because I just can't manage everybody. So we stagger started, and it gave me a moment, 10 minutes to connect with each group. And that was better because some crews were missing certain thing, but not another. So it ended up being more efficient in my 10 minutes with them. More connecting.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Cleaning crew. Ugh.
I have a question related to employees. If this is a Cracker Barrel. Housing, Joanna, you mentioned that you house them. How many people actually house employees, like a dock boy or whatever, that are kind of a full-time employee? What problems have you had? What should we, because I'm thinking of doing this, buying a trailer and hopefully getting somebody up from Minneapolis or something like that. Talk about that a little bit, please. Anybody that does that.
We did last year because we were so we were so worried about paying people with COVID and stuff. So we ended up having a friend like in exchange for housing. I mean, we still paid him, but that was just like part of it. And it was great. We're doing it again this year. We actually still have staff living with us this winter, which was kind of unexpected. But one issue that I connected with Joanna on is like, he's a single guy. So, I mean, do you set up rules where they can't be in relationships with guests? I was not expecting that one, and we ran into it. What is Josh doing?
He's doing the half like, ooh, ooh, ooh.
So we ended up having, I mean, this guest didn't know boundaries very well anyway. But like they're making out in our basement, like that's our house. So James is like, no, texted him like, get out, this is inappropriate. But we didn't lay down those ground rules ahead of time. So, and he's a grown adult, Anyway, sidebar, but that's one thing, boundaries and rules with guests.
Also,
wait till it's your kids.
Oh my God.
If you're housing them, does that obviously maybe that has some effect on the amount that you pay them, or I don't know how to justify
I don't
that.
want to take up this. Is anybody else housing staff? I can talk on this unless somebody else wants to.
Perfect.
No one else is crazy enough. I do understand that. There are pros and cons to this housing staff. I think Kayla brings up a really good point. You got to set the ground rules ahead of time and the expectations very firmly. We have not housed like grown adults like she's talking about. That might feel like you don't need the rules. You probably still do, but we house mostly college students. So it's really easy to go parent mode on them, in my opinion. So yeah, we make really strict rules about
guest interaction.
Who can be in there? Can they drink in there? If they're 21, all that has to be addressed. What their expectations are on and off the clock. That living on site has some expectations of working outside of their clock hours if they're going to live here. We don't charge. Our housing for the staff are pretty old cabins. They've been there since, they're old. So they're not like these brand new buildings that are built. So we don't charge them. They don't have internet. They don't have cable. They're like kind of glamping. And then, yeah, did I say we don't charge them for it? We don't pay that. We pay them the same. We don't adjust for that. We are considering building a new staff housing place, and I'm going to rephrase it. We will charge or change pay once it's a new building. But I think you just have to be really, really upfront with your expectations.
With all staff too.
Yeah, all staff, but especially when they're living on site.
Joanna or Tom, have you tried work campers, or has anyone else tried work camping situations where that has been successful? I've tossed around that idea too. We have only 4 campsites. Maybe Joanna, you don't have campsites.
Right. No.
That's not an issue for you, but I remember Tom Osell talking about that being a godsend for him up at the Boundary Waters, because talk about a rural area where you don't have a pool of people to pull from. you just connected up with retired people who were from Texas or wherever, and they came up for a summer. He said the advantages were that you typically had an older crowd who were dedicated, that would do the work, that were experienced. They had natural tendency to flow with guests. The downside is these people also tended to want to do different things every summer and see the country. So you might just train them, but they'd only be there for a season. So if that's worth anything. Guess not.
Joanna, I got a question on when you have those kids on site, when they're, I'm assuming they have set hours. And then do you find that like if something comes up outside of those hours that you'll reach out and have them do things basically off the clock? Does that happen?
You know, we do, yes. And that has been a big benefit for us. So like if we're eating dinner with the kids and someone wants a motor, we can delegate that and not go away from our family. And they have been really open. We've kind of laid that expectation to begin with, but we also tell them if you feel like you're being asked to do a bunch and that's adding up, you know, clock those hours in because we don't want, you know, them to feel taken advantage of. But they do very willingly do lots of stuff for us.
Yeah.
That's kind of was my thought with having, you know, kind of the lodging piece of it. Look, we're letting you stay here. There's going to be times that you're going to have to get a boat ready or I think from our earlier conversations on the sidebar, toilet unplugged. And you're not necessarily be at a clock, but I would, that's interesting. So
yeah, that's been a pro for us.
Yeah, we have not done it at all. And like Tom, I'm kind of like you, I've been kicking it around because I do have a piece of property that I could do that on. Just really reluctant to go that route yet. So we got about another 15 minutes yet. Hey, Casey, good to see you.
So anybody that has any questions, even if you don't have your video on, feel free, jump in.
Mike, I was gift marked for you.
What was that?
I was gift marked for you. You gather okay?
Yeah, yep. So
it was 2 very long days for me.
Yeah, it was different this year. Several of our vendors weren't there. So we did a bunch online ahead of time. So we really only did it in one day this time. So
lucky
are they having the show that they normally have up in, was it Grand Rapids or that Northern Lakes, or they call the Northern Show or something? We've never gone to that.
Here for just a little while, but I don't think it lasted long.
Okay.
That was one down by Brainerd, but
I have a weird thing to throw out there. We're making a new swim platform and we could use some used poles for docks. Does anybody have some used ones or know of a resource that we could go and get some cheap poles for our docks? I think we need about 4 or 6. Okay.
Well, Reamer Dock would be the place that I would go in Reamer. They have all kinds of raw metal supplies that you can go there and just purchase directly from them. They purchase in bulk. I think you get a better price than if you're trying to, you know, the only other place that I would usually go is Menards because they have those pipes are the same pipe, but Reamer Dock and Reamer.
Thanks, Tom.
if you just need a few pieces, definitely go for Reamer. They pass on their steel price. Whether they build a dock for you or you buy the steel from them, it's basically the same price.
Huh.
Kind of an odd place. We just bought 3 new roll-ins for this year from them, so.
Really?
Yeah, 5 slip, 6 slip, something like that. I don't know, big bill. But there's a place down North Minneapolis that does just bulk steel. But for only 4 or 6 pieces, it doesn't really work. We've done that in the past, take the big trailer and go down there and load up, 5 years worth of stuff, but that's long and annoying day too.
I can't believe we don't have any old things lying around, because we have a lot of crap lying around, like I suppose other people do too. I was grateful we got rid of some of the steel, the steel infrastructure of some old docks that we had sitting around for 20 flipping years. Finally got that hauled to the dump last fall. Anyway, the endless task of
I was gonna say, Mike and Linda, you guys have campers that stay there that then they work for you, is that right?
Yeah, we've had a few. Yep.
Okay, how's that worked out? We were just talking about that a little bit earlier, and with utilizing campsites and.
Well, it works great. We took existing. Yeah, I mean, they were already staying here, and then they ended up working for us. That usually is what happened. The big thing is to set your boundaries up ahead of time. So one thing we did, Mike's dad did in the past, was they got free rent, and
We don't do that anymore.
we don't do that anymore. So that didn't work out so well, because, you know, rent goes up. And so what used to be free rent 25 years ago or 30 years ago is not equating to the same. So that's the one thing I recommend, is just make sure you have clear boundaries. But other than that, they're the hardest workers. They're so loyal.
Honest, yeah.
Honest. You can trust them. You know, we could always just know that our resort was in good hands. So.
So
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead, Teresa.
I was just going to say that we have been contemplating making an old trailer house site into a campsite, and we have chosen to offer it to somebody who is a frequent guest here that has been looking for property. So, and we were just thinking of offering it to them, but then they brought up the idea of, well, could we work off the rent? So again, so I'm listening and hearing that the boundary idea is the best way to go on this.
Just make sure what you set up, you can live with forever, because things change. We had a situation where we had a manager come on that worked for us, and we gave her a spot, and you know, a few years down the road, then it didn't work out so well.
Yeah.
So then you're faced with that situation. And that's why you want to approach every situation knowing that at any point it could end. And so you have to have an out clause.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we'll, we're going to hash it out with them this summer when they're here. So we'll see what happens then.
Just curious, Linda and Mike, what are your top 3 things that you regret not putting a boundary about? I got the rent. Are there 2 other things you can think of off the top of your head that you wish you would have put in a few years ago, just to help those of us out who are contemplating this topic?
Well, you know, there's a lot of things. Do you have something to say, Mike?
Well, the one couple we had working for us retired. They both were retired postal workers, and they didn't shoot us, so we're good.
Yeah.
So, but as they get older, you know, Jerry was 60 when he retired, and you can do a lot when you're 60, but now when you're 80, you can't do the same job. It was an issue.
So how did you handle it, or what did you wish you would have done when he started? Put like a parameter of how many hours that
Right. We should have just put them hourly instead of giving them rent. Because then when you can't do the job, you're not putting in the hours, you're just not getting the hours. And they were getting their rent.
And we were paying them for their work.
Yeah. So
I would be clear about their duties and about their time. And you know, we just had to grandfather them in until they could no longer work for us. And we felt, well, you know, they put in so many good years. They were awesome people. So they were, you know, awesome in their time. And so we just thought, well, you know, I guess it's a way to honor them as being older and retiring, you know, and they're now no longer with us. But that's what I would just encourage, is just, so that's one, you know, Lunch breaks. I saw someone talking about that earlier too. You know, we pay them through the break. So just making sure if you're gonna do that, that you're, you know, that you're comfortable with what you stick with, because you can never, ever go back. Raises, they got raises every year. And so now they're working for us 30 years and we're still giving them a raise. And, you know, those are things to think about, you know, what you do today.
Hey guys.
Anyway, so.
Thanks for sharing, Linda. That's fantastic information. We were really craving that specificity about that type of thing, because I think we've all probably contemplated that. For here too, we've got 4 campsites and 2 of them are really not rented very well. So I really tossed around the idea of work campers and connecting up with that program online. So
They're great workers and they're very responsible. They take on the place like it's their own.
Right.
In that sense, it's great. And they're, you know, they've had a career and a life and this is their fun job. So they enjoy it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious out there, how many of y'all have that full-time or part-time, not manager, but more than a grunt, you know, that maintenance-y type person? We've got 3 cabins that are located right in the middle of our world. We own land around them. And when we buy those things, nobody wants to rent them for the summer because they're not on the water and all that. So we're trying to find a use for them that makes some kind of sense. I'm just wondering how many out there have that maintenance type person who lives on site or is there all the time anyway.
That'd be my husband.
We don't, our on-site staff probably doesn't do that maintenance piece like you're talking about, Casey. They're maybe that, I think you said the word grunt, like maybe more that, you
Somebody
know,
more than a grunt, but
yeah,
not
they
quite
do a
to
lot
where
of
you can run the
activities
place, you know?
and like groundskeeping, but like, they don't fix stuff in the cabins or I
Okay.
suppose they fix some things specifically like dock sections or stuff, but
But they're just our standard employees.
yeah.
Okay.
Hey, can you guys hear me? This is Kim over at Pine Beach.
Yep, we can, Kim.
Okay, I'm on safe driving mode, but I figured out how to at least listen the whole time. I'm out dealing with the driveway because we've gotten a lot more snow than what they thought, and I've got some check-ins today. We've done the camper and live on site thing, and when I can find somebody, it's been wonderful. But one of the things I'd add to some of the things that everybody's already talked about is we put in half their time flex time with here's your list of what's to be covered during your flex time. That way, if it's a really great calm day and there's a boat available and they want to go out fishing, they can. The weed whacking still gets done. And then I have hours that are concrete. Please clean the pontoons. The shower house needs to be checked by this, time in the morning. So just throwing it out there, it's worked well for me. I wish I could find somebody for this season, but I haven't yet.
Same thing we're hitting into, tons of applications. Nobody show up to work though.
I didn't hear that last part, sorry.
We've had just dozens and dozens of applications roll in, but maybe 1 in 10 shows up for the interview, and half of the ones that show up for the interview don't show up for their first day of work. It's the unending unemployment that's screwing us at this point. I mean, nobody shows up to work.
So not to change topics, but I'm just wondering how ice is on everybody's lake. Mine is still pretty solid on my lake. Yours is pretty thin. Okay. We've had some swans and geese flying over. So honk, honk, honk. They're waiting as anxiously as we are to get ice out. I suspect that our ice out will be, I don't know, 3 weeks early anyway? I don't know about you guys. 4 weeks?
I'll say. Yeah, we only maxed out, I think we had 25 inches was the most we had. On a good year, we should have had 48 or so inches. And I think we're down to, last guy who went out a week or two ago, he had 16 inches, so going quick.
And surely they're not allowing ice houses. Surely all the ice houses are off the ice, I'm assuming.
I don't know like they are anyways, but there's always that one guy who, you watched one guy years ago, literally plowing water with his Tahoe, trying to get his ice house off the lake in time. That was humorous.
I'm glad it was humorous and not fatal, because you're always hearing about one guy.
Yep, we did that this last fall. There was one of the neighbors across my bay, and half the bay is still open water, and they're 20 feet from the edge. And I'm looking at all my diving gear, wondering if I should get it ready or not. And luckily, they didn't go in, but I was going to charge them an arm and a leg if I had to go in after them. I did not enjoy that kind of cold water.
Hey, since we're talking a little bit about ice and ice fishing, Jennifer Bateman, Lake Country Resort Sales, used to own a resort, now I sell them. I'm curious to know if anybody this last winter did ice castles to go. So you buy an ice castle in the fall, you have it at your resort, people come to your resort, hook it up to their truck, take it wherever they want to go, whether it's Winnie or Red or, you know, Lake of the Woods, wherever, use it for the weekend, deliver it back to you. We have one resort that started that. They literally bought a brand new ice castle in the fall, rented it out all winter long. And now in the spring, he sold it. And there's such a demand for these ice castles that he sold it for $300 less than what he bought it for. You know, and so now he doesn't have to pay for the thing, and he'll probably buy another one in the fall. And I just think that's brilliant. So, you know, it's like easy ice like? He said that the resort insurance covered that, because that was my first question to him. He said the resort insurance covered it.
Which company does he have? I'll switch to his, because I don't mind.
You know, you can buy it. You can buy his resort if you want. He owns a resort. But see, that way he can, you know, he can get some money, and he doesn't have to maintain a road. He doesn't have to, you know, I don't know. It just seemed like a pretty good idea. So I'm just throwing that out there for other people that have ice fishing. You know, if you live in ice fishing territory, might be something to think about.
I know, Casey, you said something about insurance. What is that? What you meant is where does insurance? Yeah. Because I think I talked to y'all earlier that we bought a water slide, and I found out that our insurance company will drop us if they find out that we have a slide in the water. So I asked a resort or buy us here, because I know they have a slide. So I've been checking around with different insurance companies that allow slides. Anybody else have a idea of who they would recommend to chat that with?
It's tough, no matter who you go to. Even our guy, we started 20 years ago with the water trampolines, and every year when we add a piece, we have to take a picture of it, exactly what the piece is, where it's going to go, how deep the water is. If I forget to tell them about one single piece, if anything does happen, we're dropped the next day. So I was asking her about who his insurance company was, because I know my guy, if I was saying, yep, hey, hook onto this thing with your truck and drive all the way up to Red Lake with it, he's not going to cover that ice castle way up on Red Lake off property. So
we have auto owners through Pine Insurance, and as of late, the last couple of years, it has not been any issue as far as what we have in the water. We had a bouncer, and we got rid of that one. We got a new one this year. I've also got like this jungle gym thing, and it doesn't add any additional to the insurance. So check with Dan at Pine Insurance.
That's great, because
he's also one of our associate members as well.
All right, thank you.
His contact information, Teresa, is listed on the CMR website.
Yep.
Along with the other associate members who are insurance carriers.
Yeah, I think somebody had recommended him as well. So another thing is if anybody uses Fun Bugs, we have 2 for sale.
Really?
Yeah.
I might be interested.
Okay.
How do you have Fun Bugs for sale? Did you stock up when
They
Oh,
just don't get used. We kept them on the dock, and we're at the side of the lake where it's just seems always windy here, so they're too hard to use. So we're trying something different.
I'll hook up. Well, we are about 1 minute out, it looks like, from Brad, and I see that he is signed in, but I've been trying to text him in the chat. And oh, good, he's just not chatting with us. So, but he's
Yep, sorry, I didn't have the chat up. I didn't.
Oh, please, I'm so grateful. Yay! Maybe we
No
should.
worries.
Let me give you a quick intro, and then let's start talking about fisheries, if you guys don't mind, because I suspect that we are going to have a number of questions for you, sir. So. I feel very, very honored to have you come speak to our group. We really genuinely appreciate it. For those of you on the webinar who don't know, pretty much all the fisheries reports and information around the state gets funneled up to this guy. He's like, hail to the chief guy. So a really good one to give us a macro perspective. And the last time he spoke to our group was a couple of years ago. I believe it was on the walleye topic on Mille Lacs, when that was such an initial controversial issue. And what I recall from that information that you presented, it was wonderfully articulate, and it was so freaking complicated. I mean, I really got how complicated and how many variables were involved. And I don't even like to fish. And I was riveted by the information that you presented. So I really appreciated that. And I didn't realize until I was going to do a little intro for you that you were, you've been involved with a citizen-based walleye work group. You've done all kinds of, walleyes are kind of it sounds like a real passion for you. So what I was hoping that you could talk to our group about today is this legislative piece that was introduced a few weeks ago about bag limits of walleye being statewide brought down from 6 to 4. I know that that was, we understand that that was a legislation created topic. But during our event a couple of weeks ago, CMR does a Day on the Hill event every year, and we had meetings with legislators over a 2-day period. And this legislation piece kept getting talked at us, and we were asked continually, what is our stance as a group? What is our opinion on this legislative piece? And all we could say is that as a group, we don't have a stand, because we had people who had opinions kind of all over the place. So we would love to get a macro perspective from, you know, is it true that the walleye numbers are down statewide because of technology or record number fishing licenses or yada, yada, yada? And would this legislation maybe help that, you know, provide an impact or not? So thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us. We appreciate it.
Sure. Well, your introduction was very kind. Thank you. I want to let people know, I think some of you know who I am and a little bit of my background. I started with the DNR. I've been with the department, and it'll be 35 years in August. Started in Waterville for a brief period, and then I spent almost 25 years out in the Glenwood, Alexandria area. And so that's really where I met my wife. She's a Starbuck native, and my kids grew up there until we moved down here to the cities when I left the research side and went into the management side. And then it'll be 3 years in July. I was lucky enough, sometimes I don't feel so lucky, frankly, having this job, but it's been fascinating. And you know, when I was a regional manager, it was a different ballgame where I could, if people were talking about, like, say, Vermilion or Lake of the Woods or something, I could just kind of listen as a science person. But now I have to know a little bit about everything. And I really rely on the staff out there. Our staff are super dedicated. They're really knowledgeable. And I'll probably say it a couple times during this, but if you have a question about fishing, always start at your local area office. They really are the experts. When I was in research in Glenwood, I spent a lot of time talking to lake associations because I was doing research, and it was primarily walleye research. I did a lot of walleye stocking. I know a couple years ago I met one of you who was on Lake Mary. That was one of my first study lakes, with Mary, Ida, and Miltona. Then I did some statewide walleye stocking information. So that's a little bit of my background, and I also did quite a bit of work on bluegills and crappies, primarily angler, what we call exploitation, which is basically the percentage of the population that anglers take out every year. We learned some really interesting things about historically the state of Minnesota didn't do when the winter walleye season ended, our creel surveys or angler surveys stopped. But we did them year round on bluegills and crappies, and it was fascinating. On Lake Lahamadou, March and April, over a third of the bluegills that were harvested out of that lake came out in those 2 months. And so we were missing a lot of that in the past. So, and I'm gonna get back to creel surveys as we talk about this walleye issue as well. So Kim, to answer your question, your first kind of question, no, I would not say that the walleye population around the state is in decline. I wouldn't go there. The other thing that we need to remember is that probably I need to get this number updated, but probably 3/4 to 80% of the walleyes that are caught in Minnesota are naturally reproduced, because and so our stocking program, while very important for the 75% of walleye lakes that wouldn't have walleye if we didn't put them in, but they're primarily smaller lakes. So we maintain a stocking program as well, but I think a lot of people tend to think that most of the walleye are there by the grace of the DNR, and they're not. They're by the grace of Mother Nature, and that's why we do an awful lot of monitoring, because we have to know what's going on. And when we run into problems on a lake, you mentioned Mille Lacs, it's usually because of recruitment. And recruitment is there's two things to remember. There's reproduction, that's the walleyes getting together and doing their thing in the spring. And then there's recruitment, which is the survival of those fish from the egg to the fry through their first summer up to, and 6-7 inch fingerling in the fall. And then they have to get through their first winter. And so when we have issues, it's usually either a reproduction issue or a recruitment issue. Mille Lacs was never a reproduction issue. We are able, and we've done this on many other lakes, if we stock fry, we can soak them in oxytetracycline, which puts a little mark on their ear bone. So, when you're talking a fish that's yay big, that's the only way to mark them is by immersion. And then we look at the ratio of marked to unmarked fish when we do samples later in the year. We can tell how many are out there. So that was never the issue. Now, on some other lakes, that has been the issue. Back in the day when the Red Lake fishery was in very, very bad shape, we weren't getting enough even reproduction because the walleye population was so low. So we were able to jumpstart that by stocking fry, and then it came back, and now red is just flourishing again. It's a tremendous fishery right now. It set a record on winter pressure this year. So, no, I would not say that our walleye populations around the state are in decline. What we are seeing, though, and you alluded to this, Kim, as well, is higher fishing pressure and also more effective fishing pressure. The electronics that are out there these days are just unbelievable. As someone who doesn't even own a flasher, when I go ice fishing, I don't even use a flasher, but I'm going to change because I keep getting outfished by people who have them. But it's amazing. And last year, and I've gotten this question many times, are we going to do something because of all the fishing pressure from last year? I was actually just on a meeting with Representative Eklund from International Falls a couple of days ago. And he talked about, and I heard this from Kevin Peterson up there as our area soup as well, that pressure on Rainy this year was probably a record. We didn't have a angler survey this year on Rainy. Like I said, Red Lake set a record this winter in pressure. Last year, Mille Lacs set a record at over 3 million hours, and Lake of the Woods hit 3 million hours as well. And it's not just our big lakes. I would imagine that many of you saw that on your businesses this year. And one of the really interesting things, when the pandemic hit, fishing license sales skyrocketed, and that was because there was something safe and fun that people could do. We did expect, however, to sell fewer non-resident licenses because we didn't think, given the way things were going, people weren't going to travel. Well, that turned out not to be the case either. I mean, both our resident and non-resident sales by the end of the year were over 10% higher. So we sold at least 100,000 more licenses last year than we had the previous year, and the highest in 20 years. It's one of the things to remember is that in general, Minnesota, we're doing a lot better than most other states, but there is a general decline in hunting and fishing license sales over time. Minnesota, we're bucking that trend really pretty good in fishing, but it's still there. The other thing for us to remember is that with population increasing, if we're selling the same number of licenses, it's about relevancy. You know, how relevant is the work we do to the broader public? And that's one of the things that we're trying hard to explain to people, is that by managing fish and their habitats and the water, we're providing a service for all people as well. Clean water is good for fish, and clean water is good for people. So to get to the 4 fish limit, this is something that has been really talked about for it came up about 6-7 years ago in our citizen walleye work group. And that's a group of folks who from all around the state, some are guides, some are just avid anglers, some run tournaments, etc. But just a real good group of people, real knowledgeable folks. And this started coming up from them because of what we were seeing in terms of not only more fishing pressure, but the effectiveness of people. You know, you think back if you have a GPS now, you can get to what I used to call in my bass fishing days, the spot on the spot. You know, you didn't have to line up with the water tower in the high school. You know, you can go right there. These new electronics are amazing. And can we prove that reducing the walleye limit from 6 to 4 will benefit Lake X? No, we can't. But there's a lot of logic that we're working off of here, and why we supported Senator Ruud's bill. Senator Ruud from Brainerd introduced it, and it was not a DNR bill. She did introduce it, but we decided to support it. And it's very hard for us to really bring a ton of science to this. We can bring some. And part of the problem is that as we've gone through budget reductions over time, one of the things that really got eliminated was krill surveys on smaller lakes, medium-sized lakes. You know, well, I mentioned Marietta and Miltona, those kind of lakes, or even we got krills now going on, like on Washington Lake down near Mankato, for instance. Those locally important fisheries, but not our large lakes. We have to do our large lakes. Sometimes for we have agreements with Ontario on Lake of the Woods and Rainy to make sure we don't overfish those. We have agreements with, we have court order things with Red Lake and with Mille Lacs Band. There's also some tribal interest on Vermilion is another one. So we have to do krill surveys on those lakes. But fortunately, and this really only started about 3 years ago, we were able to get, it's called a change item through, where we can do more of these krill surveys. That's what we need to rely on to say, because I think most of you know that very few people actually go out there and catch a limit of walleyes on a given day, unless you're on a really good lake. We did, there's Ottertail Lake was a good example. There were some krills done in the 90s, and it was up, some years it was up to 15% of the people that were keeping more than 4 fish per day. So that's probably enough to make a difference on that particular lake. Can I say that is the case on Bald Eagle Lake here in the Twin Cities? No, I cannot, because I don't have a krill survey. So there's other social aspects to this as well. Virtually all of our large lakes, with the exception of Winnie and Cass, and it was Pepin until this year, by the way, we just changed our border water regulations with Wisconsin, and that now has a 4 fish limit as well. Already have a 4 fish limit. And people, we have not seen anything to suggest that the tourism is changing on any of those lakes. As a matter of fact, like we said with Rainy this year, it was the highest we've ever seen it. And a lot of the winter stuff, Red, because fishing can be so good, sometimes has a 3 fish bag limit, and people still flock there. So, but the reality is that we don't know what fishing pressure is going to continue to do. We do know that electronics are getting better. We do know that social media puts people on a hot bite more often. You know, the fish start biting on some lake, and you know, you can have 20 people there, you know, within an hour if you reach out to them on social media. So these things do happen, and there are situations. We do think we will preserve some fish this way for the future. We do also acknowledge, though, that it's going to be very hard for us to measure. The other thing is that this will help with some consistency. You know, you've got Lake Mille Lacs. That's a bad example. You've got Vermilion Lake that has a 4-fish limit, and right across the road you can have another small lake that has a 6-fish limit. So there's some simplicity and some things we've heard that from people. The other thing that I've been hearing from a lot of guides is that people, their customers generally, what they want to do is catch a lot of fish and then have enough for a meal. And that's really about it. You know, the days of loading up your freezer and then forgetting, and then 2 months later having a bunch of freezer burned fillets, those seem to be going away. People are more likely to just keep what they're going to eat fresh. And I think that's a good thing. Plus, we've added other harvest opportunities, for example, with northern pike, that you can keep a lot of small pike as long as you are in the north central zone, for instance. So there's other opportunities for people to keep fish. And finally, the other states around us, and Ontario for that matter, all have limits lower, daily limits lower than ours. Now, granted, they have possession limits that are a little higher, but you know, we're not seeing it. We're not seeing this mass exodus of people going to these other states or provinces because they can keep more fish. You know, like I said, our license sales are doing well. People, so I'm kind of talking myself into a circle here. I'm gonna try and wrap this up, and then I want to open it up for questions, both on that and on other issues that you would like. So we do support the bill. We acknowledge that there's a large social aspect to this, that it's not just a biological problem that we're trying to solve. We're trying to be proactive in the face of, well, when I say we, I mean, it's because we're supporting this bill. I can say that. It's not, but again, I'm hearing from guides that their customers, when they ask them, their customers are fine with it. Several members of our walleye work group, they do seminars or hold tournaments around the state. What they're telling me is that 85 to 90% of the people they talk to, once they hear about it, they're supportive of it. They don't see a reason for a higher bag limit for the 6 fish as opposed to 4. So yeah, and we're getting some pushback. If you read the Outdoor News, a former employee of ours has written against it. I think his primary reason. Oh, okay. I was reading the chat. And frankly, I've got current employees who don't think we have the science to do this, and we should rely only on the science. But the reality is, fisheries management it involves fish, it involves their habitat, and it involves people. And we have to take that into account. We don't know what the future is going to be in fishing, but I can only imagine it's going to get easier to catch fish. Now, people they'll tell me, well, you still got to make them bite. But if you take one of the challenges of fishing out of the way, getting the fish to bite, we do believe that anglers are more effective than they used to be. And we think this is a proactive move. So that's why we supported that. There's several groups around the state. There's a Walleye Alliance in Brainerd. Nate Blazing, who's the head of theirs, he testified at the hearing that I was on this bill as well. So again, I think I'll stop there, and if you know, you could use the hand raise function, or people can just unmute or type something in the chat, or whatever you'd like to do.
Can you also address, Brad? So I spoke to my area fisheries manager in Park Rapids the other day because we were having a lot of questions come up about the walleye stocking last year due to COVID.
Yeah. Yep.
stopped, and I know that they're back up and running, I think. And I understand from him that the top DNR are just allowing area fisheries guide to make their own decisions about how to go back into the stocking. So I know that there were some concerns by some of us who, my lake, for instance, gets stocked every other year on the odd numbered years.
Mhm.
So it did not really affect me because this coming into 2021, I'm assuming that our lake will probably get stocked like normal. Some of my colleagues were supposed to be scheduled last year and didn't get the stocking. And so they were
Mhm.
wanting to know when they would get stocked, if they would be, if everybody would get stocked this year, or if they would just have to wait
Sure.
until their normal year. And if you have anything to share.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of both, really. And the other thing, we were able to stock some fish last year. We were able to buy some fish from the private sector, and then we went into our ponds and we ended up getting about 40,000 pounds out of our ponds, which was really quite good. But they're carryover fish, which are bigger, so you end up stocking fewer of them because we stock by the pound. But again, that survival rate on those fish is so much better. So a lot of lakes that are fry stocked we're gonna do some makeup, not everywhere. There's some places where it makes sense to try and go back and fill in. For example, if you would end up with, like, as you said, an every other year stocking, if you miss that one, you could have a 3-4 year gap in fish, and we don't want to see that. The other thing, it was really kind of cool. The other thing we were able to do this year, because we didn't stock fry in a lot of lakes, is we were able to check on natural reproduction in a lot of our lakes that we really hadn't been able to do for a while. And it was pretty good in a lot of places. Again, I spent so much time in the Glenwood Alex area that I know, like, for example, Lake Reno did very well. I think Mary as well. So we did that. So the bottom line is we're going to try and take more eggs this year and hatch more fry and do some of that makeup stocking. However, if any of you have ever been to one of our spawning stations, it's almost like a complicated choreographed dance. They're moving things around. And in order to be safe with COVID, we've had to put in some different protocols. So we're not certain that we're going to be as efficient. We may have to stay in a run longer than we normally do to get the same number of eggs. The other thing is, with this kind of early spring, sometimes that, and particularly low water, can do a number on our river runs where the fish run up. So we're hopeful. It's very, like I said, most walleyes in the state are naturally reproduced, but we really want to provide angling opportunities elsewhere if it's going to work, and that's what we do with stocking. We've cut back on stocking in some lakes. There was a group of about 250 lakes that about 10 years ago, we basically doubled the fingerling stocking rate. And after 10 years, we went back in to see, and about a third of the lakes, we decided to stay with the higher stocking level. About half the lakes, we went back to the normal stocking level, and the remainder, a lot of times we switched them over to fry stocking. So we're continually evaluating that. On our large lakes, where we get information every year, that's really easy to do. We can be very adaptive in our management. We have a great deal of information. Most of our lakes, though, we only get to them every 3, 5, and some even 10 years. When you get into an area like Otter Tail County or Grand Rapids, Itasca County, you get a lot of lakes. So, excuse me. Hang on, I got to mute quick.
Yeah. Well, everybody, please, if you've got some questions, Brad is here to answer all kinds of fisheries questions, not necessarily just walleye, although we'd be happy to stick with this topic. Please go ahead and unmute yourself. Just simply state what resort you're from and ask away, please.
There's a question in the Q&A from Sue and Scott at Pike Point Resort, and they ask, will the possession limit be higher if you drop the daily limit?
That is not currently in the bill. No. In the bill as it stands right now. And in some ways, I think that gets back to what I talked about earlier, and what I'm hearing from guides is that, people aren't as interested in I gotta have 6 fish in my freezer, or I gotta have twice the daily limit as a possession limit. I don't hear that. Minnesota is always, with the exception of yellow perch, and that's kind of a weird one. That with the exception of yellow perch, we always have the same daily and bag limit. Now, on some of our new sunfish regulations, like if we have 5 or 10, what we did decide to do on that one, on those individual waters that we're managing that way, is the possession limit will be the statewide possession limit, which is currently 20. So if you go to, I know Pymouche Lake, for instance, Ed Fusi, he's on, I've known Ed for quite a while. They have a 5 fish bag limit. That one's been on for quite a while, but we're planning to switch all of our sunfish possession limits. So you could go to the lake one day and keep 5. And then you could go back the next day and catch 5, or you could go to another lake that has a 5 fish bag and fish that lake. It's meant, and our enforcement folks support this, because really it's really hard for them to, once a person's off the lake, to enforce bag limits and possession limits. So they're supportive of that.
Gosh, anyone else have questions? We definitely have more time for them. So this is not my area of expertise. So please.
This is not mine either, but I'm kind of curious about the stocking facilities that you have. Are they typically off lakes or off rivers, or are they attached to the rivers, or attached, roughly how many facilities for walleye stocking do we have in the state? And do we have only facilities stocking walleye that are only in the state? We don't have any outside state stocking, correct? Okay.
No, we don't. There's about, we don't operate all of them every year, but there's about 12 hatcheries around the state. Our 2 biggest are in Waterville and in New London, but we also hatch eggs, for example, at Brainerd and at Bemidji and Park Rapids, and just all kinds of. And one of the reasons we do that is the genetics are very important to us. There's a walleye is not a walleye is not a walleye. For example, we can find genetic differences between fish within the different watersheds. For example, the Red River watershed, the Lake Superior watershed, the Upper Miss, the Lower Miss, et cetera. So there are genetic differences. And even individual lakes sometimes have their own genetic strain. For example, Mille Lacs has a very unique genetic strain of walleye in it, which when we did some experimental fry stocking a few years ago, we needed to get the fish right out of Mille Lacs. We couldn't take them from somewhere else. There's a really cool story going on in southern Minnesota right now. There's a handful of lakes down there, and Lake Sarah is the most famous down there in the Windham area, where we always stocked walleyes in there. I mean, we just stocked them. And then we started looking, and all the fish had a certain genetic strain, what we call the Lower Mississippi River strain. And that dates back to, there was only a few years where we did a walleye run out of the Waterville area on the Cannon River system. Those fish have persisted. They're spawning. They're naturally spawning. And this is in southern Minnesota, and where a lot of times, a lot of our lakes don't have good natural reproduction. But the genetics of these fish is very clear, and there's something different about it. We also have what we call our Crow Wing River strain, which is kind of that Spicer, Candy, Ojai County area. So that's really fascinating stuff. And so we don't want to mingle the fish together. So we know what genetic strain they are, and they can go to the right place. So and it also spreads the workaround. I mean, we probably are I think we are the largest rearer of walleye in the country. It's a big workload.
Yeah, that's a big one. Wow, I didn't know that there were 12. That's fascinating to know. So there's a couple questions here in the chat. Lynn from Black Pine Beach wants to know, are possession limits the same for in-state and out-of-state guests?
Yes, they are.
and then the Bloomquists at Cedar Point Resort, they were interested in the science behind crappie limits.
Mm-hmm. Sure. We have, a few years ago, we did change the statewide bag limit on crappies from 15 down to 10. There's also quite a few lakes that have special regulations on them. Generally, that's a reduced possession limit, like a 5. There are some lakes that also have a 10-inch minimum on crappies. And what we do with crappies are a little tricky. And I did, actually, I spent about 4 years researching this when I was out in Glenwood. They're kind of a boom and bust type fish. Is that you tend to get these really good year classes and then not so good for a few years. And so you kind of ride that, and you can watch them as they grow up. If you're out fishing a lake and you're catching, 8-9-inch fish, and, a few years later, suddenly you're catching 12-inch fish. So crappies are a tricky one. They're just, and the other thing with crappies now is they're really very susceptible to the new technologies that are out there, like the side scan. People who are diehard crappie anglers used to go out and drill about 40 holes and then bop 1 to 1 to 1. Now they drill one and they zip the side scan around and oh yeah, the school's over that way. Let's go get them. So, is 10 too high for a statewide limit? Probably not, but crappie, I can tell another little anecdote. Sorry, I keep telling these stories, but on Freeborn Lake in the Aleck area was a lake that I was doing some crappie research on. We went out one fall to make sure that fish, and our trap nets were just full of these beautiful 12, 13-inch fish. We thought, wow, this is great. And we were going to start tagging in next spring. Well, we went back the next spring and netted for a week. And I think we caught 12 crappies total. Well, I talked to a couple of people in the office who happen to live in that near Home City, which is where Freeborn is. It got pounded that winter. I mean, apparently there were dozens of fish houses out there. People were going out there. They just got pounded. And so that's, was part of that illegal fishing? Perhaps there may have been some of that where people double tripping. It wouldn't surprise me at all. But generally the 10 fish limit, or when we do special ones on lakes that they have good histories of crappies. We have gone to 5 possession.
Say, Brad, this is Clint Mueller. We live on Lake Plantagenet, just southwest of Bemidji. And I don't know if you touched that or not. I was kind of doing some other stuff, trying to listen, but is the average size of the walleye pretty much across the state declining? I know I used to work with Gary Bernard all the time prior to him retiring. And what they noticed the last couple of times they did netting out here is that our average size of our walleye continues to drop in size. So, we used to have like a 1 3/4 pound walleye was average size. Now I think we're down to like 1 1/4 pounds, roughly, something like that for our average size of fish. Do you see that statewide, or is that kind of just lake by lake type things?
Yeah, that's generally very much lake by lake, and that's kind of also driven, that can be due to strong year classes as well. I'll use Winnie as an example. Winnie went a couple years without some good year classes, so people were having the same issue. They weren't seeing the bigger fish. Well, now there's 3 really good year classes coming up. It was funny. I was on a video call with the head of our enforcement division, and he was in his fish house on Winnie. He kept catching these little tiny walleyes and sending them back. So no, I would not say we're seeing that on a statewide basis. It changes. If that persists, that kind of thing does suggest that there may be some overharvest going on if it persists. Generally, if you see it for a couple of years and then things kind of go back, that's more year class strength driven. But if you just never get back to the bigger fish, that's a sign that maybe we should do something there.
Well, since we started doing AIS inspections down at the public access, and they're keeping records, what we found out now is that Lake Plantagenet is the busiest lake in Hubbard County. We have the most boat access in the county, in Hubbard County. So we're I was surprised by that, I guess, myself. But I can see there's just so much fishing pressure out there. And of course, our guests, when they come up, they want to keep the biggest fish they can to take home, you know, because they're paying the fees and making the trip. So I can understand that too, I guess. But all right, thank you.
Yeah, again, that's interesting. Like I said, I would need to rely on probably Andy Thompson out of Bemidji on that one. But if it persists, that's where I would be concerned.
So you think, of course, talking about walleyes again, they did a tagging survey out here quite a few years ago, and we found fish up on Stump Lake in Bemidji, which is 14 miles away. Is that pretty logical that these fish will travel 14 miles just back and forth in the river and lake systems?
Yeah. They did a really interesting study on the Cass Lake system as well, with March Fry and the way they distribute it throughout the basin. So yeah, fish will definitely move you know, sometimes it's related to a spawning run. For example, that's how we take advantage, how we take our eggs, is walleyes are running up a river to go to their spawning areas. And sometimes it's just, it's weird. I mean, I did a lot of fish tagging myself back in the day. And for example, on Maple Lake in the Alexandria area, I tagged a bunch of crappies and bluegills there. We'd occasionally get some of them reported back out of Reno, and that's not much of a connection there. So fish do move. You know, our fish in the Mississippi River are notorious for that. You know, you hear about the people stacking up under the, you know, Lock and Dam 3 near Red Wing for the spring runs.
So another thing I noticed too that was really interesting is that when they had tagged these fish, we did kind of creel surveys here at the resort and at the public access, and asked all the people on the lake to do kind of a creel survey so we could see once what the numbers were. But that was, I want to say in 2004 or 5 maybe is when they did that tagging. And I haven't had none come in lately, but we do get a few fish get caught yet with those tags in them. And it's amazing to see how much they've grown over a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. It's just amazing to see that the females bulk right up and they actually turn into pretty nice fish. And the males, yeah, if you get 17-inch male, that's actually a pretty big fish for a male. So it's kind of interesting when you see that.
Yeah, that's common in a lot of fisheries, that the females will be, in many species, you know, the females, they grow bigger and than the males do. The males put their energy into reproduction. The females also mature at an older age. And for walleye in general, you're looking at males maturing at 3 or 4. And for females, you're looking more like 4, 5, or 6. So yeah, it's amazing how long some fish can live too.
Okay.
Well, I've aged walleyes as old as 21. But that's pretty rare. Most of the time, once you get past, say, about 12, they really start having a lot more natural mortality.
I know they were doing gillnet surveys on us every 3 years, and now I think they're at 5 is what they moved to. And the last time we did a gillnet survey, of course, I used to go out in the boats with them and help them when they used to do everything in the boats and reset the same nets. Now they put them in coolers and haul them back. But the last time they did a gillnet survey, our numbers were down and we were kind of nervous. But when I talked to Gary at that time, when we went out and watched them pull nets, and when they were pulling up the nets, they were so full of crayfish.
Oh.
They were just falling off the nets. It was terrible. And then he said when they got back to the shop to do them, he said there was crayfish crawling all over the place. So when our numbers came back low, I said, what do you think caused that? And he said, well, a lot of times what happens is, or the way it was explained to me, is that when they do these net surveys, if there's enough food in an area, the fish don't tend to move looking for food like they usually do. So he said that could affect your numbers. And then he said also the water level was low. So we thought maybe that might affect it. But what kind of things like that affect the different numbers that you might see in your gillnet surveys?
Yeah, I mean, for a fish to get on a gillnet, it's got to move. It's got to move around. And fish, that's why we set them overnight, because walleyes are most active in the evening, at night, and in the morning. So unless we're doing a short-term thing, like if we want to make sure that they're still alive, you know, it can be water temperature, it can be weather patterns. It's kind of like fishing. There's days when the fish bite and there's days when the fish just don't want to bite for whatever reason. If, you know, you get a cold front or something along those lines. So that affects our netting. And that's why we would love to have more data. But with the number of lakes that we manage, that's really hard for us to do. And that's why we also tend not to, we don't want to overreact to one, either a really high catch or a really low catch. Obviously, a lot of times if there is something, particularly if it's really low and there's concern, we might add some other kind of survey, what we call a targeted survey. It might be with electrofishing. It might be just setting gill nets rather than trap nets, or set a subset the next year just to see how it looks. If there's concern, you know, you don't want to wait. You don't want to underreact, but you certainly don't want to overreact either. And there are some lakes that just don't net very well. I was dealing with some constituents who were convinced that we were stocking a lake and it wasn't doing anything. Well, because the gill net catch is only like 2 walleyes or something. Well, we did spring trap netting and took them along on that. And there were walleyes everywhere in that lake. It just, certain lakes, be it the structure, or it probably has most to do with structure, just don't net very well. I saw that a lot when I was doing, there's some lakes that when we go out in the fall looking for the little walleyes, and there's some lakes that it's really easy to catch fish doing that, and you need a catch rate of 100 per hour to indicate a good year class. Most lakes, you know, a catch rate of 30 per hour generally indicates a really good year class. So.
This is Kim again. Bloomquist have a question about crappie bag limit reductions and sunfish possible reductions. Has there been any discussion with the DNR about the possible reduction in limits for either sunfish, bluegills, or crappie in the near distant future?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You know, when we started this program where we've added quite a few new special regulations, we called it the Quality Bluegill Initiative, but we really should have, and we are calling it the Quality Sunfish Initiative, because even though it's generally the pumpkin seeds aren't the ones that are going to get really big, the bluegills are the ones that can get bigger, but all the sunfish are under the same limits. So it's right now statewide is 20, and that's a combination of pumpkin seeds, green sunfish, bluegill. We get a lot of hybridization between. So anyway, that was one of our panfish citizen work group. We mentioned the walleye one earlier. Our panfish group really did want us to lower the statewide bag limit on bluegills. We do every 5 years, we do a male survey of anglers around the state, and there just wasn't very much support for that. The other thing is there's a lot of lakes where they're just not going to produce quality bluegill. And, you know, people who are willing to, you know, clean 5-6 inch sunfish, there's nothing wrong with that. Where we run into problems generally is when people are keeping the bigger fish, especially the males. Now, bluegills are one, they're a fascinating critter, actually. They have, while the males build the nests, I think anybody who fished bluegills would know that. But there's other males that don't build nests, and they have the coloration of a female, and they don't grow very big. Their cuckolder is the scientific term, but we call them sneakers. And what they do is when the larger male has attracted a female to the nest, that one will zip in there and steal some fertilizations. It's amazing. It took quite a while to learn this. So what happens is if you take out all the big, what we call the bull bluegills, fish start maturing earlier, and they put their energy into reproduction and not into growth. And there's a lot of lakes in the state that are like that. Frankly, I think the DNR has some responsibility for that, because we used to tell people, yeah, you can't overfish sunfish. Well, on a numbers basis, you're right, you can't. But on a quality basis, you can. And that state survey I mentioned show people strongly are fine with the number of fish they catch, sunfish, and not so much with the size of sunfish they catch. And so that's why we're doing that. And crappies, no, I would be surprised if we do anything lower than 10 for a while. And, you know, it's really interesting too. Wisconsin did a study where they filleted, I think it was 20, or I think their limit was 25. They filleted 25 smaller fish, and then a lower number of big, and you end up with the same amount of meat. If you keep 5 8-inch bluegills, you're gonna have as much meat, and it's gonna be a heck of a lot easier on cleaning them than if you had, 15 of the 6-inchers.
So Brad, this is Tom Arnick, Timber Trails Resort. On that sunfish issue, and I was going to bring something up like that. If I understand it right, if we have, say for instance, you put a slot limit where only you couldn't catch anything above, I don't know, 12 inches or so, or keep anything above 12 inches on a sunfish. Then if you keep the bigger fish out there, then because there's competition, there'll be more bigger fish to compete with those larger sizes or whatever. Is that true? And have you looked at anything like maybe on a couple of lakes or whatever, where you just have a upper slot limit on panfish?
We've done, there's been a proposal to do that, and Wisconsin is actually doing a study similar to that as well, where you have a higher bag limit, but you can only have, say, 5 bigger than 8 inches. And we've thought about doing that. We kind of have a proposal to do it. And, bless their hearts, our enforcement people work really hard, but they're really not too excited about trying to measure a 20 fish limit and see how many of them are over 8 inches long. And I can't blame them for that. What you said with a maximum size, that would reduce some of that as well. They would only have to measure ones that they thought looked really close. But we really haven't talked about that one. That's interesting. One of our biologists in the metro area did propose a protected slot on crappies, like on a couple of lakes. I think it was like 10 to 13 inches, something like that. Cause this lake it was capable of producing 14, 15 inch crappies, which is a dandy fish. But that hasn't gone anywhere yet. So we're thinking about those things. As I said, Wisconsin is doing some sunfish research as well right now that we're really interested in. They're really interested in what we're doing on our lakes as well. We can learn from each other. Our lakes tend to be a little more productive than particularly northern Wisconsin lakes. So they're not directly comparable, but we'll if there's good science being done, we'll take it into account. Just because we haven't done it doesn't mean it's not something that we might want to try here in Minnesota.
Thank you.
I think Kayla, our esteemed hostess for our spring conference here, might have a schedule that we need to adhere to. So I'm uncertain if we're going to go right segueing into a Cracker Barrel, or if we need Brad to hang around for a couple minutes, or if we're moving on to more topics. So
Cracker Barrel is next. So if there are more questions, this is perfect. I mean, everyone, feel free to turn your cameras on. This is kind of meant to be like, if you need to go take a break, if you need lunch, or just chat with each other. It's not going to be like highly moderated or anything. So this is really time to ask each other questions. Brad, if you want to stay on, if anyone has questions for you, feel free. But otherwise, thank you so much for joining us today. We so appreciate your level of expertise. And I mean, I think we think about a lot, like we just want our guests to catch fish because we want them to have experience. And I know there's so much more behind it, because if that's the case, then there won't be any fish in, however long. And I don't know the science behind it all, but I appreciate you explaining it to us, so then we can go and give answers to
our guests and things as well. So
You bet. And again, our website is a good resource, but our area offices are, I can't stress how willing and able they are to answer questions and help folks out. So
awesome.
We unfortunately, we got a hiring freeze, pretty much a hiring freeze, and we got a lot of vacancies right now. It's, I tell you, it's frustrating that we can't get some of these positions filled. One good thing that is going to happen this year we are going to be able to have student interns, which we didn't before. They really help us get more surveys done. And it also helps us. We have a program called Index of Biotic Integrity that we provide data to PCA for, and we get Clean Water Fund money to do that, which is really great. That's about the only money we get that isn't directly related to hunting and fishing license sales or the federal excise tax. We don't get any general fund money. That went away a long time ago. I don't see it coming back anytime soon. But we do get about $1 million out of the Clean Water Fund for our surveys that we do on lakes that are fulfilling needs for PCA, and that's great. That's been a lifesaver.
Wow, that's so interesting. We have a lot of our student workers will have an interest in doing things like that. So that's helpful to know that you have those openings potentially now too.
Yeah, we're done with the hiring process for this year, but absolutely, if you have students who are interested in the field, please, again, have them job shadow with the area staff, or when that's allowed again. Hopefully soon. Hopefully I'll get vaccinated soon. But even though I have white hair, I don't quite reach the age threshold yet.
We're close, everyone, right?
Yeah.
Oh, one of the panel, somebody just asked a fisheries question.
Yep, I see that. The consideration on a closed season for panfish. No, just to be honest about it, the answer on that one is no. It's certainly been talked about, and the problem, of course, is that number one, bluegills in particular, they might have 3 or 4 different spawning bouts during the season. So it doesn't necessarily do that. It would certainly help keep people from fishing fish off of beds. The problem is when you would need to do it, pretty much everything else is open. If you were really trying to protect spawning fish, everything else is open. And how do you, that's just one of those really, really tricky ones. It's one of the reasons we don't have year-round season, for example, on bass. Some people have asked for that, a year-round season on bass. Well, what's it going to hurt? Well, if you can say you're out there fishing bass, but you could be targeting a walleye spawning run. You could be in that area and doing some of that. So it's tricky. We did used to post some areas off limits to fishing. There's still a handful of that out there, but we never really saw that it was really having a positive effect, and it's a lot of work. And sometimes there's really, the only reason for posting it is that somebody doesn't want people fishing around their dock. There were some of those in the Alex area, but it's just tricky. And really the the opportunity to fish panfish year round is important. And as I mentioned earlier, on some lakes, a bulk of the harvest is coming out in the winter anyhow. So it's a tough one. It's certainly one we've talked about, but it's a tricky one to deal with.
Curious, personally, I know that my husband bitches and whines about how early the largemouth bass season is for our particular lake. And I'm sure that you have to put in a whole lot of variables depending on if it's a statewide open season on any kind of fish. You've got to kind of look at the top of the state and the bottom of the state and everybody in between. So
yeah,
it's a little bit early, I think, for us on our particular, like we're on 11th Crow Wing Lake. So we're the headwaters of the whole chain down there.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's and you just hope that people are we tend, even if you take a fish off a nest, if you put it right back in, generally it'll be okay. It'll get back to the nest before the predators come in and get the eggs, you know, the little sunfish and the crayfish and all that other stuff. Excuse me. And also, we're not seeing very many, I don't know of one where we have a reproduction problem on bass. It tends not to be an issue. Bass fishing in the state right now is probably as good as it's ever been. And part of that is they're expanding northward as our waters warm and our seasons get longer, growing seasons get longer. Part of it is there's always been a lot of catch and release with bass, and bass have a bad reputation among some people about an eating fish as well. But I'll tell you, 12-inch bass, they're in the same family as the sunfishes, and they don't taste all that different. But now I'm not going to be eating a 16-inch bass anytime soon, but filleting up a 12-inch, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Mike, did you have a question at Cedar Point, or does anyone have any final questions for Brad? I definitely want to be respectful of your time too, Brad.
I appreciate that, but I'm happy to give a little extra.
Okay, perfect. Well, yeah.
Group.
Well, we appreciate you, but they are a fun group. This group is definitely, I feel like, top notch.
Well, and I think I probably told this kind of halfway joke a couple times with you all, but when my buddies and I, we go, my high school buddies from Peoria, Illinois, we go on fishing trips, and we go to Canada now, but at times we were on Mantrap Lake, we've been on Rainy Lake, Cab, and you have a few beers and at night and you sit talking about, wouldn't it be great if we could all as friends buy a resort and run it? Yeah, what a great idea. And then as I started working with the resorts in the Alexandria area when I was doing walleye research, I started telling them, no, you guys have no idea how hard these people work. And I really, it was interesting catching a little bit of your conversation about having managers, campers taking some things for you, and because we all need a break sometime, and I really do appreciate how much work goes into running a resort and how important you are for our tourism business in this state. So,
well, thank you, truly. And by the way, I, for one, loved your anecdotes, because anecdotes always, for me, bring it to reality. So you can talk about a theory, but once you give an example, it just entrenches it into what it's like in the real world. So thank you. Don't ever apologize for sharing your anecdotes, please.
Okay, I won't.
So thank you.
It's like, oh, not that way. Now I know. I get where that is. Mm-hmm.
What was agree. That? Oh, I don't know if Kayla knows she's on or not, but anybody have any last minute questions for Brad? Otherwise, we're going to up and move on. Go ahead, Kayla.
All right. Well, Brad, stay on as long as you want for this next section, or whatever. So really, we're just going to open this up. Thank you again so much. Open this up to everyone for question and answer. And everyone can answer however you want to do it. It definitely helps to have video on. If you're not comfortable, that's understandable, but I feel like it does help with the connection a little bit. So I'm going to unpin you.
Thanks, Brad. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just so you're not like the me to go, however.
I think I will sign off, but thanks again for the invitation, and I will happy to do it every year. One thing I miss in my job right now is traveling around the state and talking to people face to face and visiting the area offices and visiting businesses. I miss that. I'm okay working at home when I don't have to be in central office, but I really miss the traveling part. That's the interpersonal communications is huge. So again, thanks all. I'm going to check out.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just going to switch. I'm like running on a phone and a large internet, so I'm going to switch around a little bit. So there were a couple questions that were brought up in the registration form. Oh, sorry. There were a couple questions in the registration form to get us started. And then please feel free to do whatever you need to do. Okay, are we good? I'm working on. Okay, I think we're good now. So I'm gonna just copy paste a couple of those in to the chat, but please feel free to turn your video on, talk to each other, bounce in and off. You are in control of your own mute and your own video functions. So feel free, yeah, to ask away. A couple of those questions, let me pull up. So I think Wild Resort had a couple, and I know Lynn Sharon Brock, I think you had one in the registration form. So I just posted those into the chat. So questions around lodge and maintenance staff duties and pay rates, and cabin cleaner pay rates. How do you all figure that out? It's so tricky. I want to like give them a good payable wage, but also how do I keep costs down? Clint, are you laughing at this question and how to do this? Oh, hold on, let me unmute you. Yeah, I can't, Clint, you gotta unmute.
Sorry. I'm sorry. No, I was texting somebody else on the side on the
I
chat.
still can't hear you. Can
Just
y'all
happened.
hear? There we go.
I'm totally sorry. I apologize. Jason got me in trouble.
Nice.
Well, on the, I'll get it going on the subject of staff pay rates. That was actually number one on my mind. I like to know what other people are paying. We, for the longest time, have started people out, whether they are cleaning staff or my dock boy, at about $12 an hour. We do have some staff that is in the range of $16 or so an hour. I've heard even higher than that, which scares me. But I think this year we're up to about $15 an hour to start, because I'm going to need that to attract people. It's gotten worse and worse as far as being able to get anybody. It's the thing that causes me the most stress. I'm in a position where I can pay. And so what are other people paying? And what are you seeing this year as far as your ability to attract and get enough staff? Is it less or better than last year? Those are questions.
This year sucks. Simple. Like I said earlier, seriously, we get out of a dozen applications, one of them shows up for the interview, and we started offering $15 an hour to start, and go up to $17 an hour to start, and still they don't show up for their damn interviews. Half the ones that do show up don't show up for the first day of work. I think we've gone through 24 people so far, and we have 2 new hires for the year. So it's gonna be a hard one.
Are you starting people working already?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a pretty good spring run, and then we'll do spring cleaning in May, and then we'll fire up for the summer. And we usually keep folks going mid-February all the way through to Thanksgiving, so we can offer them a full 9 months of work, and even that's hard to find people.
We're at 16, starting at 16 up to 18, and I give them cash bonuses. I tell them, here you go, then I don't have to do it. So I try to keep them happy all the time. Patty buys them little things uptown and just little baskets and stuff she does for them, just whatever keeps them smiling. Yeah, but they have been with us a long time. They've been with us for probably 10, 15 years, so.
I mean, we're new, but thankfully our repeat cleaners and staff keep coming back, and I still have to find a couple more, and I just put it on Facebook and haven't gotten like a single hit, which is weird from the past couple of years. So I was just thinking about it last night, falling asleep. How am I going to do this? Like rotate people where they only work one Saturday a month, or pray that one, my sub cleaners will pick up a Saturday.
but I think it's going to be interesting. And I think, like you said, offering more pay to get the new people in. I don't know.
We lost a couple of our cleaners from last
Ethan.
year. And so in order to find new ones, we've asked the other ones for recommendations for friends, and I picked up 2 that way.
Nice.
So we pay $15 an hour, and then if they come every Saturday, they told us they would, at the end of the season, they get a $2 an hour bonus for the hours they worked over the summer. So it's kind of an incentive, and it's worked really well for us.
Do you do like a bonus for those that recruit someone for you, or like those friends?
I was thinking about that today, and I don't know. We might have to. I think we're gonna have to do something because the same girl brought me 2 friends. So I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'll have to do something. Oh, and she also brought her sister, so I guess I got to do something for her.
We have done in our very short time of owning the resort, we offered for any of our cleaners that we inherited from Jim and Deb, if they had any friends that worked a good duration of the summer, if they worked through the end of the year and were a successful partner with us, then we would give the friend who brought them here $25 and also the new employee $25. And to high school and college kids, that's a big deal, and it seemed to work out really well. And we're picking up more people that way too. I don't know if I should really be doing it or not, but sometimes I approach like the girls at TJ Maxx in town, and like I don't want to take them away from TJ Maxx, or even like the daycare center where my kids go. Like obviously they're closed on the weekend, so I just kind of give them my card and say, hey, we're a fun place to work, and we're looking for girls who are interested in coming out to the lake to work on a Saturday. So
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
So I would chime in here a little bit. So when we would hire cleaners, I would always struggle because you'd interview them and you'd say, do you have attention to detail? And oh yes, I definitely have attention to detail. You're like, great, you're going to be awesome. And then you get them out there and they're not very good. So I really had trouble saying, sure, I'll pay you $15 an hour when they aren't even worth probably minimum wage. So I don't know where the balance is there. If you snag them, I mean, I understand you have to snag them with an attractive amount, but then when they're not worth it, wow.
I guess it might be a little surprising to hear that we pay, some of our cleaners are only getting $11 to $12 an hour. That's what they were getting when we took them over from Jim and Deb, and then they'll get a raise again this spring. But then some of our cleaners who had been with Jim and Deb for a while are up to $14, $15 an hour. I've also, with some of our newer cleaners that I've hired, we start them low, and I make it very clear that I'm willing to incentivize you for good work. So you can always start them low and tell them that there's opportunity to grow if they do a good job and show up every time.
I've got a quick little thing on the referral thing, not so much on cleaners, but on dock boys. For us, one of the perks of working here is you get to use the beach and the water toys and all that stuff you can see behind me there, and use a pontoon. And well, the 16-year-old boy who's a dock boy says, oh, my friend, he'll be a great worker, yada, yada, yada. And they show up and they hang out and they bullshit all day long. About 5 years ago, I had to start threatening dock boys. You bring me a bad one, I'm firing you too, and starting over. So I haven't really done the referral thing on the cleaning side. I've had that issue on the dock boys and mom boys and the teenager issues. So I can see where it works, but I also have seen it go also horribly bad.
Yeah, Ryan mentioned about starting in a trial period and then increasing your rate. That's what I've done too, just the past couple of years, if they make it, to the next couple of weeks. So yeah, I definitely think that's a great idea. There's also, kind of in this same vein, another question from someone registering was, so how do you organize, direct, and oversee your employees? So maybe your management style is kind of what that is asking. Maybe how do you oversee your cleaners on Saturdays? That kind of a thing. Anyone want to take that? Jen, maybe Jen? There she is. I mean,
Well, I guess I can jump in there a little bit. We try to pay our heads very well, adult ladies that are gonna do a good job. And we make it very clear that, shit rolls uphill around here. If we get a cleaning complaint on a cabin, it's the head's fault. And then she can go after well, you didn't do this bedroom correctly to whichever teenager is doing the bedroom. So we put the pressure a little more on the head, and we try to do our walkthroughs. But with 28 cabins, I think we flipped 16 cabins on Saturday. So we're trying to personally get to each and every cabin and double check on them is not an easy thing to do between getting everything ready and check-in. But since we started paying our adults a lot more and kind of just putting the responsibility on them and making them sure that, if you need to yell at somebody, you go ahead, you yell at them, you do what you need to do to get it done. It's gone pretty well, as opposed to trying to pay cheap and then somehow try to get into 16 different cabins within an hour, double check that everybody's doing a good job. So I don't know, it's a little bit different, I guess, trying to put other people in charge of your world, but I guess it works a little bit.
I have an idea I tried last year that I wouldn't mind sharing. Knowing this wouldn't work for everyone, but COVID actually allowed me to hire some great people that normally were doing other jobs like restaurants and some friends of mine. So I actually feel like I kind of scored there. So with their feedback, they said to me, so cool to set this up for your guests. And I know your guests have such a good experience, but we don't get to see that piece of it. So because I knew them and trusted them deeply, and we had some openings from COVID, I invited them to come stay. So they came and stayed for like a week if they could, or a couple of nights or something. And I extended it to everyone who could or wanted to. And if they couldn't stay, then I invited them to like bring their grandkids to the pool or something. That was so positive. Now, when I think about doing it globally, I know I've had stuff in the past that wouldn't work for a variety of reasons, whatever. And I'm not going to offer that in an interview to someone I don't know. But it worked super well for me. And the feedback was, wow, to see how people experience this place makes us even more excited to clean for them or invested in the experience. So that works pretty well.
Yeah, I've actually gone that route before. Like I said, when even the dock boys, anybody can use the beach or the water toys and whatnot. And we were just trying to do it just for the head cleaners. There's always cabins open the last week in August. Come up, stay at the lake for a little while, use the water toys, all that fun stuff. Where we did get into it though a couple times is we had some not so good employees that decided that they deserved such treatment. And one of them, well, I'll stay in this cabin here in the middle of June, I think it was, which is kind of a busy time. And they're like, well, we're working around this. We might have to move you. Which you got moved out of one cabin into the next cabin. Oh my God. I mean, the drama that ensued after that one was mind-boggling. So I've learned to be a little careful with how much I let people just use things. The one we had last year, we had a teenager working here, and her family was local family, had some friends up, so they took a cabin for a week. And when her mom walked in the door, the question was, so since my daughter works here, we can have a pontoon for free for the whole week, right? In July. And I quickly bit my tongue because I couldn't understand why I would give somebody a $1,000 pontoon for a week in the middle of July. And by the time it was all said and done, the kid didn't work here anymore at the end of the week. So I love the idea of being able to let them use things and enjoy it and have a closer feeling to it all. When they use the cabin themselves, they have more of they're just better cleaners because they feel a part of everything. But I certainly don't do it for everybody anymore. It's more just who's the best one in the pile and treat them really, really well and go from there, I guess. I guess I rambled that one for a while, so.
Yeah, no, that's good. I feel like it's yeah, it's definitely tricky, and it depends on your management style and what works for you. I don't know if Lynn is still on, but I remember her saying at a conference a couple years ago about how she just really likes to get in and clean right next to her cleaners to really like try to make it personal. I don't know, Lynn, if you can speak up, if you remember talking about that. Cause I think I had asked the question, like, how do you do this on Saturdays? Aren't you exhausted? And she's like, I get energy from cleaning next to people. And I think someone else mentioned it in the chat too. Just, I mean, seeing, maybe it was Kimberly, letting people see you work hard too. And I think that that helps delegating as well. They know you're working really hard. And so, I mean, my cleaners are amazing. When they finish, they're like, okay, what else do you need? And I'll be like, go check this kitchen really quick. And then I'll still go check it, but at least I know the once over is done, that, you know, and so it's quicker for me. Sue, kind of the same line, Sue and Scott at Pike Point Resort ask, what is your youngest age you employ for cabin cleaners? What is the legal age, y'all? Is it 15 or 16? 14, Kim says, 14. I think the youngest I've had so far is 16, but I don't have as many years as everyone else. And that was like a mother-daughter scenario. Tom has fought hard to get younger kids helping with outdoor things, right, Tom? What age do you look for or try?
The law changed just last year to allow 16-year-olds to mow lawns, that type of, use lawnmower equipment, that type of thing. So last year I hired my first 16-year-old. Didn't go well. He was too tied to his phone. And there were times that he was driving. I've got a little John Deere 5-wheeler type thing, but he'd be looking at his phone with his earbuds in and almost running people over or whatever. So I only did that in desperation, quite frankly. For me, if it's a dock boy type person, I'd rather see a college kid. I've had 2 guys that were brothers for 4 years, 2 apiece, and those guys were in their early ages of college, and they were the best I've ever had. But you allowed to go to 16, 14-year-olds can do like cabin cleaning, but they pretty much can't run any type of equipment for maintenance, lawnmowers, weed whackers, any of those types of things. So it's pretty much logistically not functional if they're under 16 years old.
Anyone else want to keep going on that? Otherwise, next questions are around like your boat rentals, pontoon rentals. Is your gas included or is it extra? What's the process for checking in and out? I'm curious. I know this gets brought up, but I'm still curious of how many people have. Do you sign waivers? Are you sending them digitally now? What are your boat rental process like?
I can jump in, I guess, real quick. So I know we're a little different than a lot of places. We don't really have a process. We have the dock boy down at the docks, and he has a list of who has what rented for the week. And when you check in, there's no paperwork, there's no registration forms. We just say, okay, you're here, cabin's over there. Walk them down, show them in the door, send them down to the dock boy. You do there till 8 or 9 on check-in days. And they walks them through the pontoon if they need help. If they don't need help, we let them do their thing. We've had really good feedback on that one because they spend 7-8 hours in the car and they get here and they're tired and they're cranky and dad just wants a beer, and we just say, put your wallet away, don't worry about it, we'll deal with it at the end of the week. That's gone really well for us. The other question I saw was on like gas for boats and stuff, and for years we try to keep track of the gas logs. We go through not a ton, but probably 3,000 gallons a year through our fleet and the rental boats and stuff. And there was always 1,000 gallons you could not track down. You couldn't tell what went into 4-wheelers or lawn mowers or extra tanks in the jet skis or whatnot. So this last year, I finally just got tired of it, upped the rates and everything $100 and said gas is included in all the pontoons and fishing boats. And we're just done. The new 4-stroke motors, most guests are averaging 8 to 10 gallons a week on a pontoon. So I increased the rate by $100. I'll take the $60 difference between what they burn in gas and the new rate and be happy about it. Everything we've tried to simplify has just gone really well. Whenever we try to get paperwork or any extra policies and stuff, it just goes badly for us. So that might just because we're really bad at paperwork, but we've had good results. So.
Anyone else want to talk about how they do their boats? Teresa? Yeah, great.
Well, if somebody reserves online the cabin right now, they have to agree to our policies because we don't have our boats listed individually like the cabins, but I would like to get to that eventually. But with us searching for insurance right now, they always ask, do you have a policy for this? Do you have a policy? So I did have one made last year, but I never made anybody sign it because the other people never did, you know, when we bought it. So, but it will be added just for our insurance records. So of assigning one, a policy.
I can jump in. We rent quite a few things, but in the past, we've never had any sort of waiver or anything of that nature. But last year we bought a new pontoon, and insurance wise, we decided it's time to have something down in writing. So I just found one. I don't do anything digitally. It'd be awesome if I could, but I don't. But we do a big waiver. You know, it's probably more than we need, but people sign it. They recognize what we have to do also. They've rented other places. And we do a walkthrough before renting any of our larger boats out. Just and a checklist on, you know, general condition of seats. It's a lot more than we've ever done, but it was helpful last year, I think, just to connect with everybody before they took the boat out. We do weekly rentals and we do, you know, daily half-day rentals. But I think overall that was helpful. It was a lot more work, but I think if anything ever did happen, you know, you need that kind of thing to have any leg to stand on to get reimbursed for any sort of damage or that kind of stuff. And it'll keep our insurance happy, and hopefully they won't drop us as quickly as they otherwise would.
Does anybody offer pulling tubers or anything at their resort?
We do.
Yeah, we did last year too.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious, do you have we had a waiver that we had people sign for it as well, an activity waiver.
Mm-hmm. So we have a ski boat separately that we will rent, but that's rented by the hour and we drive for it. So that's how we do if somebody wants a bigger, faster boat for skiing or tubing or those kind of things. We kind of mitigate our risk by we'll be the one that drives it. But otherwise it's the same waiver kind of as the other boat, but it's more of a liability waiver of injury and that kind of thing when we do it that way. But yeah, we mitigate our risk by we drive for tubers and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'll jump in and agree on that one. We started doing tubing, in 98 with the 1960 something Merc Cruiser, ancient old speedboat, but we were smaller back then. But these days we still do it twice a week. We'll spend the whole afternoon out there. We drive a speedboat for that kind of thing. When I was a kid, I did the hourly rental thing, made great money as a teenager driving the boat. But we do not allow any tubing, any skiing, any kind of towing behind a rental watercraft. It's one of those things that our insurance has blatantly said, we're not going to answer this question because we know that if we answer you yes and something happens, then they're liable. And if they tell me no, I don't know why they won't tell me no, but they won't, the little bastards. One question I have out there is, anybody else have jet skis? We do. That's the only thing that I will do any paperwork on just because they're jet skis. And then we do about a 20-minute fire and brimstone. You annoy somebody, I will probably hurt you. I had one young man, I actually made him swim in one day. Me and the dock boy went out there and grabbed him and tossed him off the jet ski. He was playing bumper cars on buoys, which sit about 100, 150 feet off the end of our main docks. And his whole family got to watch him swim in that 150 feet or so. And then I took the jet ski away from the family. And you should have seen Uncle, I don't remember what the uncle's name was, but the cuffing in the back of the head after that one was pretty epic. Luckily, that's been my only issue in the last 9 years. I think we've been doing those. But I think as long as you make things very plain and very, this is what's going to happen if you screw this up, the vast majority of people are just fine. Once in a while, you get that one guy that just doesn't quite understand it. Then you go out there, and I usually will grab the other jet ski and go out there and do the same thing to him until he goes, oh, this is why you don't like it when I do this kind of a thing. But we're also a little lucky. We're the only resort on this lake. So it's our traffic out there and not much else. A few retired folks putting on the pontoon, but that makes it a little bit easier too. Yeah. So nobody else has jet skis, huh? It's everybody shaking their heads. No. It's been interesting, but.
Say, can I jump in with a business question? It's not one of the listed items.
Yes, please do.
Okay, so as we're driving around and visiting with resort owners, clearly 2020 was a scary, but ended up to be an okay to really good year for a lot of resort owners. And now in 2021, they're saying, I've never been full the first couple of weeks of June, and I am. I've never been full the last 2 weeks of August, and now I am. It's just so 2021 is going to be even better. So since I'm not in it anymore, I'm really curious to know, especially as we're working with buyers, is there conversation in the industry about how sustainable that sudden jump in occupancy and income is? Is the feeling that that's going to be, you're confident that that's going to be sustained now and that you're going to be at a level, or are we going to see a big drop kind of back down what we would call normal, like a correction in the market, so to speak? I'm just really curious because of course I'm not with people that are saying that, and I need to know kind of. So I'd be curious to hear what people's thoughts are on that.
With it being our second season only and living 2020, hearing that it was better than before, and now that we are fuller sooner in the season, I'm thinking that people are realizing the family quality time is coming back instead of the having to spend all this money to go somewhere else because they can't right now. So who knows what's going to happen when opening up comes, of traveling is easier. But for now, we'll do it.
Does anybody else have thoughts?
I like to think that, we had about 40 or 50 cancellations prior to last year, beginning of the season. And we were able to fill all of those up with new people. So our ones that canceled, they're coming back this year. So to me, that just created a whole bunch of new customers that have to find a resort to go to somewhere. So I feel like the pandemic helped open the eyes of people to a new type of vacationing, like other people have mentioned. And so I think that's just good for all of us in the resorting business. So maybe it will level out, but I like to think that it's setting a good precedence for going forward.
I think I agree with Linda. I think that she's kind of, people got exposed to stuff that they didn't get exposed to before. The thing that happened with the Canadian border helped a lot for like our late fall business. So we filled up in September, which we're not full ever, right? And Memorial Day to Labor Day is typically when we've been full. And we got exposure during that time to a lot of folks that went to Canada that couldn't go anymore. But that's kind of a double-edged sword, and it's hard to talk about because there's a lot of resorts that are affected by that closure. And I feel horrible for them, right? I mean, I don't know what they have to come back from for that. But as far as how it affected us, that's what happened is it filled up our fall. I mean, our September, October was full because of that. And I don't know if it's going to go on from then because I do think the border is going to be open after July. But that's kind of where we're sitting. And hopefully that exposure keeps new families coming like what Linda was talking about.
I personally think it's going to be about a 2.5 year spike. And then I think you're going to see it decline back to what it was before. That's why you got them there. You got to make the most out of it. You got to show them a good time. Let them make family memories. I think a lot of people lost the connection with family memories. So while we have their attention and we have them coming, we have to give them the best time of their life. You're going to lose, I don't know how many. I mean, a lot of them are going to go back. We're all creatures of habit, and a lot of them are going to want to go back to their old style of vacationing and everything. So I think while you got them, you got to spoil them. You got to keep them coming. You're going to retain some, but you're going to lose some. I don't know where that number is going to lay, but take advantage of it while you can, you know.
That's a really good point, Clint. Now is the time to shine and give them good service and good hospitality and the cleanest cabins you can. Yeah, you're right.
I kind of have a three-parter on that one. I think I agree with everybody. We're gonna have a spike, whether it lasts 1 year or 2 years. Eventually, it's gonna end when life goes back to normal. My other thought on that is it's been a decade now since we hit the bottom of the recession. The economy is gonna crash at some point, and every time it does, family vacations tend to get axed a little bit. So whether the spike ends and we return to normal or the next economic crash comes through, either way, I figure 2 to 3 years, life's not going to be so easy. And if you buy a resort right now at the top of the market, expecting that kind of income, I don't see them surviving all that well in 2 or 3 years. The other thing we did last year, we figured, hey, if worst case scenario occupancy is flat from year to year, last year wasn't so good for us. So we jumped rates almost 10% last year, figuring, well, if we're going to lose a bunch of people, what the hell? We might as well make some extra money on the new ones. And what we saw was with that spike, we kept all our old guests. They paid the extra amount. Plus, we got a whole bunch of new guests that have no idea that the price just went up 10%. So we're trying to get a ton of capital improvements done this year. We bought boats, docks, a huge raft of water toys, bought another piece of land, getting all that done now in anticipation of the next crash. So we're not stuck in a position where, we have to replace an old fishing boat when the spike ends. I'm just saying, get things done now, because 2 or 3 years from now, I don't think you'll be able to one way or the other.
Thank you.
I think one thing that's happened in this world is it takes 90 days to change a lifestyle, and we're well beyond 90 days. And I think this country's gone through a major lifestyle change, which is going to benefit us in the resorting world. And with fuel prices going up too, people will not travel as far, which is a benefit to resorts. And how long that will last, but we're gaining new customers every year. We've almost doubled our portfolio of new customers, and if 20% of those people come back, it's going to increase our overall numbers. And then working to fill those ends is always a challenge. But last year, September we were full. We're full in June, and I'm already getting reservations or people wanting to reserve cabins for 2022. So I think it's gonna be good for a few years. There'll be a drawback a little bit, but I don't think it will be as bad as it's been in the past spikes. I think it'll help us in the long run.
I think it's kind of funny how this time last year we were just talking about, will we be able to open? Will we survive? How is it going to look? And now we're sitting here talking about, riding this high. And I think it's amazing. And I think we should just keep, like you said, you want to enjoy the moment that you're in. So take the full advantage. You're making new customers. Those people are going to make memories. And, will they be back next year? Who knows? But they might be back 5 years from now or 10 years. And you've allowed them to experience something they hadn't before. So I think that in itself is pretty amazing. So yeah, it'll come down, but you're making a lot new people, new faces, new memories. Does anyone else have more? We've got about 10, 11 minutes left before we start our next speaker. So if anyone's got any other questions, any newbies have questions, this is a great time to ask away. There's never a bad question. Well, there might be some, but we'll answer them anyways. Anyone?
Say, what's everybody's water levels doing? Our lake's down about 1.5 feet from where it was last fall. Man, we're gonna have nothing but problems if we don't get some rain. I know they got us in a drought. So what's everybody else looking like? Probably the further south you go, not as bad.
We're down about a foot.
Yeah, I agree with that. We're about right there, and we're a spring-fed lake, so no rain, we go down pretty quick. But we'll see. Keeps raining here in May and stuff, but yeah. But we had the same thing last year. We were down, and they, I think somebody took a sledgehammer to the stake out there on the island that the Lake Association uses to measure the water level. I'm going off my boat launch, looking at the guys going, the water should be up on the concrete. It's 3 feet away from the concrete, guys. Something's not right here. So
Great questions, and I see there's some other ones coming in here. Joanna asked, I think it was Joanna, what is everyone doing with arcade games this summer? Are you open? Are you cleaning them regularly? Letting people have at them?
we are going back to normal. By the time June gets here, you have hell, Minnesota, what? We can all get our vaccination next week if you want to. I'm going back to it's on you. You don't feel safe about it, well, go get vaccinated. Otherwise, don't whine at me. So.
We actually had a family meeting last week and spent a lot of time talking over what we should be doing. So there's still a lot of things left up in the air right now, but we're going to go ahead and open the lodge back to mostly normal with right now at this point, asking people to wear masks. I think there's some kind of regulation about 15 people only inside, or that could be wrong. Maybe Ryan can chime in. But that will be exciting. We are going to go ahead and open the sauna this summer and just create a big sign that says use at your own risk. But we also feel like Casey does, you know, it's on them at this point. The vaccine should be available to everybody, hopefully by May. So again, you don't have to use it. Nobody's pressuring anybody to use anything. So I'm thinking we haven't made a decision yet about our arcades room either, Joanna. Because there's kids involved, I don't know what to think about that either. I'm curious to see what, I can't imagine going in there and constantly spraying the crap down. I don't want to put myself in that position. So I either need to make a decision about putting a sign up and thinking, okay, are kids young enough going to be able to read this? Do I just not care about that and let it be on the parents to make a decision about it, which I think is probably where I'm aiming to go. But I'm curious what other people are thinking on that too.
We are. Oh, go ahead.
Well, she mentioned the sauna, so I'm curious about that because I've been trying to talk my wife and the old man into doing one for way too long. Did you build one, or did you go with a barrel one, or?
Ours was inherited. It used to actually be just a simple gazebo down by the lake, and I can't take credit, but a resort owner before me just put a simple wood burning fireplace in it and then cemented some stones around it. And there are 2 benches in there. It seats about 10 to 15 people, depending on how many kids are in there. We don't recommend kids go in there. We've got signs up, but shit, you can't control kids, as we all know. So, but that gets used all the time, Casey. We really find even in freaking July, hotter than hell, there's people toasting themselves in the sauna. So definitely a feature, simple to make, and I would recommend one too.
Cool.
I know as far as the arcade games, we actually were open last year. We didn't shut ours down. Those of you who have been here, we have ours in our lodge. So they got Patty sanitize them all the time anyway. But we had signs posted, one family at a time in the lodge. So that's pretty much what happened. The family would come in. It wasn't mixed groups. And they didn't get used much anyway. They're pretty much staying outside and just staying away from everybody. So, but this year, yeah, everything's back to normal. I mean, give them what they want. As much fun as they can stand.
I was just at the Great Wolf Lodge in Wisconsin Dells, and their arcade room was wide open and a whole bunch of people in there playing as of last week. Whatever that's worth. We don't have arcade rooms.
The oddest thing I saw last year for us, well, one, bingo is one of our biggest activities. I will never understand why. So the main room in our lodge is 40 by 40. You can squeeze some in the next room over. We will routinely pack 100, 120 people in that room to play bingo for a couple hours straight. I don't understand it myself. I get to call bingo all damn night. And all last summer, what are you doing to keep us safe? This, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, well, we'll try to live with the numbers. And people would, they said, well, we want to play bingo. They want to play bingo so damn bad. They were going to pack grandma in that room after bitching at me all week long about not sanitizing the lodge enough. And then we started doing a cotton candy one. I shit you not, I had an adult human being standing in a line that stretched around my lodge for 2 to 3 hours for a freaking bag of cotton candy. After everything I saw last year, all their worrying and whining about social distancing and this and that. Well, if you're willing to stand in a line with 50 other people for a bag of cotton candy, you can't possibly be that concerned about what's going on in the world. So we're going back to normal. Betting is going back to normal. Activities are going back to normal. I tried all that crap last year and people didn't care anyway. So why in the hell am I putting up with all the extra hoopla, you know? Now I'm ranting. I told Clint I'd rant. I'm done.
That's okay, Casey. We all need to rant once in a while. Makes you feel better. What was that first speaker?
It's working out really well. I can't let my wife now because I do a lot of you guys. So it's going pretty good.
How do we get above the line? Well, okay, we have, I think 5 minutes until our next speaker. So why don't we just take a quick 5-minute break? And then rant away too also, because this is the chance. We'll have more opportunity for questions and answers, Cracker Barrel, later, specifically around how people are preparing this year around changes in COVID versus last year. So we will definitely get to that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put up a couple of the same videos. You've seen them all at this point. The only one that you haven't seen, let me pull it up here, is a slide from In-Room Supplies, actually, who is offering a discount. So I'll put that up actually later. So I'm gonna go ahead and loop some of those again. I'll meet you all back here in about 4 minutes.
Kayla, we can't hear that.
There's no sound on this one. It was up to them how they decided to make it, and they didn't add sound. So the next one should.
Hi, Scott from Viking Log Furniture. Today we're going to do a little walkthrough of our factory from the inside, showing you all the fabulous things that we do. I'm starting kind of going backwards today. This is our packaging area where we put boxes and all the beautiful products that we offer. Now, my employees are gone for today, so it's kind of empty, but this is going to be a quick little tour. We're heading over to the finishing area. Here you can see where we spray, seal, stain, and lacquer all the different products that we build. There's some tabletops, nightstands, headboards. From there, I'm going to take you to the special orders area where we pour some of our liquid glass and specialty products. This is a liquid glass buffet and a coffee table shaped in the state of Minnesota. Kind of a unique product we're doing for a specific customer. Most of you guys get futons from us. These are some of the futons and where we build them. This is the futon assembly area. These are ready to go, but not finished. They're gonna end up in the finish room, get stained to color. From there, we go into our major assembly and woodworking area. And normally this is loud, but all my employees are gone again. But here we got all the different machines and equipment that help make our products beautiful. This is the frequency glue machine. There's some panels, some wood piles, bandsaw, table saw, wide belt sander, and a computerized router. You can see some of the other wood piles we have here. These are the logs that we start with to make the log furniture. From there, we're gonna go across the yard. We're gonna go outside. It's raining out today, so it's gonna take a second, but bear with us. This is our warehouse where we keep all the finished products. As you can see, they're all packaged up and ready to go. We keep a large inventory, trying to keep products on hand for people to buy. From there, we're gonna head into our showroom. This is open to the public. It's where we display all of our rustic log and barnwood furniture products. It is open to the public, but you're welcome to come see it as well. And here you can see some of the futons, dining sets, pool tables, bunk beds, barnwood beds. Very unique products. We do a multitude of different things. Again, that was kind of a quick tour. I'm Scott from Viking Log Furniture. Please feel free to contact us if you need any kind of rustic furnishings.
Hello, CMR. This is Ted Burrington from APS. Recently, we released an application that can reduce your credit card fees by as much as 80%. And we offer that application on 2 new products. First, the A920 Pro. It's a wireless smart terminal, so you can take payments anywhere. Plus, with the built-in PL app, this terminal can reduce your monthly credit card fees by as much as 80%. Next is Anchor Point, a cloud-based POS solution that meets the needs of the hospitality industry. Some of the features include tools that can manage sales and cabin rentals. With Anchor Point, you have various hardware options. Plus, you can put a tab on your website for online reservations. And with our application, you can also reduce your credit card processing fees by as much as 80%. What does that mean for you? Lower credit card fees equals more profit. For more information, please contact me by phone, text, or email. I'm here to help.
Okay.
A resort is a place for people to kick back,
There we go. Sorry. Let's keep going. Let's move on. I see that our next speaker is here. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike. If everyone, you want to make sure you keep yourself muted during our next, that would be great. All right, Mike, I'm turning it over to you.
All right, thanks, Kayla. So now we get to talk about kind of the fun stuff with what's happening with the state of Minnesota from a not just resort side, but kind of get an overall feel from Nicole. Was kind enough to join us on a Saturday, and she works in the area that in the central region here where I'm at, and I reached out, and Nicole was kind enough to volunteer to take care of the Explore Minnesota duties for our conference. So what I'll do, Nicole, I'll let you kind of take it over, and then we'll have opportunity, I think, at the end to ask specific questions if people have it, and kind of, I think part of our all of us, we just were discussing like, how long is this little spike for the resorts going to last? I think will be good for a while, but obviously there are sections and segments of the tourism industry that really did get hit hard this last year. And overall, I know the numbers were down significantly. And so, you know, there are parts that definitely have have had a worse scenario because of the COVID situation than we did. But with that, I'll let you take over. And again, I thank you for being with us here this afternoon, and look forward to hearing what's going on the bigger state level. Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you, Mike. Can you hear me okay?
Very well.
Okay, good. I think, Kayla, I'll start by sharing my screen, but it says you've disabled me.
Let me fix that for you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so Nicole,
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you the host, okay?
Okay. I am.
You should be good to go.
I promise I won't mess it up.
Okay,
I don't think.
I trust you.
Okay, so this is the one I want to share, and I want to share sound, and I think we're good. Let me know if you can see that. Can you see it? And without all the notes, it's just the slide. I shared the right screen, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Hello. Good afternoon, community of Minnesota Resorts. I'm so happy to be here with you guys today. Tell you a little bit about what we're going to talk about during my Explore Minnesota presentation. We're going to do a bit of an overview of the impact of tourism in Minnesota, as well as update you on our website, some information for engaging with the agency, and give you a little hint of our spring summer plans. And if we have time, we'll do some questions as well. And feel free to put them in the chat as we go. Before I start, I just want to say, you'll talk to him tomorrow, but I just want to take a moment to wish David Bergman a very happy retirement. He's been the Northwest Regional Manager. He's been with the agency for 31 years. I was 13 when he started, and he's been a really great colleague for me, and I know he's been a very committed liaison for the community of Minnesota resorts and resorters all around the state. He's put on a lot of miles. That is a trip to the moon and back. And he's going to be all done with Explore Minnesota next week. I wish him the best. Tell you a little bit about myself. I've been in state service at the agency for nearly 4 years now, and still very much a government newbie. I came from the Park Rapids Chamber of Commerce. I was the president and CEO there. So I do see some familiar faces. It's nice to see you guys. And prior to that, I was at Thumper Pond Resort in Otter Tail, where I was the director of sales and marketing. The state agency, Explore Minnesota, is the state's official tourism promotion agency. And that's what we do. We market Minnesota to visitors and inspire their travel and facilitate their travel within the state. Just to let you know, I'm sure you're all aware, but tourism in Minnesota is a huge industry. It affects every single corner of the state. It impacts every single county. And actually in 2019, it was a banner year. Over $16.6 billion in sales in the hospitality and leisure industry. Over 275,000 jobs, and generated nearly 20% of all state sales tax. Over $1 billion in state sales tax was generated through the industry in 2019. And then COVID hit. It was a big change, wasn't it? And there was a lot of uncertainty. And if we look at the impact on our industry in the state, we lost nearly half in 2020. A decrease of $7.1 billion wiped out, bringing the total down to just $9 billion from 16.6 in 2019. It also significantly impacted employment levels in the industry. Leisure and hospitality led the drop in jobs January 20 to January 21. Nearly 4 million leisure and hospitality jobs across the country, far more than any other industry sector that you could possibly think of. In Minnesota, December 19 to December 20, that's the newest data I had available. Over half of the jobs lost in Minnesota have been in leisure and hospitality industry. In total, we lost over 70,000 jobs. And the continuing unemployment in leisure and hospitality is far above the state average in any other industry. It's still not real pretty. Overall, I know anecdotally that resorts have fared fairly well in the pandemic with people staying close to home, but the majority of lodging, the rest of the lodging industry, accommodations specifically, is still severely struggling with occupancy. We've lost 63% of revenue in 2020 overall in accommodations. And in the past, we've told the story of the economic impact of tourism in a vibrant cereal box. This year, we opted to shine a spotlight on another part of our industry that has probably been the hardest hit by the pandemic, which is restaurants. This dining menu highlights both the banner year that was 2019, but also explains the devastating impacts of 2020. And if you want a copy of this to share with the legislature, county commissioners, city council members, you can get a copy of it on our industry site. But that's not to say this was a year without its bright spots. In November, we shared a gratitude campaign, both to thank those that supported the industry through the year and to highlight the business's grit and persevering. Here's the ad that ran with that. And I got to get it to play.
Well, we love showing you how amazing Minnesota is. It's been even more fun having you show us. Thank you for continuing to safely support Minnesota hospitality businesses. ExploreMinnesota.com.
Give me a thumbs up if you could hear that. That's kind of my sound test. Good. All right. Glad to know. So that gratitude campaign ran in November of last year, right around Thanksgiving. But bright spots do keep appearing. Nearly 40% of respondents in a recent destination analyst survey said they're likely to spend at least some of their stimulus on leisure travel. In fact, the sentiment index for travel and planning travel has increased tremendously in just the last 2 weeks. And the pandemic has changed the trajectory of travel in the foreseeable future. More than half of respondents do say they will seek outdoor-oriented destinations. Minnesota is prime for that kind of an audience. And nearly 75% say they are going to be more safety conscious in the future. So please do make sure you keep your cleaning protocols up on your websites. And in the spirit of being a good neighbor in your community, I know there's been tensions in certain pockets of the state with residents not wanting visitors. But I'm happy to say that in the Longwoods Miles Travel's Perception Survey that just went out March 23rd, over half, 52% of Americans now support opening up their communities to visitors, mostly to support their small businesses in their communities. But this is the highest that this index has been since the pandemic began. In that same survey, the most important factors Americans are considering when making travel plans are clear health and safety protocols, mask requirements, social distancing policies. And also of note is that over a third consider whether or not dining locations or attractions are open. They consider those important. So it's a good idea to know the activities that are available in your community and whether or not they're open and welcoming guests and visitors. Now on to an update on the new ExploreMinnesota.com website. In February 2020, we launched an entirely new site on an entirely new platform, and March this month will be the first that we have year-over-year comparison data with the new site. But it was mere weeks before the country shut down that we launched. I will say on On the overall, we don't have as much site traffic yet, but I would venture that that's the case for a lot. However, just to tell you a little bit about what we're doing with the site, 3 main factors that were critical for us. One was building all around awareness. That's what Explore Minnesota does. Builds awareness in the general consumer public that's interested in traveling to consider Minnesota as an option when they're considering their travel plans. Overall awareness, that's what we do. Second is ensuring a positive perception of Minnesota. A lot of times the perceptions are it's always cold. There's always bugs or it's just weird things. So we want to ensure that there's a positive perception of Minnesota out there. And lastly, we do want to provide consumers who are on our site, who are obviously interested in traveling to Minnesota, or they wouldn't be spending so much time on exploreminnesota.com, but we want them to research and engage with travel options. But we do also realize that we are not an ultimate directory provider. Obviously, there are things like Google, Yelp, TripAdvisor, for example, that are much bigger at doing the directory thing. But we do want to give that highly qualified audience a chance to interact with businesses such as yours. So we wanted it to be truly inspirational, and we wanted to focus it on a strong sense of place. Secondarily, we wanted to move people through a journey when they're on exploreminnesota.com. It is all about the user experience. Everything was made with that in mind. It allows them to move down deeper in a deeper dive on, say, an activity that they're interested in, all the way to a place where they can stay to participate in that activity, or to move in interests laterally as well, and say, seeing all the things that there are that they could do in a community or in a specific region of the state. It was really important for us to provide those opportunities for them to connect with businesses. So it's a highly qualified audience, and you can't really find people who are more predisposed to want to travel here than a website that's all about traveling here. And finally, we made it very nimble, and that has proven itself over and over again in trying to keep up to date with all of the different restrictions and guidelines for traveling in the state. So this is an overview of the traffic on exploreminnesota.com. The orange is 2019. As I said, it's higher, but you can kind of see where the dips are when the stay-at-home orders kind of came down at the end of March, beginning of April. But you can't keep that pent-up demand for travel down. People want to dream, even if they're not going to pull the trigger and get in the car just yet. So the traffic has steadily grown, and it's right now in its very kind of typical winter stages of that. That's usually the lowest site traffic that we see on exploreminnesota.com. However, I will say that the new platform has increased time on site. It's increased pages per session. Our bounce rate's gone down. And a really good thing is how often or how long people scroll down the page. You know, when you open a page, do they just read the beginning, or do they actually move that little mouse and go down the page? And 20% nearly are scrolling almost the entire page. So it's a very important focus on engagement and having them travel through the site. We also integrated social media. So immediately our editors can use social media posts to specifically promote an article or a piece of content that they have with very up-to-date in real-time kind of images. Touching on accessibility, the site was designed and built from the ground up with core values in mind of accessibility. We didn't launch with specific hubs in mind. We do have an accessibility hub, but the whole site has been designed with accessibility in mind. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about some partner opportunities for you as business owners in the leisure and hospitality industry. Remember though, as a state agency, we are not a membership organization. We promote the whole state. So there are ways that you can engage with vendors or explore Minnesota by investing, but there are also things such as the enhanced listings that you can have. Share video, share social media channels, share photos. People want that information. The more robust your listing is on exploreminnesota.com, the more it gets used. But first, I do want to talk a little bit about our co-op program. A lot of businesses don't realize that this is a program that is available to private for-profit business. Our co-op is where Explore Minnesota buys down the cost of a campaign for advertising with the vendor. So we pay the vendor part of the cost, and the partner participates at a reduced cost. For example, an ad in Iowa Sportsman would cost you $285 instead of the normal $410. So that's a 30% savings. And there are 23 out of the 30 programs that we have in the co-op are under $1,000. We also have an extensive database of businesses. Your resort can have that enhanced listing with all of the bells and whistles at no charge. In fact, if you haven't updated your listing in the database, feel free to reach out to me and I'll be happy to help you get started sharing photos, videos, and more information. But we do have a featured business listing for an investment that allows you to reach this audience with a random top tier sort. It drives conversions much more directly. Cost on that is about $300, cost on that is $300 per quarter. We also have an opportunity on exploreminnesota.com for banner advertising, sharing your business across the platform, no matter what page they're on. You can target your message by season, geography, and we charge on impressions. And impressions start at just $12 per 1,000 impressions. We can even offer you A/B testing with images and text. So that means you can try different images and different sayings to see which ones gain you more engagement, which could be helpful in other platforms as well, if you do, Facebook ads or that sort of thing. We have a number of e-newsletters as well, with opportunities for banner advertising there. They are an opt-in audience. They want the content of what we are sending out, and there are 2 units available per edition. They're on a first come, first served basis. And I will say, like, so far this year, I've been working with the newsletters for the past year. So in the past year, that True North Base Camp ad has by far been the most clicked ad that we've had. So it's something that private business doesn't realize is available to them. So I want you to know that it is. A little bit on some resources that we have for you to stay informed and learn more about what we have going on or what's going on in the industry. We do have an industry website, exploreminnesota.com/industry. There is a COVID information hub. So whenever the state updates guidance that pertains to the leisure and hospitality industry, we immediately link that. So you don't have to go searching for it. You can just go to the COVID hub on the industry website and find the updated information on fishing guides or the updated information on protocols, whatever it might be from the staysafemn.gov. There's also research. There's also education. We share slides and presentations from our tourism conference. So, in your spare time, which I know there isn't much, but if you, want to take in some education that we've had and you missed the conference, feel free to they're all on there. We also have a weekly newsletter called the EMT Express. If you don't get it yet, you might want to consider signing up for it. And I also have a digital resource guide that I'll share with all of you that has a little bit of an overview of pretty much all of our programs and initiatives that we have at state. Now we'll talk a little bit about what's coming up. Explore Minnesota has been very thoughtful and very deliberate in planning our spring summer marketing campaign. COVID cases have been dropping on an average in Minnesota and throughout the US. We do expect travel to begin to recover in 2021 on the whole. Mike, you had asked about kind of the long game, and I'll tell you, Destinations International, the U.S. Travel Association, and others are telling us it's going to be 2024 before we're really probably back to normal in travel globally. Consumers, though, are getting comfortable with this kind of new normal that we have. And as I've mentioned before, there's a lot of pent-up demand. In fact, revenge travel or vaxications are kind of the next trend that we see towards people spending longer times and more money on trips, making up for the lost time of the last year. It also suggests that they'll place greater priority on seeing more of the actual United States. This is for American travelers, and taking trips with family, multi-generations, multi-household kind of travel. We know the reality is evolving, and we're spending more time with traditional media and dreaming of things that we can do in the not too distant future. The hope is on the horizon. First, we expect this mindset to focus on wellness, and it doesn't mean we're going to slow down a lot, but it means we're not going to be part of the rat race so much. We're leaving it for something that allows us to focus on happiness and well-being more. Our messaging at Explore Minnesota is going to align with this. Secondly, again, it goes back to safety. It's no surprise, but people are looking for ways to reduce risk, and demonstrating safety is a priority. With our work with Minnesota, we have a tremendous amount of open spaces and socially distanced activities. So we believe we're in good shape to promote this to the American traveler on the whole. This year, in the last year, we've developed a COVID scoring model, basically to be cognizant that we are being responsible in our advertising. Locations that we choose to market in have a low COVID risk and an interest in Minnesota. And secondly, to be responsive as cases spike or trends go down, we can adjust and do our marketing as necessary. Just a little bit, it gets to be basically, if there's high interest in Minnesota and low risk of COVID in that location, then we're willing to look at it as a market to market in. We decrease our spend and kind of change our messaging when a location or a target market has critical COVID numbers. This is what this looks like as of this week. This was 3/22. At present, there's still large amounts of critical areas in the country. We do expect it to continue to improve as vaccines roll out, and we'll adjust our messaging and frequency to make sure we're advertising responsibly. Now, to give you some of the highlights of the spring and summer campaign, before we show the bulk of the general campaign, I want to share a little bit of our bridge campaign. This is kind of, if we decrease spend because of a critical area, we don't necessarily want to leave that market because we don't want them to forget about us, right? And so we did have this bridge campaign developed that I will play.
Today's the day to plan tomorrow's adventure and make it worth the wait.
There's time for adventure, there's people to treasure and moments that no one can hold. There's so much to see when you're wandering free on this little blue world we call home. Home, we call home.
ExploreMinnesota.com.
So that's a bit of the bridge campaign that we do in markets where we don't want to leave the market, but we don't necessarily want to be tone deaf either to their situation. We do have a great new library of images that we took. We've captured a lot of new stills. You can see it in print ads, and it goes with the headline you notice, imagining the adventure that awaits. Whether you're planning a trip in 2 weeks or 4 or 6, we're kind of exploring the best ways to connect with travelers or potential travelers. Additionally, in our niche campaigns, they have been very successful for us. In winter, we focus on winter recreation. For spring and summer, we are concentrating on High areas of interest in supporting the hospitality industry as a whole. We're looking at camping and family road trips and food and drink. We jumped on the growing interest in camping last year, especially among Latino travelers, and we chose it as a new niche for 2021. With many families continuing to look for affordable and COVID-safe travel opportunities, we continue to feel confident in this niche. We did capture new assets for it. We did a lot of filming, and the camping campaign does show some of that imagery as well as some of the existing imagery that we already had. A complement to that kind of camping niche is the partnership that we're doing with Chef Yvang, who's going to be opening up a restaurant this summer. We did videos in all 5 regions of the state. It's kind of a way to award our audience's curiosity with chef-led demonstrations on how to elevate your campfire cooking, no matter where you are. And the recipes will be hosted on our site as well for people to access. Family road trippers. During our fall campaign, it was our best performing niche. So we've kind of doubled down on families getting in the car and heading to explore Minnesota. Driving destinations are expected to recover sooner, right, than airline travel. So it's a very smart niche to carry forward into summer, and we're extending this. We're showing a larger variety of activities, a larger variety of people, and people are going to be anxious to get out on the roads with their families and friends. This is just a quick clip of a social campaign that goes with family road trippers.
Find your true north, only in Minnesota.
It's just kind of a little pre-roll video. And lastly, a niche of exploring food and drink. It has several benefits. We want to support that struggling restaurant industry and encourage safe dining out. Food was highlighted in lots of our focus groups as a very important signal of our culture, important signal of diversity, and a critical part to trip planning. It's all about the food. It can extend throughout the state, but it does give us more opportunity to showcase the metro as a safe and welcoming location. Food and drink, it's of an interest to a lot of travelers, and foodies will travel for amazing food experiences. So we'll show them what we've got.
Find your true north, only in Minnesota.
And let's be honest, it's become all about patio season, which now is year round, I guess, except for those couple of weeks in February when it was really, really cold. Another thing we like to do each year is do some sort of experiential kind of campaign. And this year we're inviting all those road trippers and foodies, all Minnesota adventurers, to the largest ice cream social ever. We're inviting private independent ice cream shops to get involved with the Minnesota Scoop. We think it will help promote their favorites, only Minnesota treats. Think lots of ice cream. It's going to be a fun experience for people. We're going to publish the shops on our website and promote the campaign with paid marketing. If you know of any shops that might be interested in participating, they can you can have them get in touch with me, or I'll also share the link on where they can sign up to be a participating Minnesota Scoop location. We're going to give them everything they need: punch cards, buttons for their staff to wear, window clings to hang showing their participation, a poster that helps them feature their only in MN creation. And then when people come in, they'll get the punch card, and once they complete getting 6 scoops, they can redeem them for a t-shirt. Now to get a little bit into our spring summer marketing. We're playing off of that sense of adventure, and we have a very broad general campaign to go with some of that. Oh, no. I talked too long without taking a drink of water. Measuring success, we will do a visitation study this year, and it'll help us understand which tactics are driving actual visitors to Minnesota. These are our markets. Traditionally, our niche campaigns are much more natural in nature and cover the whole country. But now we're kind of bringing everything a little bit closer, including our general campaign and our niche campaigns. But you can kind of see where we are going to be marketing this spring and summer. Also, just to let you know when that's taking off, it kind of begins mid-April, and the Minnesota Scoop goes in later into the summer season. This is an ad that we produced for 2020, but it didn't run due to COVID restrictions. But it is a great spot that explores that quintessential kind of Minnesota summer vacation.
Stop, take a breath, close your eyes, remember this. Oh, oh, oh.
You can't stop time, but sometimes you can make it stand still. Find your true north, only in Minnesota.
And we also have a brand new spot. This is called Just Add Water. We filmed this year. It was a concept with input from a Black and Latino focus groups that we have. Super valuable information that we got, and we shot it just last fall all across the state.
While the human body is 60% water, it makes up 73% of the heart, which makes a lot of sense to us. Minnesota is the land of 10,000 lakes and endless possibilities. Find your true north, only in Minnesota.
And that is what we've got going on at the state agency. I have time to stick around for questions. If you have any, just let me know. Let's see if I can figure out how to stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Nicole. We appreciate having you. Let me see if I can take back those host controls, and then that
Can you
might
take it? There.
Yeah, I probably can.
Okay.
Does anyone have questions for Nicole?
Nicole, this is Tom Marnick, Timber Trails Resort. I'm also on the board of directors. The state with their grant program has been very accommodating over the last little couple of courses here with 2 different sets of grants. Do you have any indication that the latest one ends the end of this year? Going forward into 2021, do you think it's going to revert back to an older system where you had cost sharing, or do you think it's going to stay more critical or emergency type grant funding in 2021?
Right. So currently for the destination marketing organizations, the crisis marketing grants, you're right, there is no match on that. In moving forward in the 2022 year, we haven't gone down the road of finalizing any kind of guidelines for that program, but there most likely will be some sort of a match. I don't know that it'll be at the levels that it was before, but there has been talk that some sort of match might be coming. One of the things that I'm really pushing for is we did eliminate that kind of geographic requirement. And I'm really hoping to see that stay, because in my mind, it makes a lot more sense to have private nonprofit destination organizations promoting Minnesota to Minnesotans. But we'll see. I'm not sure
Great.
at
Thank
this
you.
point. Nothing's been finalized.
I think I got my dates wrong. I thought it was 2020 already. Not already, but still. When I said 2022, I guess is what we're talking about.
Yes. Anything else?
Anyone have questions? Feel free to unmute yourself if you have a question, or you can definitely chat it as well. Awesome. Well, thank you so much,
Well,
Nicole. We appreciate
yeah, you bet. Thank you for having me.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Yeah.
it. Great. Well,
Have a good day,
everyone,
guys.
you too. Thank you so much. We'll have her information too if you have questions for her later when we send out a post conference, if that works for you, Nicole.
Yep. And I'll send
as well.
the links to some
So-
of the things that I've talked about as well.
Awesome.
Perfect. Okay, sounds good. Well, we're just gonna keep going here with Mike, if you're okay with that. How's everyone doing? We have a little bit of a time for a break. I'm just gonna pull up my schedule. Gosh, in a couple more sessions here, but if you need to, grab something to drink, obviously do what you need to do. That's what is nice about this. So Mike, I'm gonna turn it over to you to do a Day on the Hill update. And then we're going to turn it over to Mark Bloomquist and Josh Wallenberg to do a little live auctioneering. And so all the proceeds go to our Day on the Hill effort. So that's why we kind of connected the dots with those. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Mike.
All right. Thanks again, Kayla. So we did our Day on the Hill was on the 9th and 10th of March. And we did it via Zoom like we're doing today. And I'll be honest, I was extremely nervous about how this was going to work. And it went quite well. Couple really I'll start with the issues that we addressed, we talked about. One of them that we talked about that affects a lot of us is the tax conformity on the payroll protection program. Loans or grants, if you will, getting the state to comply with federal guidelines to keep those tax exempt. As of today, that still is unresolved. I'm optimistic that some form will come through, but it's just, we're seeing the two sides. The House is the one that has not approved it yet. And obviously the governor did announce the other day that he's favors some, but not all. We'll see where that shakes out. But we definitely was a topic of discussion with many of them, probably all actually. We also talked about resort property tax, adjusting the tax tiers, and then address also, the different ownership structures, allowing, an LLC, a partnership, that even if it's the same, family, to allow those so that they don't lose the classification. And then lastly, and probably the one that got quite a bit of traction, and we'll see if it goes anywhere, was regarding workforce housing, allowing resorts to utilize their cabins in the off season for perfect examples this year we have with the pipeline workers, and then also hospital workers, and that especially up in the Bemidji area. We heard a number of resorters talk about having the opportunity to do that. And the issue is not going over the day requirements of 250 days rental in a calendar year. And what happens is you go directly from mom and pop class into commercial, about a 3 times the property tax jump. And none of us are getting the rents we receive off season for workforce housing like we do in the summer. They clearly are different, different reasons, and we're not doing our amenities at that time of the year in that. lot of legislators saw many areas of the state have a housing shortage, and we have an opportunity to work with them to allow our cabins to be used for workforce longer term housing. I do know Tom Bach up in Cook County is a little bit of a not in our camp on that, so we'll see where this ultimately goes. But there's talk, I know Joel had talked a little bit about, it might get something that gets brought up on the floor and they do kind of a floor amendment. We'll see. They did get some legs when we were talking with them. So I feel good about that one, whether it happens right now or in another year, but it does have some traction, and I think we can keep pushing that going forward. Post-Labor Day school starts, again, is with COVID. There's a couple bills that were introduced, and probably the one that had some traction and would potentially be an issue is with the flexible learning year. Although, the slope is you let it happen once, and now it's, as our time dialing that back and pulling that post-Labor Day start out of that after it's happened 1 year. Although I think we all have fought this battle, and the data suggests that starting prior to Labor Day does not benefit the students. Many of the school calendars are already set for next year. It's just, again, I love Senator Rude's comment. She calls it her whack-a-mole. And she's like, it pops up every year. We beat it back down. And so we have a lot of strong support on that, and hopefully that will continue. But again, south of, the southern part, metro area specifically, continues to bring up, and Rochester area, for whatever reason, are the two areas that we catch legislators there that are trying to promote this and take a little bit of that control back. So, that was third. And then lastly, and certainly not least importantly, and speaks to what Nicole was just talking about, is support of the Explore Minnesota tourism. And they've offered, there's an amendment this year for basically 4 different areas, basically covers recovery grants for the tourism industry. There was for conventions and events, and then the co-op program, which she spoke about as well. I've had the opportunity to testify on that. We'll see where it goes. It's got pretty strong support. And one of the, I think kind of the way we look at it that makes a lot of sense and legislators tend to understand is that, yeah, it's an expense, but really it's an investment. $1 spent there, they get $8, $9, $10 in return back to the state. So, yes, it is an expense, but yet it is one that there's going to be some return back and actually be a benefit to not just tourism industry, but the entire state. So those were kind of the 4 areas that we talked about the most. We had discussions on the walleye limits, some various DNR topics, stocking programs coming back, make sure that was on the radar. And so it went well. We had probably upper 20, 25 to, I think I saw a high of 32 people on the call. One other thing I do want to, for those of you that have not seen it, hopefully this will work with my, I want to thank Timberly and for helping put this was our leave behind this year. I don't know if you can see it, but it's a metal cutout with the CMR logo on here. And so Joel got those distributed with our position papers down there. And so several of them already had it in their office when we were on the call with them. And so they kind of look forward to that every year. So again, thank you, Timberly and Jason, for putting that together. They have, I think if I'm right, their daughter's boyfriend works at it, at the place that did the cutout and all the work on them. But they went over well. Some were concerned that they could use it as a weapon. It is pretty heavy, but hopefully they'll be civil. And so hope, it went well. And Joel, as you may or may not have seen, his mother just passed the other day, and so he will not be able to join us. But we truly appreciate all the work that he and Tammy did this last, especially for this year's Day on the Hill, because it really was different. And one of the other things I think a benefit is that we found legislators spend a little bit more time. We had like several spend over a half hour with us. And the other nice thing is, instead of going 3 or 4 into an office, we had 25 to 30 all on the call with most of them. Most of the time, we had several overlaps, and that went well. It was nice to have a bunch of faces out there when they were talking to us. So again, thank you to all those that participated, and we'll see what we're planning for next year.
Awesome. Thank you so much. First of all, for putting in all that work. I would have been, super nervous to host all those people via Zoom. And so thank you so much for doing all that work, to you, Mike, and also I know Jim. And
Jim Worley too. I owe him a huge thank you for the work that doing behind the scenes and setting up those couple breakout rooms. Truthfully, he and I worked on it with the two of us like the day before, like, okay, I'm going to send you out there and then I'll come back. And it really worked flawlessly. So a super tip of the cap to Jim on helping out on that day.
Awesome. Sounds
Mike, I got an important question for you. That picture behind you with the little boy next to the log cabin, is that you?
That is me and my grandpa that's when I was 3 years old. And that's my grandpa that started Boyd Lodge in 1934. So
good picture.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep.
That's great.
Hey, Mike, do you have any idea, did Hospitality Minnesota also do their Day on the Hill this year or no?
I don't know. I'm not a member of theirs. I know they've been very involved with their paid not representatives, but their paid personnel of sending documents and stuff out and in touch. I know they've been pushing on the restaurant side quite hard. I have not seen a lot of info regarding specifically resorts from them, but I know they've really been, I think, focusing, and I get it. I mean, those are ones that are truly hurting in the convention side, but and if I know, Clint, you're a member yet with them, right? Have you?
Yep.
Did they do anything at all?
No. I was going to say I get all their emails and I check, and I have not seen nothing out of them on Day on the Hill about anything. So.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mike or the legislative committee about Day on the Hill and that meeting? I might have missed it. Did you guys? I know there's been a new article about the North Angle, and you guys did a lot of work on that, which was pretty cool, I thought. So kudos to you all on bringing that up.
Yeah, there's those that know that the folks are 12 resorts in the Northwest Angle of Minnesota, and they basically have been shut out from everything. They can't. The roads have been closed for tourism from Minnesota into Canada, back into Minnesota. You can get there by boat, float plane, and then this winter they did open that ice road again. They are struggling up there, and we did have discussions with our legislators. I did see that the governor did send a letter to President Biden requesting that he do something to help these border towns out, if you will, that have these type of things. There are several of those. I think there's 4 other spots in the United States that have a similar thing where a part of the United States is up and they have to travel through Canada to get there, that are in a similar point where they're basically been locked out. And you're pretty restricted what we can do. It's not a state level thing, but we've definitely reached out and let them know if there's anything we can do as an industry to help. We certainly will. We've made a couple contacts with the representatives that they have in that area, and they're working on it. But it truly does bubble up to the federal level to if something's going to happen. I think our position was if there's anything we can do on a state level from a financial way to help them out, that we would certainly support something like that. So, yeah, thanks for bringing that up. That was the one I'd forgotten to mention, Kayla.
Yeah, that's interesting. Any other questions for Mike or Jim or about the day on the hill? Okay, then I think we're gonna transition over to Josh Wallenberg at Brookside and Mark Bloomquist. So we have a couple items up for auction. I'm gonna remove your spotlight, Mike. Mark, I'm gonna make you a spotlight. And let me find Josh. There you are. Okay, so I have a couple slides. Do you guys want to
You look
go?
good, Josh. You look really good.
I grew.
I know. I like your
12
beard.
today.
Your beard looks good, and it's big on my
In there.
screen now. Sorry.
No, it's good. Take it over. You tell me when you're ready. I can flash up the screens.
Is it okay if can I share my screen or not?
Yeah,
that okay?
sure. Yeah.
Perfect. Oh no, it's disabled.
Oh, let me make you a co-host. Try now. Josh, I'll do the same for you.
I won't do anything with that, but thank you. Oh, what just happened to me? Oh no.
We're just sharing now. You can. Oops.
Okay. Now I feel comfortable in this setting now.
You're talking on the side. You can go ahead and start introduction stuff.
Okay. So I'll start things out here. We have 3 items or packs of things for, oh, okay, there they are, for auction. I'm going to give you a little intro on each one. We'll do them all one at a time. Then we'll get through, finish the bidding on the one, and then I think we'll go to the next one and then the next one. So our first pack, oh, I suppose you guys want to know how to bid. I think we'll do the bids via chat. So Mark's going to be facilitating the actual auction himself, since I believe he has, by the time we're done here, at least minutes and minutes of experience as an auctioneer. So he'll give you the price, do his thing, give us his best John Michael Montgomery, and you'll put your little price that you're bidding in the chat. We'll keep track of that until we get it all the way bid up to a huge amount. Our first thing that we are going to auction off today is the Paddle North Pack. An estimated value of about $27. Has 2 can glasses. It's not a can, it's a glass, but it looks like a can, and it's really cool. I have one here. They're super neat. You can't see it because I have a fake background, but they're amazing to drink out of. Water, beer, water, soda, anything you want, you can drink out of these things. They work great. Also, a pack of stickers from Paddle North, and they're really cool stickers. You can see them on there, the loon, the bear, and the Minnesota. So that is our first item for auction. Feel free to bid it up because they are super cool things. And I'll give it to Mark for the rest of this one.
Here's what we got. Go in the chat. Anybody can start any amount that they want to bid at. These are going to be 3 minutes at a pop. So bid fast and bid furious. You'll hear music that'll dictate down the last 30 seconds. And with that, like I said, like Josh said, we're starting with the Paddle North track. Does anybody have any questions about the Paddle North track? Because it's already up to $50 and it's running like mad. It's because Josh did such a great description. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah. Glasses, 100% glass.
You can't find anything better on QVC.
No.
That's what we were told when we started this.
Yeah.
This is probably the best item you can get of the year.
Yeah, for right now. Yeah.
You can give it away as gifts. You can have it into your family. I mean, I know Josh is going to try and bid it up for Joanna, but that's not going to happen because I already saw it's flying off the shelf. With that, we have a few seconds left. Remember, 30-second countdown. Right now we're at 100% glass. You can't go without the 100% glass. That's amazing.
No aluminum in these glasses.
No aluminum whatsoever. Biodegradable, it's healthy.
Yeah. It's green as you can get.
3 seconds. And that item is closed, and the lucky winner is Casey at Arcadia Lodge. Casey, and maybe you want to go over what all this goes to support, Josh. The funds that we're making.
Day on the Hill, I hope. Is that what we're okay?
Yes, it is. It's
All
going to support Day on the Hill. Yes, you got it. But yeah, this goes to support Day on the Hill, and Mike just gave a great rundown of that. But I can tell you that was my first Day on the Hill. It was awesome. It was made available via Zoom, and I'll tell you a side story. So stay tuned. I'll tell you a great side story in between the next two items. But Josh is going to introduce the towel or the paddleboard towel.
Right. Yes. Our next item with an estimated value of what? $55. We have a huge loon towel from Paddle North. This towel is 100% luxury cotton velour, and it is not just plush. It's not like plush. It's extra plush with a custom print. This thing weighs in at 400 GSMs. I don't know what that is, but I think it's pretty awesome. You are going to want this towel. And if you just wanted the towel, you're going to get more than that. You are also going to get 2 koozies. If you still are into drinking out of aluminum, you can't beat paddle koozies. These might also be 100% cotton. I don't think so, but they keep your drink cold. If you didn't get that glass, you can just use regular cans in these things. They will do a great job. I don't know if I can say anything more about these. These items speak for themselves. Once again, an estimated value of $55, but we are raising money for a great cause. I think people are already bidding, so I'm going to shut my mouth.
No, you're doing awesome. It's just the bids are flying off the shelf. There's one item. This is better than 1,000 thread count sheet from what I'm told. Okay, it is unbelievable to the touch. You're going to want to wrap this around. You're not going to just want to use it at the beach. You're probably going to want to sleep with this thing. It's awesome. And like Josh said, you don't only get that, you get the can koozies as well. I mean, it's like a free little extra thing right on the side. But the 3 minutes started a little bit ago. We're going fast. But Josh has actually sampled these products. So can you speak more to what it was like when you got to use these at home?
Oh, sitting on that towel, I could wear shorts and my legs didn't get like stuck in the grass or anything like that. It kept the ground away from my bottom and my legs. It did a great job. And at least the length that it takes to drink a can of soda of your choice, like it keeps it cold the whole way down. Those koozies, they are soft to the touch. I mean, no rashes, hypoallergenic. I mean, they're the bee's knees.
You could basically not ask for anything more. I mean, this is an absolutely incredible product, and it's a great opportunity for you to get in and not only helping Day on the Hill, but also seeing that our sponsors actually supported this.
Yes, yeah, that's awesome.
But we're almost there. We got about 20 seconds left, maybe.
Ooh,
I don't screw
down
up.
the line.
I know it's only a few seconds
We
left.
got a hot bidding war going on right now.
It's getting big.
Yeah. Oh, going up some more. We got another bid.
You've got about 10 seconds.
That's a lot of pressure.
5, 2, 1. And the winner of this one's Mike. Mike takes her home for Boyd Lodge. That's a great thing. Congratulations, Mike. And that's awesome. And in between these two, oops, sorry, I just started my music again. We don't want that.
I have an updated picture for you.
Oh, awesome. There we go. You were awesome.
Sorry
about that.
Look
All
at
right.
that. That's beautiful.
Yes.
Perfect. So Josh is going to introduce this, and I'll tell you a story after about Day on the Hill.
Deal. All right. I couldn't sleep last night. I was so excited about auctioning off these 2 chairs. These are wild caught, hand hewn by a world-renowned chair artist. We are not going to call him a builder or a carpenter. He is an artist. These things are going for tens of thousands of dollars in Southwest Europe. But here in the Midwest, we have an estimated value of $350, and that's too low, guys. This is real cedar, 100%. I don't think the screws are cedar, but the wood parts are definitely all cedar. They fit you to a T. You can sit and lounge in these Adirondacks. I mean, I don't know what else to say about these. I would spell it, but I can't. This is, oh, I guess I can because it's written right there in front of me.
It's okay. You don't have to spell it. It looks good.
So
It's a
these
big
are
one.
amazing, handcrafted by Clint. I mean, that's going to get you something. You might be able to get him to sign them for you.
I would hope he'd sign it for you. It just increases the value over its life.
I think so. Yeah. Put some plastic on them and put them in your fancy living room.
Say, Mark.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Say, Mark, did you tell them that I will deliver those chairs, whoever buys them, for a cup of coffee and a tour of their resort?
Don't even say that, Clint. Are you kidding?
Man,
No, I
Clint
will.
is going to personally deliver the chairs. That in itself is worth $100.
Yeah.
I mean,
Open up those pocketbooks, guys. It's going to get real.
Yep. Yeah, but Clint just said he'll hand deliver the chairs if he comes there for coffee. If he comes there and you give him some coffee, that'd be great. I mean, you can't get a better deal than that. That is awesome. Well, with that, throw your bid down in the chat. I'll tell you a story about Day on the Hill really quick. The reason the Day on the Hill is so important is that it gives us a platform to talk about the issues that actually affect us. Through my other world or my other job, I went there last week, after Day on the Hill, after participating in Day on the Hill. And the legislators that I met wanted to talk about CMR issues. They didn't want to talk about my agency issues where I work. They're absolutely impressed and love that it was real people talking about real issues. And I think that's why it's important to do that outreach if you have the opportunity to do Day on the Hill and participate each time they have it. And it pushes forward issues for our resort association, which I think is incredible. But with that, we're going to have to add another 30 seconds, Josh, because this is going to go a little bit longer.
Yeah,
Going down bids. That's a good thing. It's blowing up, and I think it's mainly because we got Clint coming in person. Don't forget.
That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah.
How could you get any better than having him come and show up at your house? That's a huge thing. And if he signs it, like Josh said, it just adds to the value.
It does. It does. They're going to be a collector's item in the future.
Absolutely. But with that, we've got, I don't even dare put the time on because it just keeps going on. But we'll get 30 seconds. We'll give you 30 more seconds.
Yeah. 30 seconds. Just going to let the bidding speak for itself.
I'm going to pause that 30 seconds. Hey, Clint, I got a question. Can you unmute yourself quick, Clint?
Yep. What's up?
Is there any way that you would do a selfie at the residence with the people in the chairs?
I can do whatever you want me to. I'm easy. You know me.
There you go. That's another $50 value on top of everything. Clint will throw in a selfie, delivering the chairs, and have coffee with you.
You can put that on your Instagram. You can put that on your Facebook.
That'd be right on your resort website.
Yeah.
You know, the bad thing is I love to talk, so I could be there half a day.
And that's a good thing. And I think what we're missing is this is coffee with the president. We could auction this off separate, but we're just throwing it in as one with everything else. That's an incredible deal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's funny.
Okay, we got 20 seconds left. Anybody want to throw in a bid? Go ahead. You got 20 seconds. 10.
There it comes. It's coming down to the end. Oh.
5. 3. And we're done.
We done?
Casey Windsor, Arcadia Lodge. Casey pulls it off. That's he gets a selfie with the president of the CMR. He gets to have the chairs. He gets hand delivered by Clint, and he gets to have coffee at the same time. But with all that, thank you guys very much for supporting Day on the Hill. Thanks for doing the auction. I know it's not the same as the in-person auction. Just think about the fall conference. It'll be even bigger and better. Hopefully we can wrap Josh into talking there. That would be incredible. And with that, we'll turn it over to Kayla.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you guys so much. Thanks
Right.
Gosh, that was amazing. Yes, I think we have future auctioneers like forever. Like we have to have you do it forever, ever, ever.
Oh.
I love it. Okay, and congratulations to our winners, and thank you for supporting Day on the Hill. You all are great. With that, we have our next speaker coming on. Mike Schwieters is going to introduce him, and we'll go from there. Mike, I'm turning it over to you.
All right. Thanks again. Man, that was awesome, Josh and Mark. You guys killed it. So way to go. I think this is going to have to be a full-time or every year event. That went well, and thanks to everybody for bidding on that, for supporting Day on the Hill. We're going to transition into, I'm going to have Matt Killian's going to join us, and he is the current president of the Brainerd Lakes Chamber. And I have the privilege of being currently on the board and working with Matt on a lot of projects. And when we were talking about spring conference, one of the things that I'm really proud of our area is the community focus and work that Matt and the, specifically is really championed and really put together in our areas, specifically the Lakes Proud campaign, which you're going to talk about. But it's gone beyond that. It's really promoting the community that we're in, because I've said it all along that people come up to Boyd Lodge, but they're not coming up just to see me as much as I like to think they are. They're coming up to enjoy the stuff in town, the bars, the restaurants, the ice cream shops, the bike trails, the getting bait, the local bait shops, and getting that stuff. It's really our community that we're in. So I asked Matt, and he was more than gracious to take time out on a Saturday. And we're all kind of grateful. Today was kind of a day, so we aren't missing out on a 70-degree sunny day, sounds like Monday's gonna be. But with that, again, thanks, Matt. And Matt, it's yours. Take it away. Thank you again for joining us today.
All right, thank you, Mike. I'll tell you what, resorters really know how to have fun. So I'm really happy to be with you guys. I have never heard of wild-caught Adirondack chairs, but now I know they exist. So congratulations to the winner of the auction for those chairs. And here in the Brainerd Lakes area, we're looking forward to an awesome summer. I hope all of you across the state are as well. I was introduced to a new term recently. You probably know it. I have never heard it before, and that's called revenge vacations. Have you guys heard of this? Revenge vacations? Everybody is saving up their money. They have all this PTO, and they're going to do 2 weeks instead of 1 and really go crazy this summer. So we're looking forward to that. I'm going to try to share my screen here and see if we can get this PowerPoint presentation fired up. Can you guys see that?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, and I'm going to see if I can actually start it. And don't worry, this is not going to be death by PowerPoint. I just have a few slides here. Can you see the actual show now, or just the screen? Can you see that?
Yep.
Okay. Well, before I get going, first of all, thanks a lot to everyone here and to Mike for being on our board and being as active as he is. I agree. It's very, very important to get engaged in your local associations and really lobby our legislators. Hopefully you're trying to get things reopened just like we are. But I want to talk to you a little bit about a campaign that at face value, you don't think about buying local have much to do with tourism, but what we found it really does. And our chamber here in the Brainerd Lakes area, we actually 3 chambers in one. The Brainerd Lakes Regional Chamber, the Cross Lake Chamber that Mike's a part of, and also the Pequot Lakes Chamber. And all told, we're about 1,100 businesses, which we're really proud of that. We're one of the larger chambers, and it's not just Brainerd again, it's the whole region. We are a small business locally owned chamber, which essentially means that our membership is small. 90% of those 1,100 members or so have fewer than 20 employees, and 75% have fewer than 10. So this Lakes Proud campaign that I'm going to tell you about really is near and dear to our hearts because it is the hearts of our membership. So this is what our area looks like. It's probably not a lot different than where a lot of you are from here. There's a lot of blue on the map. And we look a lot like you as a region. Of course, the Brainerd Lakes area is, we like to think, is one of the more celebrated destinations in the state of Minnesota. And these are all the chambers of commerce that serve that area. We have the Brainerd, Pequot, and Cross Lake chambers, and then there's 2 independent ones in Nisswa and Cuyuna Lakes that are along with us. This is one of the only times that all of our chambers have worked together on a campaign to really strengthen local businesses in our area. So I think about what makes us special as a community. And it's not just the blue, it's everything around that. So it's not just the environmental assets and the lakes and the trails and everything that Mike talked about, but it's also the communities. It's also the local businesses. And quite honestly, it's the people. It's the human assets that we have in the area. So this Buy Local campaign, this Lakes Proud campaign, really tries to encapsulate all of that into one brand. Excuse me. So here's our mission. This, of course, is not the Chamber's mission, but this is this campaign called Lakes Proud, Keep It Local. And it's very simple. It's regional. It's to grow our regional economy by inspiring people to support local businesses. And really, it's that simple. You know, I think about businesses and communities being interconnected. They're codependent, right? When a business does well, the community does well. And here's what I know about local businesses. When they do well, they create good jobs, they invest in their people, they pay taxes, which nobody likes to do, but is really important for our services and our safety net within our region. And then the third thing that they do better than anyone else is they give back to all the different nonprofit organizations, schools, and just community efforts in general. Anytime we see anything that's kind of a premier project locally, chances are they have a small business name attached to it, even as much as a kid's baseball team. And I'm sure that's all the same for your areas as well. And I think, you know, the other thing is I think about it like a boomerang. You know, what goes around comes around. When you spend your money locally, you throw it out there and it may not come back to you right away, but it always does. And, you know, sometimes you can't even measure it, but you just have to trust that your dollars, when you keep them local, they're going to circulate around the economy and come back to you. So Mike had mentioned his resort. You may have been there. Have you seen it? Mike is in Cross Lake. He's not even right in Cross Lake. He's down the road a little bit from Cross Lake, but he is part of this community that's pretty special. And Cross Lake has a lot of people that are coming there every summer from really around the country. One of the things that they have that we're really proud of, because we organize it every year, is the St. Patrick's Day Parade. And that's one of our senators, Carrie Rude, sporting her green. We couldn't have it the last couple of years, but normally that's part of what makes that community special. And like Mike said, people are not just coming up for the lake. They're coming up for the community and the local businesses and the restaurants and the trails and all of the things that give people something to do when they're not on the water. So 2 words I wanted to just highlight for you that's in this headline here is positivity and pride. That's really important. That's really the foundation of it. Positivity is not negativity. So this is a no guilt buy local campaign. We thought really early when we were brainstorming about this with local business owners, the worst thing that we could do is try to make people feel guilty for going shopping at Walmart or Costco or buying products on Amazon. Certainly we want to minimize that, but it's about holding up the local businesses for availability and service and all of those things, and to develop a sense of pride in the community. And, you know, when you're proud of something, you take care of it and you invest in it. And that's really the emotion that we are trying to tap into through Lakes Proud. So this gentleman is one of our members. His name is Biff Ohm. He's the owner of a little retail store called Zeisers in Nisswa. And he really wrapped it up pretty well in a few words. And that is, It's about uniqueness. Shopping local is about a town's identity, creating jobs, building a community. And, I think about our area that's growing. There's Brainerd and Baxter in just down the street where I'm sitting right now. If we turn in too much like a community that looks like the Twin Cities suburbs, why would people come up here? Why wouldn't they just stay in Eden Prairie or Maple Grove or whatever? It's about preserving uniqueness. And you guys know this. It's also about a year-round economy. A lot of these businesses make 75% of their income in 3 months, but there's the other 9 months where they still have to survive. And a lot of people, you lose a restaurant or you lose a really cool local retailer, and people go, "Oh, that's too bad. It's too bad. Oh, they closed oh my goodness, that's a shame." Well, it's too bad or it's a shame because they couldn't make it all year round outside those summer months, or people would only come there on special occasions or whatever. But we need to invest in those businesses that make us special. So I wanted to get to the numbers here that I think you'll find interesting. When we were formulating the campaign, we didn't want to make it just a feel-good effort. So we tried to tie some numbers to it to show the economic impact. And so this is for our 2 counties. We go a little further than that, but Cass and Crow Wing counties. We looked at it and said, well, if every adult in the county just shifted one purchase, one $50 purchase every month to a local store, just $50 every year, $42 million would stay in our community. $42 million. And then if we raise the bar a little bit for businesses, if every local business committed $500, so they're going to shift $500 to a local store, be it an office store, retail, or supply, or whatever, another $18 million would stay in our community. So the goal was to try to get $60 million in economic impact in their 2 counties, not but through some big fancy economic development project or trying to fill an industrial park or doing whatever. It's just trying to get people inspired to keep their dollars local. And so what we did is we asked people to take those 2 pledges, either $50 a month for an individual, $500 a month for a business. And then that's an easy path to pocket $60 million. So since the campaign started, we've been able to get about between 4,000 and 5,000 people to actually formally sign up to take this pledge or to make this promise. So now I'm just going to show you some stuff and tell you some stories that I hope you'll find interesting. This is kind of where we started. So we had a lot of events. We had a lot of promotional products. We did a lot of presentations about the importance of this. And we did the window clings and the stocking caps and the floor mats, and we tried to push all of that out, and we really didn't try to lord over the logo. We tried to make this public domain. Businesses could use it however they wanted to enhance their own brands and their own marketing. So then that started leading into this, and we started seeing these Lakes Proud logos without much prompting pop up all over the place. So be it on somebody's vehicle or someone's retail store or restaurant, or a lot of the tourism attractions too. We started seeing those pop up. And then we also incorporated it into our events. So I'm sure you guys have an annual golf tournament, or you belong to organizations that do. This became a theme for a lot of the chamber events. So we had the ball drop, the Lakes Proud ball drop. We were giving away prizes. We had the flags. We also named a Lakes Proud Small Business of the Year that had fewer than 20 employees. And it became a theme of a lot of the chamber events. And I think this is the cool part. Then we started seeing things show up more permanently. So for instance, one of the bigger nurseries, they put the logo on their vans. This is a larger commercial heating company that put their logo on. We started seeing it pop up on the marquees and in trade shows and things like that. So it really just kind of took on a life of its own. And it's been really cool to not only see that, we just have to manage it. We don't have to create and come up with all the ideas all the time. So a few other things. Of course, a big part of this is Small Business Saturday. Literally tens of millions of dollars, of course, is spent every year through Christmas shopping. So we tried to own Small Business Saturday. One of the things that we do is we buy a newspaper insert that has a kids coloring contest because we want them to participate in the campaign too. But it also had a bunch of low-cost ads for small businesses that normally wouldn't be able to get into that Thanksgiving newspaper because it's too expensive. So we bought the space for them, and we had all their ads in there, which gave them a presence on Black Friday and Small Business Saturday. And then this was just a fun event that I wanted to show you. This is how it's kind of played out over time. We had a big Small Business Saturday kickoff from one of our local breweries. We did a little skit here to my left in the picture. That was a guy, the local actor, that was playing the role of the Lakes Proud Grinch that didn't want anybody to support local businesses. And so he wrapped the brewery owner in Christmas lights, and then Santa Claus saved the day at the brewery. So that was really fun. We had about 300 people attend that event. Just packed that small brewery, which was great to see. This is just something else we did for the local gyms that were closed down recently. We did the Lakes Proud Barbell. We're stronger together. Our staff went around to all the different local gyms, had them pose with the barbell, and we shared all that on social media. So it's just different things that kind of keep the cadence and the heartbeat of that campaign going. I mentioned earlier about the importance of people. And this is not just about small business owners. It's about the employees, their team members that make these businesses special. So we wanted to showcase employees and not just the small business owners all the time. So we came up with this Employee of the Month. People can nominate over social media by filling out a form. And then if our committee chooses one employee to recognize every month, here are 3 that we surprise with a certificate. And then they also win $100 in what we call chamber bucks, which is a local, basically a local gift certificate. So we're trying to get everybody in on the campaign. That morphed in last year into a kind of tithing from the Lakes Proud campaign into a safety campaign, Lake Country Cares. And we were able to distribute these Please Wear a Mask posters, really sending the safety message. We distributed probably 10,000 Lake Country Cares masks, and just kind of trying to build off the Lakes Proud campaign and get the community motivated to get us reopened out of this pandemic and back to business again. So this was very successful as well. The other thing, I'm sure that you know this in all of your communities, the fact that our restaurants and event centers and other types of businesses were shut down between Thanksgiving and the first week in January or so, it was absolutely devastating for those restaurants and other businesses. And we wanted to do something to help. And this was something that we came up with, again, flying under the Lakes Proud banner, but we came up with a campaign to save our restaurants. And I'm proud of our team. They spent 2 weeks to do this. We essentially sold, this is a version of the gift certificate that we sold online, very old school paper gift certificates. you could buy a $25 certificate for $20. And then $5 of that also was matched by a couple of donors to a local crisis charity. So it was a win-win-win, a win for the local business, a win for the community, and a win for those people that were looking for a stocking stuffer. And we put these out online. We became the Amazon of the Northwoods for about 30 days. Our staff did all the fulfillment out of this office. They licked stamps. They just sent out these gift certificates and people picked them up. Just as an example, there was an event center and restaurant up toward Mike, a little bit up the road from him. It's called The Woods. And in 2 days after that particular executive order, they lost every Christmas party and every event that they had booked in 2 months. So literally tens of thousands of dollars in business disappeared. They were in dire straits. And through this Cuisine Cash, we certainly weren't the difference for them. But we had businesses that were going to host their Christmas parties out there. We had one particular manufacturer that was going to host a big party out there. And they sold through the chamber and through the Lakes Proud campaign $30,000 in gift certificates in about 5 or 6 weeks, which again didn't make the difference, but it certainly was a huge lift in a time that they needed it. So all told, under the Lakes Proud Cuisine Cash program, we sold $171,000 in certificates. There was never a time that we needed a buy local program more than the last 12 months. And thank goodness that what we were able to do is just harness the power of it that was started 5 years ago, instead of having to create it from scratch during the last 12 months. That's about, if you're doing the math, that's about 8,500 paper certificates or so, and restaurants really benefited from that. And then, you know, I would just leave you with this notion that this is not something that is Brainerd Lakes area specific. I feel every community can do this. Every community should do it. And there's something in it for the community. There's something in it for local businesses, but I think there's something in it for tourism as well. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Great. Thank you so much, Matt. Does anyone have any questions for Matt at all? I think it's so amazing that you guys did this. I know our area in Park Rapids have done different things, but I think you guys have just taken it to the next level. I would love to see that in our area as well. So thank you for sharing all this information. And that is very encouraging to see too, like, okay, I need to make even more local purchases. The amount of impact that makes locally is crazy. So
well, the thing that I would add to the extent that I didn't kind of double underline it is that this has been it's almost like getting the snowball rolling down the hill, and then it just goes and it gets bigger and bigger. And the chamber is just, like I said, just kind of tried to manage this and spur it along. But the local businesses have taken it to the next level. I mean, there's no way that we could have done it without them. And so it's been a really cool thing to be a part of over the last few years.
So great. Mike, did you have anything you wanted to add at all?
I just want to say thank you, Matt. And, you know, truly, the hope is that, you know, you'll kind of inspire someone to get involved is kind of the thing at the end of the day. And, you know, it doesn't just happen. I mean, you have to have leadership that's there. And that's why I want to thank Matt publicly here as well. But I mean, it's kind of truly is, it's snowballed. It just, people got involved and they saw the benefit of it. Quite honestly, having that in place when the pandemic hit, to that Lake Country Cares, and one of the things Matt didn't talk about, but we put out there early on are the guidelines and what, you know, we encourage businesses to create plans on what is your protocols for COVID and what are you doing in your different, because all of us are different. You know, what we're doing at the resort was different than the restaurants and bars because they all had different challenges, but yet it was a central place where you could get information and also post what you were doing so others could utilize, you know, some of your ideas. And I found for us personally, that was as big of a thing of anything at that point in time when we were all going, what's going on? Can we be open? What do we have to do? We'll talk a little bit later. I'm on a panel and you know, we kind of went all in with what we did, but a lot of ideas came through this and that Lakes Country Cares part. And it was just a great resource for a lot of businesses. Like Matt said, most of them in our area are less than 10 people. A lot of them are 1 or 2 like we are as resorts. And it gave us a chance to go out and get information that was factual, not spun a different way. It came, you know, coming right off the CDC sites, the Minnesota Department of Health sites. And and there was people willing to like, here, this is what we're doing and help each other out. So that I thought was a thank God we had that in place at that time because it allowed us to do that. So, but I thank you again, Matt, for taking time out today, and appreciate you walking through that again.
Yeah, and I'll leave you with this because I know you're trying to catch up on your agenda. Your chambers, regardless of where you are in the state, they're already doing this. So in some way or another, they are an ambassador for local businesses. So the last thing I want anyone to do is say, hey, you know what? Matt Killian from Brainerd said that you ought to be doing this or that. They're already doing it. I think that we were just fortunate to it being the right thing at the right time and it morphing into something pretty amazing. But the main thing is, if you're out there buying local, make sure that you're evangelizing about it and you're sharing it to other people, and you're just doing it more than just quietly. And I think that tends to be contagious. That's not a good word right now, but it tends to be contagious in a good way. So again, thanks everybody. I'm looking forward to a great year coming up, and I hope you have an awesome summer and a very profitable season.
Thanks, Matt.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Matt. Okay, so with that, we're just gonna keep on moving through. Timberly is going to introduce our next speaker. So I'm gonna go ahead and spotlight her. Hi, Timberly.
You need to warn people before you do that. Wow.
You got like really big.
I was feeling really good back here, and then all of a sudden I see everything.
Love it.
All right. Yes. Okay. So thank you. Yeah, that's been great, everybody. So we're moving along. Dustin is here. He is the HR manager for Pro Resources. He has been working with over 10 years of field experience. He has a passion for HR solutions, just helping with the compliance, employment law, technology. We have been with Pro Resources for many years, just because I'm lazy and I don't like to do the employment. It's way too many things to fill out and things you need to know. So it's way easier for us just to let someone else take care of it. So we can just hire people and they do all the rest. So I thought this would be a great thing for people to kind of know options that are out there, and also what, if you're doing it yourself, what you need to know to make sure you're doing it correctly. So we'll keep things moving. Without further ado, I'll just introduce Dustin. Go ahead.
Hey gang, can you hear me all right? Yes, no? Gosh, that's close. Anyway, you guys can hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, awesome. Yeah, so like what Tim really touched on, so they utilize us. Obviously, we're a PEO. If you're not familiar with that, it's a professional employer organization. So the core of our business is payroll, and then we do your taxes, employer, employee benefits, your work comp, safety, wellness, everything HR. And then you get into my realm too with the compliance pieces and all that fun stuff that everyone loves, right? Like an activity. So yeah, I mean, we have several resort clients, I guess, too. We're in multiple states. We're based in Detroit Lakes. We've been around for 30 years. We were just doing payroll kind of probably for the first 20 plus years of it. Then we expanded into the PEO model. So what that looks like, so essentially what would happen is, say you wanted to come on with us as a client, what we would do is we would basically hire your employees. So we're the employer of record. So that's that liability is off you. It becomes on us. So we're hiring your employees. We're doing their W-2s, all that good stuff, all the admin work, take that off your plate, like Tim really mentioned. So can I share my screen, or can you see my screen?
You should have the ability to, feel free. Do you see where you can?
Hang on here. Let's see.
I think at the bottom, let me see if I can just ask you to do it. You see that
Share screen. Yep.
Okay, there you go. Yep.
Awesome.
Perfect.
All right. Okay, so let's go through. I mean, yeah, this is a super fun topic, right? Hiring legally, compliance, my wheelhouse, but everyone's favorite, right? So let's just kind of talk through. I won't like dwell on like a lot of the boring stuff here like I usually do, since this is like a Saturday, right? You guys are resort people and fun, not like an IT company. So let's just, obviously there's several employment laws that tie into hiring. Civil Rights Act, age discrimination, and these are things you're not thinking about when you're hiring people, right? All the laws, the EEO, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, state and federal courts, all that fun stuff, right? So they kind of regulate the hiring process and compliance. Let's see here. So can anyone kind of speak to do you guys have like a uniform hiring process, or what do you guys utilize?
I think a lot of us are all across the board.
Are you?
From hiring just personally, like doing it all by themselves, to having an accountant do it. But I feel like, and people can speak up, but I think we're kind of across the board.
And those are my favorite. Accountants are like, gosh, we don't want to do this. Like, let's give it to pro, right? But here's just like, historically, when we bring on new clients, I look at their application right away and I'm like, okay, you're already violating like the EEOC. Like you're asking somebody if they're a US citizen, things like that, and that's kind of that's what they do. The EEOC, that's kind of their mission is, they want you to pick the best candidate, not hire based on XYZ factors, right? So, and then with that comes obviously, do you have job descriptions? And what are those focusing on? They should specify only like you're working on essential job functions, right? And that ties back into who you're hiring too, of course. Writing advertisements, you guys advertise for jobs, or what are you going to? How are you doing that?
I think a lot of us kind of post on Facebook.
Yeah.
Social media spots are kind of the big ones right now, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, not to be like a stickler, but those are things too. You should pay attention to wording. Like, is there anything to do with gender in there, or marital status, or things like that? It should be all non-discriminatory. I typically review job ads for clients regularly, on the daily almost. But it's got to be essential duties, responsibilities, all that good stuff. It doesn't have to be super elaborate, things of that nature, but that's good. Yeah, you're using Facebook. Most people do now. Any like local sites up north there that you guys are using that are free?
Someone had posted Indeed.
Which is expensive.
Right.
But yeah, in Minnesota, if you guys aren't aware, Minnesota Works, it's basically like, I hate to label it like the unemployment site, but that is your unemployment system. But you can post for free on Minnesota Works. So people are actually required to look for work while they're drawing unemployment. We'll utilize that site. We'll make them utilize that site for them to keep drawing benefits. So that's a good free resource.
Dustin,
that's
is that called minnesotaworks.com or?
Yeah, I think it's just mnworks.com actually.
Got it.
So yeah, that's a great resource. And I mean, people use, I mean, there's a stigma associated, like I already said, because it's unemployed people, right? But it's also, it's an aggregator. So it's getting visibility for people that aren't working too, or are working.
Dustin, I have a question.
Yeah.
A lot of us get responses on our ads, and as Casey said, maybe only 9 out of 10 even show up at the place for the interview. Are they doing that because they are fulfilling some type of obligation, either through unemployment or through some of their social services programs, that they have to show that they applied for a certain amount of jobs?
Unfortunately, yes. Yes. And, you know, back, 15 years ago, it wasn't a digital process. And now it's easy to say, oh, yeah, I've applied for 4 jobs this week, right? And they can see that. And I'm going to keep drawing my benefit. Unfortunately, too, with COVID, it's become more lax. Those parameters have been kind of relieved. Also, they don't have the infrastructure for what's happened in the last year or the money. So, yeah.
Can we report them to anybody that would make a difference?
Time,
quite frankly.
Yeah, and here's the deal. A lot of employers don't know that too. But if they have somebody they're trying to get to come back to work that are like, oh no, I'm good. You know, I'm getting my extra $300 a week. I'm going to be getting that for, I think now it's going to be, as of April 1st, it's going to be extended to September 30th again, the additional federal money for unemployment. So if, you know, XYZ Resort says, hey, I'm trying to get John Smith to come back to work and he doesn't want to, and he's drawing unemployment. Yes, you can report that to the state. And
again, my question was not somebody that was already employed, but somebody that is basically fooling the system by actually applying with us and then not showing up. Can I just send a little general note to, to I don't know, social services?
Yeah, if you actually go through the Minnesota Works website or the unemployment system, you can actually write in. Yes.
Okay.
And obviously we have direct contacts with the state too, because we do so much volume with them. But yeah.
Thank you.
We get that a lot. And it baffles me too, because I get calls all the time like, hey, what can we do that so-and-so doesn't want to come back to work? I'm like, thank you for letting me know. Well, we will report it to the state. So. But yeah, so I mean, interviewing, you guys probably aren't doing like elaborate interviews, right? It's mostly your seasonal hires, obviously. Just some simple things here, like obviously you want to focus on job requirements, right? Describing the duties and responsibilities objectively, documenting it, you should, not a huge issue. It's like what in 1,000, right? Where somebody's going to come back at you, but it's always good to document it and hold those for like a year. And this, yeah, just tying back into notes here. You don't want to put your opinions on paper either. Everything's just factual, right? So things you shouldn't ask during an interview: age, marital status, family, sexual orientation, health, national origin, citizenship, disabilities, religion, criminal record. None of you would do that anyway, right? You just want workers, correct? Do you guys do a lot of, do you have like a lot of high school students?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of high school students and college students that we get.
Is that kind of like your bloodline, literally? Like that's your thank God hires?
I would say majority is that age, for most of us, I think, for cabin cleaning and such.
Yeah. So is everyone, like every resort that's on the call right now, do you guys all do I-9s?
Yes.
Everyone?
I do.
Awesome. Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, that's one other thing Tim really didn't mention. Obviously, I didn't either earlier, but that's what we bring to the table is, yeah, obviously you're a small employer. We have cloud-based HR software. So everything that, you know, you hired Johnny Smith, you know, just got out of high school. We're gonna, I mean, when you bring them on through our system, it's gonna be, you know, you're gonna go through the I-9s, the tax process, everything is digital. So takes care of that compliance piece. Are you guys doing any pre-employment testing?
No.
Justin,
Only if they, just to check if they have a pulse.
Yeah. Can they rake weeds, right?
I have a quick question about health-related questioning and being careful around that. We are pretty careful about our wording. In fact, the last time I put a Facebook ad on last year was able to scrub a kitchen floor and make a bed with attention to detail cleaning, right?
Yep.
So I actually had a lady who was legally blind. We hired, but we didn't know that she was legally blind because we had hired her daughter originally. And then her daughter just brings her mom one day and says, it looks like you need more help. And we're like, oh, great, your mom, sure, and we end up, it's like a casual thing. We're happy to get an extra body on, one of these 11 Saturdays, which were such a struggle.
Right.
And then, of course, we end up fighting that she's legally blind. And bless her heart, she had a wonderful work ethic, but yeah, she couldn't see shit. So we ended up just, keeping her on. But the next season, I kind of couched it as, I think we're pretty full up. That was a hard one. I don't know if
Yeah.
advice around that you could share.
Yep. And you're in the clear there, essentially. I mean, you're not hiring her. You didn't hire her knowing she has a disability, essentially, right? That wasn't disclosed. You certainly aren't not bringing her back because she has a disability, but at the same time, that's part of it, right? But you are, she can do the essential functions of the job. So that's kind of your scapegoat there. So, her job is to do X, Y, Z, and, God bless her, right? But she can only do X, So you're not discriminating her because she has a disability. She literally can't do the essential functions of the job that you require.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Justin, Lynn wrote in the chat about asking about age when it connects to child labor laws. How do you do that?
Yeah, again, that's essential too. So you can in that regard.
Like if they look young or like, oh, just want to make sure that you're over the age of 14.
Yep.
Okay.
You can ask that. Yep, you're not discriminating on them based on their age at all. Again, that ties back into the essential functions of the job and employment law. Like, are you able to work here based on your age? And are you able to do, what things, right?
There's another question too from Aaron at Westridge Shores. What is the list of all the documents we need to fill out for each person hired? Maybe you're getting to that.
The list of documents? There really isn't a standardized list of documents. The biggest thing is you need to verify people's employment eligibility in the United States, right? And that's the I-9. They're presenting those forms of ID to validate that. So that's the biggest thing. And then, you should have them signing off on your policies, your handbook. Obviously, you need to take their tax information down, all that good stuff.
And then Jen and Mark Bloomquist from Cedar Rapids Lodge asked, what about criminally restricted positions? How do you get at that with your agency?
Criminal restricted, what do you mean by that?
Jen and Mark, do you want to dive into that one a little bit more? Sex offender is what Casey said.
Yeah, how do you get into that stuff like sex offenders, working with kids, stuff like that? Do you screen that out before they get here? Or how do you work with that?
Are you doing background checks?
Officially, you can't.
Well, you can officially, yeah. If you're doing a background check post offer.
Yeah, I'm talking about when they come. You don't give. What I'm asking is, you don't give them to the person before they interview, correct?
You cannot. In Minnesota, that is illegal federally. It has to be post offer. And of course, you can tell them, hey, this is contingent on satisfying our background check.
You give them that offer.
And then that ties into, if you're actually not doing a formal background check either, you should be, but they should be authorizing that as well, legally, for you to do that.
Is that something that your company assists with? Okay.
Yes. Yep. We do. And it actually, we utilize a national vendor that I've been with in the outsourcing world for probably, this is my 6th year. But prior to that, I worked for a global company, and I actually I brought the same vendor in that we used to utilize from a global perspective to what we do now. It literally, it's $10 to $50. I've never seen 150. That would be somebody that has like 15 felonies in 15 different states. And that's no extra cost to our clients. It's just a service. We literally add it to your invoice based on what our vendor charges us. So.
I have a quick thing to add in response to the question about what forms we need to have, just to help guide some of us we're literally, a lot of us, mom and pop resorters. So we are not.
Yeah. Yep.
So we're just seeking any kind of information possible. And several years ago, one of our resort colleagues also worked as a side job for the Minnesota Department of Economic and Employment Department, whatever that is.
Development. Yep.
Yep. And so she gave us, and so on the CMR website, all of our members can actually log in as if they were going to change their listing on our website. And on the dashboard, we actually have under educational materials, we have a basic employee application that they could download if they wanted to print that out. We have the employee immigration form, which is that I-9 you were talking about. We've got a flyer that says no interview questions, which is quite interesting.
Perfect.
There's actually an employee W-4 form, which is actually just a link to the website so that you can get a refreshed 2021.
Just your basic state and federal forms.
Yep.
Yep.
And then there's also, lastly, a new hire reporting form.
Yep. Yeah, and that's Minnesota is, not to talk politics, but it's leaning politically toward like in New York, right? Very progressive when it comes to bureaucracy. And obviously that has a big impact on employment law. So a lot of finicky things like the Minnesota Wage Theft Act, ban the box. Like we're talking about applications, asking about felonies, XYZ, you can't do that anymore in Minnesota. So I'd gladly review those applications on your website for free. I mean, just send them over to me, email them. I'd love to review them, or I can have our legal counsel look at it too. But yeah, the Minnesota Wage Theft Act is so basically every single time if you gave somebody a 15-cent raise, they would need to be notified on paper and have to sign off on it. So obviously, like the software we utilize for Minnesota clients, we had to, obviously make that addition in our software too. So if you're giving a new hire a job, John Smith, you're hiring him to work start July 1st. Technically, you're supposed to show him on paper, here's the wages, here are your taxes, here's the whole breakdown, and he's signing off on that. And that's called the Minnesota Wage Theft Act that we did a law a year ago. So
is that just last year that started, or 2 years
Yep.
ago?
Yep.
Okay.
Wow, I'm looking over this application that is listed on the CMR that I could have sworn was given from the retreat colleague that worked for the Department of Minnesota, but I'm seeing a lot of no questions on here. How many years of education have you had? Circle 1. Did you graduate from high school or receive a GED? Yes or no? School attended. Are you 18 years of age or over? Yes or no? Otherwise, it's just basic mailing address, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's okay.
So it is okay.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you're not blatantly asking what their age is or ruling them out on that. It's based on the essential functions of the job. Again, you need to know that for employment law purposes. So.
All right, and it's okay.
But is there a citizenship question on there?
This one does not. It's just title of position, date of application, last name, first name, mailing address, email. Are you 18 or over?
Yep.
Did you graduate from high school? How many years of education have you had? Here's some important facts. Name and, oh boy. Have you?
Yeah, so 10, 15 years ago, right? It was very common to see, are you an American citizen or are you a citizen, right?
You know what?
No,
This
that's
is
illegal.
2007, by the way.
This is 2007?
Yeah, this form.
And it's in compliance. Wow, that's impressive.
And I think
Short and sweet.
Okay, so what you're saying is so far as what you've heard me relay, the application that is an example on the CMR website is something that we could use and have no problem with. Okay.
From what I've heard, yes.
From what you've heard, yes.
Yep. Yep. And then, are you guys doing reference checks? Probably not for seasonal hires. That's like over the top.
Boy, we try, for God's sakes.
Do you?
Well, if we hear that they work for another resorter, by God, I'll call the other resort, won't you guys?
But don't tell them that. That's off the record, right?
Right.
They haven't authorized you to do that. But yes, I get it. That's kind of like doing a background check on Google. They haven't authorized it, but I'm going to do it anyway, right? Or I'm going to look them up on Facebook.
So if you cannot ask for references, is that what you're saying?
You can, but they should authorize that you look them up, that they allow you or provide them. But I get it 100%. If you know the resort down the road, you're going to call up Timberly or whatever, right? Say, hey, off the record, is this person okay to hire?
Right.
That's just that's a fact of life, right? But in a perfect world, they're providing you references and they're authorizing you to reach out to them by providing them.
Right.
So.
We
And that's a good add to an application too. Like, hey, provide through references, and then they're automatically authorizing it essentially.
Okay.
So, and here's the deal. Like, it again, this is a 1 in a million, but I guess I've seen it, so it's not 1 in a million. But if XYZ employer calls XYZ employer and says, hey, is this person okay to hire? And all of a sudden, the other employer is basically defamationing, slandering, that candidate has the ability to go after that employer and sue them. So yeah, I mean, and we're living in a different world now, so that those are things that I'd never seen 10 years ago that I hear about once a year now. So scary enough. But
there's a question from Susan Williams about the difference between hiring staff and 1099 contractors.
ooh, it's a good one.
Yeah, say a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I'm not going to pretend I'm a tax advisor or work for the IRS, but yes, that's IRS code, what defines 1099 and what defines an employee. And what I can tell you is if you're 1099ing somebody, they better have like 100% autonomy to do whatever they want on their own. You're just giving them a job. You're not defining hours. They're not using your resources. You're not saying I need to be here on this day. They basically have the freedom to get that job done within like, hey, I need docks put in the next 6 weeks on 3 different lakes. Please get it done. That would be a 1099. If I'm saying, hey, I need you to come and clean my place, clean the resort between 8 and 9 on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, that'd be drawing the line there with being an employee.
And going back to another question, how do you do citizenship? Can you not really find out until you offer and you're getting the I-9 filled out, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, if they satisfy the I-9 requirements, you're off the hook as an employer, essentially, right? From my perspective, because we have so many clients, we use E-Verify, which is the federal site to actually verify that they're eligible to work in the United States based on the documentation they present. So John Smith fills out application online or through our software, right? Our admin team's getting an alert. They're then pulling that data from the I-9 digitally and then submitting it to E-Verify, federal site. If that doesn't match up, then we're going back to the employer. Because believe it or not, yes, absolutely, people present false identification, all that fun stuff. So, but yeah, if John Smith shows up to your resort, you have a paper I-9, and he's filling that out. He presents you 2 forms of valid ID that satisfy the requirements of it. That's the end of your game there. You're doing what you need to do. You're doing your diligence there.
I'm so in trouble. I'm just looking at us thinking, oh,
okay, let's hire Dustin.
Because you know what, we just hand out the form. Here, fill out the form, which is basically put your driver's license down, and then we get it back, and I don't check it. Good God, I need to.
I don't keep copies of those, but I do look at them when they hand them in to us. I make them show me
you're
their
not
driver's
required
license.
to keep. You're not required to keep copies of. I actually prefer you don't, because all of a sudden somebody breaks it. You know what I mean? And they steal a bunch of data. You're not required federally anymore to keep copies of driver's license, social security cards, whatever birth certificates they present. The only thing you're required to keep copies of is called a List A document, which would be like a green card, a passport, things of that nature. And those are all, that's actually the back. If you actually go to just Google PDF I-9, the back page of the I-9 is gonna have an itemized list of ABC documents, what's acceptable. And those List A's are the only ones you're required to keep copies of, like passports and green cards. So
I would take exception to that. Every I-9 that I get in, I make sure I get the proper documentation and I copy whatever they give me for documentation, and that goes in my file, because to me, that's the only way you can prove point blank that you did what you're supposed to do. And it's not electronic, it just goes in a file.
Yep. Well, the second portion of the I-9, the employer portion of the I-9 actually outlines that. So you should be filling that out too. That's the reason why you don't have to hang on to those documents or those cards, whatever.
Well, I fill that part out. I sign it. I put it with the copies of it in my file.
You can do that. There's nothing saying you can't do that, but you don't have to.
Yeah.
All right, feel free. I mean, to keep going.
Yeah, and you know what, guys? Outside of working with Pro Resource, I have my own consulting firm too. If you guys have questions, whatever, I can share my information with Timberly. She can kick it out to all of you, just for these nuanced questions too. So, and no, I won't invoice you if you email me a question regarding, is my application legal?
Can you throw that info in the chat for us?
Yes, sure can.
Jobs.
So I won't like bore you with any other compliance stuff. So if you just have more questions, holler at me.
Justin, what are the guidelines for those of us who are providing references? So Kim has said that she's going to call the resorter down the road or whatever, as we're offering, oh yeah, that person's a great, what can we say? What can we not say?
You can say whatever you want off the record, right? If you know each other. But put it this way, if somebody calls our firm, I manage our HR department, obviously, at 5 employees under me. If somebody's calling us asking, I'm saying you're giving the date of hire. That's basically it. Your employment dates, that's all. Just because, I mean, like I said, it's 1 in a million, but there's liability, there's exposure there that they could come back and say, so-and-so said this, that's defamation, it's slander, with the sue happy culture we have now, I just avoid it. The easiest thing to do is I'll give you dates of employment. That's all I'm going to give you.
It's very simple. If the employee's a great employee, the past employer will glow and tell you did a great job. If they give name, rank, and serial number, that's a red flag. Period. Yep. That's how you do it.
Good point. And same with references. It's like, yeah, right. Like 10 years ago, that was like a fad, right? Let's check references. Who's going to give somebody a reference? Who's going to provide a reference that's not going to, put a glowing review out? Just doesn't happen, right?
Yes, it does happen. People are idiots.
I got a story. Mm-hmm.
Let's hear it.
I had a renter. They gypped me on 3 months of rent. Okay. After the winter went away, got a job in town, used us as a reference for her new employer. After walking out on 3 months of rent.
Wow.
People do the stupidest shit.
You can't fix stupid, right?
No.
Jen or Mark has a good question. She commented, if given the opportunity to rehire, would you, is a common question asked. And if you say no, thoughts on that?
Yep. And that's all you're saying, right?
Right.
That kind of releases you just by that's all you're saying. Yeah. And that's common even in software to have a box to check that says that for people like agencies, whatever, to look at. But yeah, there's minimal liability in that. So, but again, that's all I would say. Like, nope, they're not eligible for rehire. Why? Because that's the box is checked, right? We're not going into 1,000 things unless you have solid documentation of it. Or again, this is 1 in a million too, but if you don't release information like oh, they tried to burn my resort down. I mean, that resort could potentially come back at you and say, yeah, a long shot, but I read a case about it.
Well, any last questions for Dustin? And like he said, we will definitely share the information for him and Pro Resources as well.
Yeah, and like I said, we're not nothing's contractual with even our organization. It's a customer service agreement. If you don't like what we do, you can cancel the day after. But yeah, either way, feel free. I'm more than willing to answer questions. It's my life. So whenever, shoot me an email, call me, whatever. So
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dustin.
you bet.
Kimberly's probably going to send you off.
Yes, thank you.
I'll throw my email at least and my phone number in the chat here.
Yeah, that'd be great. That way, and we can shoot that out to the boards or to the membership. So that'll be great. Thank you so much for being able to do that. I know a lot of us
Yeah,
are kind of like
I'm glad you guys were engaged. I didn't want to do the whole boring compliance talk, so it's good. Great.
Thank
Well,
you.
have a good rest of your weekend.
Yeah, you
Take care. Have a great resort season if I don't talk to any of y'all.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, y'all, we are going to take a little bit of a break. I'll just loop those vendor ads that we showed earlier. And then we will end the day with a resorter Q&A panel. So be ready with your questions. Once again, we'll see you here. We're just a little bit behind, but we'll see you back at about let's make it 3:16, 3:17-ish, around there. Okay?
Minnesota Resorts, you can trust that my experience, along with the expertise at Minnesota Resort Sales, is exactly what you need when buying or selling your Minnesota resort. Let us guide you through all the benefits of the Minnesota resort lifestyle.
Looking for a simple, effective way to streamline operations at your family resort? Introducing ResStream. Our easy-to-use reservation software and online booking engine allows you to track all details of guest reservations and historical purchases while simplifying the booking process online. Save hundreds of hours every year. Features include automated rebooking, weekly rates, Saturday to Saturday arrivals and departures, 24/7 support, and more. Schedule your demo today. Your resort is a place for Your resort is a place for people to kick back, relax, and enjoy the great outdoors. And you strive to provide your customers the best experience possible. Believe it or not, your website should provide that same great experience. To ensure your customers can discover you, find the information they need, and have a seamless experience booking their next great vacation, your website needs to be up to date with the latest features and functionality and design. Pinnacle Marketing Group designs effective websites that are mobile-friendly, search engine optimized, provide Google Analytics, and include features such as event calendars, photo video galleries, booking integrations, and more. You will also have a dedicated account manager to assist with monthly updates and monitoring to ensure your site stays up to date and secure. In addition, Pinnacle offers a full suite of marketing and design services to help your resort attract new customers and maintain the relationships you already have. Make sure your customers' experience is truly the best from start to finish. Contact Pinnacle Marketing Group today.
be your moon. You will be my sky. And I promise I will follow you until the end of the line. And I will be your flower if you will be the bee. And I promise I will always give you the sweetest parts of me. 'Cause you're the tip to my top, the key to my lock, you're my breakfast in the morning. You're my up to my down and the king of my crown. And you're everything I want. You got that sweet, sweet, sweet honey. Sugar, and I want it sweet, sweet, sweet.
I love to wake up in the morning, but keep dreaming without warning. The day is gone. And sometimes I take a walk, then I forget about the clock. I can slow down. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on laughing. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Whoa, lie in the sun. Now I've been to many places and won so many races. I was a child, yeah. But now my only win is now, and my only wear is when I'm by your side. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on laughing. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Lie in the sun.
Looking for a simple, effective way to streamline operations at your family resort? Introducing ResStream. Our easy-to-use reservation software and online booking engine allows you to track all details of guest reservations and historical purchases while simplifying the booking process online. Save hundreds of hours every year. Features include automated rebooking, weekly rates, Saturday to Saturday arrivals and departures, 24/7 support, and more. Schedule your demo today.
Okay, are we ready to get started again for our. We have our resorter Q&A panel. So as everyone's getting back on, there is just one vendor spot I mentioned earlier. Let me find it here. That I'm gonna you know what, I will share my screen so you guys can see that. So this one, we also gave the option to people, if they didn't want to do a video, that they could just send in their ad or whatever. So in-room supplies, I just want to make sure gets their spot as well. So in-room supplies, they're an associate member out of Eagan, Minnesota. And they're offering a 20% discount on all pillow orders and a 10% discount on all other bedding items, which includes mattress, protectors, blankets, sheets, pillowcases, pillow protectors. And we will include this information, like I said, afterwards with all of this ad information and the contacts for our reps with them. Martex products from West Point Hospitality /resources to so, and those discounts are good until April 30th. I will definitely be buying pillows. So I need to do that. With that, I mean, we might as well bring the panel on and start off with that good old bedding question. So we have specific panelists that we've invited. So the Schweeters, hi everyone, hi Schweeters. I'm gonna spotlight you. You are here. You should be able to unmute yourself. Mark and Jen, I'm gonna find you. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Mark and Jen, are you all there? Hi. So Mark and Jen Bloomquist from Cedar Rapids Lodge. And then we also have Liz Arndt from Half Moon Trail. And there she is as well. I am going to add you in here too. Hi, Liz. Hi. Hi. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Yeah. Thanks for being here, sharing your expertise and what you're going to do this year. So for everyone else listening, feel free to turn your video on and change your view if you want to, and unmute yourself. This is really open, Cracker Barrel, and just highlighting Boyd Lodge, Cedar Rapids Lodge, and Half Moon Trail with what they are doing this year. So the reason why we have asked these specific people, well, first of all, they've been doing it for a long time. Guests really enjoy going to their places. They're good at answering lots of questions. And also, we thought you guys were a good range on your take on how you're gonna prepare for this year, how you prepared for last year. So just to get us started, and Joanna had a great idea to start a poll question about bedding as well. But with that, what are you all doing for bedding this year compared to what you did last year? Go ahead and take it.
So last year we pulled all non-essential bedding. So example, throw pillows, comforters, anything decorative, and basically stored them all year. We bought extra blankets, extra sheets, everything, so that when we go in, everything on the bed came off, all new went on. We do our own laundry on site. So we were washing, you know, we doubled down on literally everything so that we had all new stuff every week, or between changes of guests if there were shorter stays and stuff. We are definitely not doing that this year. We are going to go putting all of our, we are putting throw pillows, decorative stuff back on. In our opinion, there's been enough evidence out there that contact is just not the problem. I mean, it's the face-to-face type deal. We will still disinfect, but we will be putting the decorative stuff back. We will still be, I believe, double check, but we will be pulling all bedding off other than that, those things this year, but we will be putting our decorative stuff back.
Awesome.
We are very similar. Last year, we took off the blankets but left the quilt on. We just felt like it was easier to do some like spray sanitizing with that. But this year we are putting everything back on just like we always did in the past. I did take out throw pillows last year. I'm not sure I'll put those back, but not because I'm afraid of COVID with them, just because they were kind of a pain anyway. And we only had a couple cabins that had those. So I think for the most part, we're going to go back to how our bedding has always been.
Last year we took off the blankets and quilts and left the pillows and the sheets on, and because we launder those every week, and guests, they didn't have a problem bringing their own blankets for the beds. This year we hadn't decided yet, but I'm thinking after hearing what you guys said that maybe we'll just put them back on. We had planned to kind of wait a little bit and see if anyone really expressed any concerns. We've only had one person ask us if we're changing what we did last year. But we don't have the capacity to launder anything more than our sheets every week. So we pulled the blankets and the quilts. Our septic can't handle any more laundry. So we'll either put them back on or we'll leave them off and ask our guests to bring them one more year until the dust settles a little bit more, but we haven't made that decision finalized yet.
We are a little concerned about the perception, to be honest with you, of like, oh, you guys don't care anymore, you know, or that's, but I think we'll put a, you know, a statement out with our check-in packet and stuff of why we're doing it. But that was a concern, is just like kind of that perceived, you know, because really it's not over, but you know, there's, I think, aspects of it that have proven to be not the concern that it was maybe early on.
Yeah,
I feel the same way. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, we had people last year that even though there was quilts on there, you know, they took them off and they took off the pillows and brought their own. I think if people are really concerned about it, they may still do that. And that's totally fine. I want people to do what they're comfortable with. But I think most people will be okay with us putting everything back.
Yeah, I would say so too. My main concern with putting them back was, one, the perception, but two, we had only 2 guests last year ask us to remove the pillows before they arrived. They wanted to bring their own pillows, but even that's kind of a pain to then remember to put them back. Not so much the remembering to do it, but just doing it. And we don't really want there to be a significant number of people saying, you know, could you remove the blankets and quilts for us? We're not really that comfortable having those in there. And I just don't think one more year of taking away the blankets and quilts is going to be that. I think everyone's going to understand for one more year. So yeah, I don't know. Good points, everyone.
I go back and forth.
Part of it was a storage space, to be honest, because we utilize the room where we stored everything for some of our activities, which we will be doing again. Not all of them, but some of them, and we need them back. So we will have to do that. So that we didn't have another place to put it. So.
I think you brought up a good segue, Mike. And I mean, I will stop asking questions. You all can definitely speak up, but about communication, how you're going to send out a communication about your plans. So I'm just curious about that. What are you all communicating this year? Are you sending out a big, like, here's what we're doing this year? Or what does that look like for check-in, that kind of a thing?
Yeah, last year, that's what we did. We sent out a pre-arrival letter, you know, explaining all the steps that we were taking from cleaning. You know, we changed our check-in, check-out policy to be pretty much a touchless. You know, like I jokingly said, you know, since 1934, we've been pulling the people together. And last year we said, everybody get the hell away from us. You know, it was just a change in mentality, but some of that stuff, you know, the check-in, check-out, you know, we still have people like, can we come in? And I'm like, yeah, for sure. And then there's always like, well, we'd rather not, you know, so people are still all over the board on it. We'll keep that, but we will definitely go out with our pre-arrival letter that will have a segment on it regarding, you know, what I'll call changes in our COVID policy, if you will, and just what they can expect and what's different from last year, or for those that didn't come last year, 2 years ago, I guess. So.
We did similar. We sent out an email probably a week to 10 days before people arrived and just said, you know, here's the few things that we've changed. Most things weren't any different, but we just wanted them to be aware, you know, bring extra blankets if you think you're going to need them, and some minor things like that, just so they knew what to expect. But honestly, we got a lot of phone calls and emails too that we answered ahead of time. So yeah, and I can't remember. I may have blocked it out from like PTSD, but we may have put something on Facebook or something too, saying what we were doing in general. I know we didn't send our spring newsletter last year in April like we usually do, because we had no idea what to say. We didn't know what was going to be happening, so we didn't do that.
Yeah, we waited until May to send anything out, and we had started getting some questions then, but we just kicked out an email to everybody saying what we're doing, and that worked just fine. I anticipate we'll do the same this year, just because we have some unknowns still. I feel like Waltz could still change some things that might affect us, and you know, say, like with activities, we still aren't sure what we're gonna do for sure. We're hoping to add back a few things, but we also send out an email a week before our guests arrive, and we'll probably, you know, if there's anything to update at that point, we'll change that correspondence.
It's a good question, Liz. Maybe you could answer a little bit more about that too. We had our family meeting last week and talked about the activities that we think we'll bring back or not. And I think you're right. I think with spring break happening all over and lots of reports of, you know, kids doing their shenanigans as they do, I'm worried that there'll be some more crackdowns again for a while, and then it'll probably relax again. So we're not quite sure what we're doing for activities. So I'm curious about you guys. For right now, where we stand, we're pretty much going to go back to most of our activities, because they're mostly outdoor, or they're small groups, or we'll do kids crafts on the lodge, for instance, or outdoor sandcastle contest. We'll do our, you know, it was a relief last year actually not to do any activities with all the other stressors, but we're going to go back to most of that. But I still think I'm having trouble with bingo, because we typically will have sometimes upwards of 50, 60 people, and we can't do that in the lodge. And then potluck, you know, with all the food thing. I'm like, oh shit, let's don't deal with that this year. So any other thoughts that you guys are contemplating or have made decisions about so far about what you're going to do differently this summer?
So
we're not bringing back our potluck for sure. I just feel like it's going to be quite a while before we can bring back a potluck. I just think
that isn't because of COVID though.
Yeah,
That's not a choice.
Honestly, we weren't huge fans, but it's been here for like a million years, so we had a really good reason to get rid of it. And I just think it can be justified for quite some time to not bring that back. But we did bingo last year, but our bingo is a kids bingo, so we don't have 50 to 60 people doing that. We have, you know, 10 to 20. So we still did most of our activities, just not the potluck.
Yeah, one of the so for us, we're going probably bring back about half the stuff that we didn't do. We've done donuts in the past, and last year we actually went where we, you know, that was an indoor where it's gathered. I mean, it was packed. So that similar, I'm guessing, what the potlucks are like. We actually ended up doing where we delivered them. I worked with a local coffee roaster. I got packets of coffee, so we put them in plastic bins and delivered them to each cabin. We're going to do it that way again this year, just because I don't have a space big enough, because it's kind of one of probably our most attended things. Bingo, we call it Boido. But Joanna gave me a great idea last year, because I talked to her about it. We did ours outside. We got paper cards with those crappy crayons that you can get from, what's the name of that place?
Oriental Trading.
Yeah, Oriental Trading. I mean, they're like this big, and we had a garbage can. So when they were done, they threw the crayons away, threw the paper away. It worked awesome. We're doing that going forward. A Wednesday night, sitting outside we call it beach blanket Boido. And you bring your beach blanket, sit outside. It was a huge hit. In fact, we probably had more people doing it that way last year than when we were doing it indoors. So that worked out really well.
So you got your cards from Oriental Trading Company
No,
also, or just the
we,
crayons?
we had our own, we sent them to a local printer and just had them printed on like this size paper here and on pads. And then they just, each game tear it off and they'd start the next one ready to go.
Crayons came from Oriental.
Yep, the
Trading.
crayons came from there. I mean, literally bought a box of them for like $4. I mean, they were super, they were
Real
junk
cheap
crayons,
crayons.
but for circling and crossing out, they work perfect. And we're not gonna do some of the stuff that where we have people indoors close together, we're not doing. But we're trying to do we're gonna do our turtle races. We did not do that last year. I think we keep people far enough apart outside again. But the Boydo Outdoors was a great idea and it worked really well. And we're gonna include trivia in it this year, so.
Did you guys exchange, do you guys do the money thing? You know, like each card was a quarter, or do you just give out the prizes? I think I remember talking to Pat, your mom, years ago about the bingo thing, and I recommended not doing the money thing. We sort of inherited a system where people pay a quarter per card. So we didn't want to do the exchange and the touching and the money thing. So Boyd Lodge, do you guys do a money exchange, or do you just do prizes like Cedar Rapids Lodge does too?
It's free, and then we just have a little prize for each winner, each game. You know, we use Boyd Bucks, which are just, you know, you can use them in the store.
Like Monopoly money.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. And then we have like a prize for the coverall at the end. We always pick out something and do that, but we don't charge for any of that, no.
Interesting. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that.
Last year we did as many activities as we could modify to be safe. You know, our philosophy was to sorry, I'm losing my thoughts here. To do as many as we could without okay, I'm going to start over. Our philosophy was to do as much as we could that would make as many people feel safe as possible. And so honestly, it was really nice for us because there were a lot of activities we just didn't love doing that we just didn't do. And going forward, we'll bring some of them back because they're favorites of our guests, the ones that were most like requested. But we have taken on the philosophy of, if you're going to take something away, make sure you add something of greater value. So we're adding some amenities. We're adding a pickleball court this year, you know, things that people can use whenever they want to and at their own leisure. We're gonna, you know, get new paddle boards and new kayaks, just things that people will notice and appreciate, while not bringing back some of the activities that we enjoyed not doing. But for bingo, we did that outside. People loved it. And we probably will keep doing that, even though it was a little more work for us to bring down picnic tables and stuff. And we just used those little like pushover boards, and, you know, because they weren't touched again for a week, nobody seemed concerned. And like most of you, the people who came this summer were kind of in the middle to the less concerned people, you know, like the really concerned people didn't come this summer. And I'm guessing that's going to be the same this year as well. So like, you know, most people were pretty good about, you know, doing what they felt comfortable doing and not doing what they didn't feel comfortable doing. And so we didn't have an issue with the bingo boards. We just had people charge cards to their cabin, and then we took out money from the register as gifts because people love that money thing, you know, especially kids winning money at bingo. But we'll bring back like casting contest and probably not potluck. We also don't love potluck. I love potluck. My husband doesn't love potluck. So we'll maybe wait another year on that.
I love eating the potluck and like once it's started, but it's like the mental gearing up for it that I don't love.
Really? Oh, I love it. I think it's all that like feel good food.
Yeah.
Don't let Ryan share his opinions about potluck because he
I will
about it. No, you're Ryan, but my son-in-law Ryan, he just can't stand the thought of eating, you know, possibly contaminated food. So
funny.
Anyway, I'll try to be
What else did you not bring back that you don't like to do?
We do a story time with kids during our craft. We did do our craft this year because we had plenty of supplies to spread people out, plenty of picnic tables. And so we did a couple, instead of doing one big session, we did two so that we could do smaller groups and spread out the supplies. And usually I do story time during that time. And I just have my own 4 little girls and I love them to death, but I just don't really want to take care of more kids right now in this season of my life. So I didn't do that. We didn't do minnow races, because of all the blowing and the kids close by. They love that though. So we'll probably bring it back. We didn't